I became the crown prince of the Mexican Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Central Bank and the Navy. 3. If we continue like this, I'll end up being the most traveled person in the world, Your Majesty. HAHAHA. That would also put your name in history, don't you think? If we still had to travel by horse like before, it wouldn't be so pleasant. Every time I get on a train, my respect for them grows more and more. Digo said jokingly. Makes sense, I thought. Digo has been with me on all my long journeys. Together we participated in the first colonization of California, we returned together, and we also traveled to England. In addition, we went together on the second trip to California, to Texas, to New Mexico, and to many other places. By the standards of this time, almost no one has traveled such long distances so frequently. After visiting the port of Veracruz, we took the train to cross the Mexican Empire. This place is Puerto Pacifico. In my previous life in Mexico, this port city was called Lázaro Cárdenas. In this world, the port is still under construction, so I should say that it is destined to become a port city. Didn't the work just start 6 months ago? The pace is much faster than before. Watching the construction of the port, I asked Alberto, the chief architect, who had come out to greet us. That's right, Your Majesty, you noticed it right away. It's similar to what we just built in Veracruz, so the pace has been faster. Unlike Veracruz, which was already a big city, here there was only a small fishing village, which has allowed us to work without many interruptions. I understand. Let's go around and take a look. At this time, the largest port on the Pacific coast of Mexico is Acapulco. During the colonial era, Acapulco was the main maritime trade route between Mexico and the Philippines. Every year, a ship departing from Manila, Philippines, arrived in Acapulco, making it a key center for the exchange of goods between Europe, Asia, and America. Despite the importance of Acapulco, I decided to invest in this place, which in my previous life was Lázaro Cárdenas, and which I have now called Puerto Pacifico. There are several reasons. The most important is that it is right next to the largest iron mine in Mexico, in the industrial town of Las Traches, which is also the headquarters of Estrada Acero and the Rock Precision Machinery factories. Although it could have connected Acapulco with the railroad for trade, the infrastructure there was not good enough to justify that distance in my opinion. If they have made so much progress in 6 months, how long do you think it will take to complete the port? 2 years. While inspecting the place, I asked Alberto. Yes, Your Majesty, as you requested, part of the port will be ready for use in 6 months. Understood. I went through the work, but found nothing to correct or improve. THERE''S nothing to say. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Alberto, who was guiding me around the place, seemed to relax a little upon hearing my words. Although it was not a great distance, they were still building the railroad between Las Traches and Puerto Pacifico, so we had to travel that part on horseback. As we moved forward slowly, Digo spoke. Your Majesty, the investment in the port and the shipyard is good, but do you think you will be able to fill the entire shipyard? It will depend on how many Navy bonds are sold. If they are not sold, I will buy them all myself. My profits may not be large, but it will fill up. The government's budget was tight due to various projects and debts. I couldn't force the government to spend according to my plans. To finance the construction of the port and shipyard on the Pacific coast, I chose to issue bonds of Mexico State-owned Shipyard Company, and I plan to buy them all myself if necessary. Although it was not a large investment, I would receive interest, and if it later generated income, I would receive dividends or reinvest, based on my share. It was a reasonable choice. Although it is a state-owned enterprise, it still generates revenue, which makes this plan possible. The port can collect fees and also generate profits through real estate. The shipyard can also build small and medium-sized ships for civilian sale, but the problem is with the large dry dock, which is practically intended for the construction of warships. For this, the government needs to issue a construction order. I see you're considering using gold. If there is no other option, I will have to do it. But I doubt we'll get to that point. In the end, the central bank will be established, and bonds will sell well. I myself will buy as many as I can. Thanks for that. If I wanted to, I could actually provide the money needed for shipbuilding. Although my liquidity is not high, since all the income from my companies is reinvested without distributing dividends, I do have a significant source of income, the gold mine. The mine is managed by one of my companies, Minamora, but the mine itself is my personal property. The California gold rush has now come to an end, but during that time, the gold I extracted from the major mines I had secured early was melted down into ingots and stored in the palace vault. I remember in the original story it was mentioned that during the California gold rush, about 340,000 kilograms of gold were mined. In my previous life, I did some detailed research on gold rushes, so this seems more or less correct. The original gold rush was a quick event that lasted only 7 years, from 1848 to 1855. In this world, I monopolized the major high-yield gold fields, and since it was not as intense as in the US, the process took 10 years. At the beginning of the rush, profitability was so low that he had to pay half of the gold mined as a daily wage, but as various machines were introduced, profitability increased, and eventually he was only paying 30% in wages and commissions. I now have 143,000 kilograms of gold stored in the palace vault, which means I have monopolized 60% of the gold rush. The remaining 40% went to the tens of thousands of people who came to California in search of gold. While it might seem like a monopoly on the major mines should have given me more, it is still an immense amount of gold for one individual to possess. This was the result of the seed I planted in this world, something I had been planning since my previous life. It's a bit unfortunate to invest gold in navy bonds. A 4% return is insignificant compared to the profits from your other businesses, Your Majesty. Digo was right. It is true that I have money, and as heir to the throne I do not mind spending it for the good of the country, but this money should be used for industrialization and national development. I must continue to invest in various industrial sectors and development projects, generating profits and reinvesting endlessly. One day I will complete this process of industrialization and development led by me, but that day has not yet arrived. If there is no other option, I will use gold, but there will also be other people willing to buy the bonds, so I don't have to spend my initial capital on that. I should buy some, at least. That way, people will trust and buy them. That makes sense. Chatting with Digo, we returned to Mexico City. There, a face I hadn't seen for a long time was waiting for me, Hernando Mora, from Minamora. Hernando, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a long time. You've gotten a nice tan. He had been put in charge of export and import operations of resources in South America, and it seems that the sea sun had darkened his skin. Hahaha, the sun in South America is really intense. But I accomplished all the tasks you entrusted me with, Your Majesty. Everything? I thought some of them would be impossible to achieve. Yes, Your Majesty. I signed agreements on coal in Colombia, guano in Peru, and the development of saltpeter mines in Chile. Simply buying the resources was not feasible because production was ridiculously low for our needs. At first, they were reluctant to develop the resources jointly, but when I offered them a generous amount of pesos and also obsolete weapons, they all agreed. For the governments of South American countries, which were experiencing political turmoil, the offer of arms probably proved to be an attractive incentive. I see. You've done a great job. How's the immigration issue going? I had given him an additional task when I sent him to South America to find someone like Reginaldo in Europe to take charge of the immigration business on that continent. In this period, the population of South American countries is incomparably smaller compared to that of Europe, but they all speak Spanish, or, failing that, Portuguese, which is very similar. Moreover, like Americans, they have already made the decision to emigrate once. The first time is difficult, but the second time is easier, and that is why I had high expectations for South American immigration. Yes, Your Majesty. I also took care of that part. Although I was unable to meet Reginald in Europe, the person I met is on a par with him in terms of contacts and social skills. Hernando Mora began to tell me about the experiences he had had while traveling through several South American countries, and I felt at ease, as if I were talking to an old friend. As articles about the creation of the central bank and naval bonds spread throughout the country, newspapers under the influence of landowners and Republicans began to fight back. They published articles opposing the creation of the central bank. The summary of his argument was as follows. 1. The creation of the central bank will strengthen the power of the government, which will weaken the autonomy and authority of the regions. 2. If the central bank controls the country's financial system, the independence of individual banks and financial institutions will be reduced. 3. The central bank will have the authority to increase the money supply, which could lead to inflation. 4. The central bank could be politically inclined. 5. Because of these problems, in the United States, President Andrew Jackson refused to renew the charter of the Second Bank of the United States. Except for point 5, which was a fact. The other arguments were just speculation, but the article was enough to stir up the advocates of decentralization and the Federalists. However, it did not have much effect on the majority of citizens, who paid more attention to the fact that the central bank would issue naval bonds once it was established than to its functions. In response, monarchist newspapers quickly published rebuttal articles, arguing that all of the opponents' claims were mere conjecture, and that the United States decision to abolish its central bank was simply a reflection of Andrew Jackson's personal inclination toward federalism and decentralization. In the end, isn't it just a political fight? Someone commented. I was a little worried too when I heard that the US was going to abolish it, but according to the rebuttal article, England also has a central bank established by the Crown. Although the British Central Bank was actually more of a public limited company run by private capital, it was in fact founded by King William III, which was a fact. Opposition was quickly quelled, and public opinion remained overwhelmingly in favor of the creation of the central bank. There were 2 months left until the election, and the landowners and Republicans, having lost the media battle, found themselves in a stalemate. If the central bank was not to be a privately owned entity as in England, but a government agency, that meant it would be under the control of the Treasury. In that case, it would be like giving the royal family another weapon in its hands. For the landowners and Republicans, it was essential to stop the establishment of the central bank somehow, but if they continued to oppose it, they would risk being punished at the polls by citizens who supported naval bonds, which would lead to a crushing defeat. What decision would you make in this situation? Deputy Robert was pondering this when he was interrupted. Mr. Deputy, President Rafael Mangano has come to see you. Huh. The landlords are being quick on this. What a surprise. Send him in. With a relaxed expression, Deputy Robert, leader of the monarchist faction, prepared to receive his political adversary. Chapter 77, Central Bank and the Navy. 4. Deputy Robert knew what President Rafael, who had come without warning, was going to say. The situation was developing, just as the Crown Prince had said. Congressman Robert, if those bastards don't find another way to divert the citizens' attention from the bonds, public opinion will be our victory. Then, they will have only one option left. The central bank exactly. They won't be able to change the public's opinion that wants navy bonds, so they will try to modify the conditions in exchange for supporting their establishment. Yes, it seems that is what they will do. But if we do not accept, they will have no alternative. Even so, he accepts the negotiation. Robert did not immediately understand his lord's order to accept the deal. If we go to the elections in this way, the imperialist bloc could get the majority of seats, Your Highness. They will not accept that risk in any way, so this law will have to be passed before the elections, won't it? You must look more long term. If we push them so hard, the landowners and the Republicans will unite to oppose us as a result of this conflict. Then, the dispute we have fostered between the church and the Republicans will also die out. Robert finally understood. The conflict between the church and the Republicans over the establishment of the secular university had been so intense that it almost led to a violent confrontation. In the end, both sides had to give in under the mediation of the imperial house, but as a result, the church had to redouble its efforts in parliament, feeling the crisis. Somehow, some imperialist and Republican deputies who were deeply religious or linked to families associated with the church went over to the side of the landowners. Although there were only a few of them, the impact was considerable. The Catholic Church, which had always had political influence on different fronts, was now clearly allied with the landowners. The rivalry between the Republicans and the Catholic Church accelerated the political movements of the church, transforming the dispute into a confrontation between Republicans and landowners. To pass the law, we only need the support of one of the two groups, the landowners or the Republicans. If we try to pass the law unilaterally, the group that has not betrayed the other first will be unable to trust the other. Exactly. Even though they don't get along, to maintain this situation we must avoid giving support to only one group. If we do, the other side might become radicalized. Last time we helped the Republicans, so this time it will be better to make a deal with the landowners. Even if you don't seek the deal yourself, accept it if they come first. Understood, Your Highness. Although he thought they would come in the last month before the elections, they came much earlier than expected. They still have a good political nose, thought Robert, who welcomed President Raphael. It is an honor that you have come to my house, President. Raphael smiled and responded cordially to the unexpected welcome. Haha, as expected from the famous Mendoza family mansion, it is really impressive. Vice Admiral Fernando Mendoza, the Emperor's right-hand man, and Deputy Robert Mendoza lived together in the mansion. As the servants brought tea and sweets, Deputy Robert spoke, I suppose you have come to speak about the law establishing the central bank. When Robert spoke, as if he had already anticipated this, Raphael replied bluntly, yes, that's right. We landowners want to support this law. Are there conditions? Yes. To begin with, we want the central bank to be an independent institution, not subordinate to the executive branch. In addition, the head of the institution should not be appointed by the executive branch, but the Prime Minister and Parliament should choose candidates to present to His Majesty, just as is done with ministers. And we would like to be given sufficient access to the Navy's bonds. The terms of the agreement were exactly as the Crown Prince had predicted. Since the central bank was to be established anyway, what they asked for was that the candidates be as neutral as possible. The governors and supreme judges appointed by the emperor were considered completely loyal to the imperial faction, while the ministers of the executive departments, although they found it difficult to reject the emperor's orders, were perceived as more neutral. If the central bank was to be established, gaining access to the Navy's bonds would be a nice extra benefit for the landowners. Okay. You can decide that quickly? When Congressman Robert readily agreed, President Raphael was surprised. Yes, we can accept those conditions. I understand. Thank you very much for the good treatment. Thank you too. President Raphael had achieved his goal with ease, but he left the mansion with a feeling of unease. The following day, Congressman Robert again presented the bill for the creation of the central bank. The Republican deputies opposed it as before, but soon realized that something was wrong. Why don't the landowners oppose it? And besides, shouldn't we have put this to a vote and been done with it? Something had changed. While he was noticing it, an idea crossed the mind of Deputy Pedro Gonzalez. Those bastards have made a deal with the imperialists. He knew this from experience. They had made a deal with the Crown Prince on the adoption of the metric system and the establishment of the secular university. Hearing this, Peter's companions exploded with anger. We knew they weren't trustworthy, but, damn it, don't they realize that passing a law like this is digging their own grave? The landowners thought the same of the Republicans, but naturally people tend to be hypocrites. The Republican deputies looked with more hostility on the landowners, who had changed their position on an issue that they should have opposed together, than on the imperialists, who had proposed the law. Meanwhile, the leader, Deputy Pedro, was organizing his thoughts. If the imperialists and the landowners have reached an agreement, the law will be passed. If we continue to oppose it, we could suffer a setback in the elections. Deputy Pedro had certain expectations for the elections. Although the Crown Prince had gained popular support thanks to his achievements, the recent influx of immigrants and independent farmers and urban workers who did not belong to the wealthy class were divided between the imperialists and the Republicans. The support they received was due to resentment towards the landowners, rather than to any of the Republicans' own merits, and the Republicans were perceived as the opposing side to them, rather than to the imperialists. In other words, Pedro expected the imperialists to gain more seats from the landowners, but he also expected the Republicans to not only hold on to their seats, but even increase them slightly. If those landowners are smart, they will have negotiated the independence of the central bank from the executive branch as part of the deal. We have no choice but to support the law. It's because of the elections, right? Yes, it will be approved anyway. There is no point in doing something that could be a weakness in the elections. Pedro's colleagues understood his words. Thus, the law for the creation of the central bank was approved. As previously agreed, the candidate for the central bank president was nominated by the parliament, and an expert close to neutrality was chosen. The central bank employees were recruited from among those who had studied finance in Europe, employees of commercial banks and staff of the Ministry of Finance. The staff moved into the previously reserved central bank building in Mexico City, and their first mission was to issue Navy bonds. Oh, had you prepared this beforehand? When I showed what I had prepared, the president of the central bank expressed his admiration. Although I'm not a financial expert, I know what bonds are and how they work. At that time, bonds were issued as physical documents, like stock certificates, and I had prepared the design in advance. What do you think? You don't feel like buying them, do you? I originally wanted to buy them, but now I want them even more. After all, they were government-issued Navy bonds. People would buy them for the interest rate, but since they were the first bonds of the empire, I put some effort into their design. On the obverse, I drew a distinctive pattern of the Mexican Empire on the edge, with all the information written in a neat typeface. On the reverse, I drew an impressive image of a ship of the line, what people of that time imagined when they thought of warships. This would make it a collector's item in the future. I have prepared all the details regarding the bonds and the design, so I ask you to complete the remaining work as quickly as possible. Yes, understood. January 1836. Cold winter weather enveloped the world, but most of Mexico was not so cold. Citizens headed to the Rios Express branch, which was now naturally present in most towns. Is it today? I came yesterday too, but it was in vain. I told you that you got the date wrong yesterday. Isn't that the number of people gathered? Today is the day when the Navy bonds go on sale, which have been advertised insistently in several newspapers. In particular, the newspaper La Espada de Simplicio even published the design of the bonds, using a patriotic strategy by emphasizing that these bonds were to finance the formation of the Navy. Two friends, neighbors, arrived at the Rios Express branch, where there was already a long line of people waiting. They say the Crown Prince bought bonds worth $1,000,000 pesos. Wow, $1,000,000 pesos. But if the sale starts today, how do you know? Haven't you seen it in today's newspaper? Ah, I see. So, you made the decision to buy them in advance. Listening to what others were saying, more and more people were convinced to buy bonds. After waiting for several hours, they finally bought two 200 peso bonds, which were identical to the ones they had seen in the newspaper. This gives us 4 pesos a year in interest for 10 years, right? And at the end of the term, we get our principal back. Yes. They are 100 peso bonds for 10 years with an annual interest rate of 4%. The friend, who had learned some fancy terms somewhere, replied knowledgeably, but his companion was already admiring the picture on the back of the voucher. Wow. They're going to build this with our money? It's an honor. Yes, it's quite impressive. Although most people bought the bonds for the interest, when they saw the image of the liner on the back, they felt a patriotic satisfaction at being a contributor to the country. Just 2 weeks after the bonds were issued, 5 million pesos had been raised. Not only ordinary citizens, but also landowners bought bonds with their available funds. At the current rate, the final goal of 10 million pesos was expected to be reached in 2 months. Through the railroads that stretched from the Mexican highlands to California, Texas, the Yucatan Peninsula and Central America, came an avalanche of pesos. It's really impressive. Even Emperor Agustín I marveled at the sight of train cars filled with pesos shining in the light. Workers hired by the central bank laboriously loaded the sacks of pesos and moved them on wheelbarrows. Given the amount of money involved, the army was deployed to protect the transport, while the warehouses that the central bank had prepared quickly filled up. Collect 10 million pesos. With this amount, we will not only be able to build the warships, but also a third port and even a shipyard, said Agustín I to the Crown Prince. Father, we are not done yet. I have a plan to increase this money even more. Another plan? Asked Agustín, somewhat surprised but with a hint of expectation on his face. Yes, we have created the central bank, so we should take advantage of it. If it were just a matter of issuing bonds, there would have been no need to establish the central bank. As the emperor admired the mountains of stacked silver coins, the crown prince once again reflected on the inefficiency of metal currency. Chapter 78, Central Bank and the Navy. 5. February 1836. The fourth official general election of the Mexican Empire was held. Although more people participated than before, it was still an election in which the majority of the population could not participate. The deputies who had completed their mandate, limited to a total of 12 years according to the constitution, retired, and new faces filled the assembly. This is your third term, isn't it? Yes, your majesty. Deputy Roberto responded. We set a 3-term limit to prevent MPs from getting too stuck, but it appears to be shorter than I thought. While I plan to keep term limits, I think the conditions should be changed a bit. I regret not having obtained the number of seats I mentioned to you earlier, your majesty. Didn't we get 77 seats? We've opened up a considerable gap with the landowners and the Republicans, so I consider this a success. The number of seats he told me he could secure was 80 out of a total of 201. Considering what you have achieved so far, it is really unfortunate that you have not obtained better results. If you say that, then you were really confident of getting around 80 seats. In fact, I would have expected more, so it is not surprising that you are disappointed. There is no need to be impatient. It is better to move slowly. Think of the extreme political chaos in Mexico just after independence. Changing things gradually, as we have done over the past 14 years, has many advantages. I do not prefer radical reforms. Radical methods always bring side effects. That's something you do when there's no other option. On the issue of the central bank, if we had not negotiated to the end, I could have made them accept my original plan without any change of conditions, or if they had not given in, I could have obtained more extreme results in the elections. It might seem like a short-term benefit, but in the long run it would be a huge loss. The landowners and Republicans would begin to harden and harbor strong resentments and would unite to oppose the imperial family. We would have wasted time in political struggles when we already have no time to strengthen national power. Deputy Roberto is not someone who is unaware of these facts. Yes, your majesty is right. I will approach the matter from a longer-term perspective. Thank you, your majesty. Good. I patted Congressman Roberto on the shoulder. However, the balance is slowly beginning to break down. Since the landowners have 61 seats and the Republicans 63, the majority that was previously divided into thirds in the assembly has gone over to the side of the imperialists. The largest company among those I have owned since its founding until now is Rias Express. On the other hand, the smallest company is Salas, which is operated by Isidro Salas. During the California Gold Rush, it operated catering and lodging businesses in several cities, playing the role of a constant source of income, but looking at the report, profitability was gradually declining. The restaurant business is generating reasonable sales, but in the accommodation sector, the rate of use has dropped dramatically because most of the miners received land in the California region and settled there. Yes, your majesty. As we already own land in very good locations, we are not in the red, but the future prospects are not favorable. Digo answered me. It was a business that was meant to take advantage of the gold rush boom, but it's a shame to leave it like that. I just came up with a new business recently. We must assign the canning business to Salas. Ah, yes, it is about preserves. There will be demand from the army, so there is no need to worry about profitability. Although the restaurant business and the food industry are somewhat different, it is not that they are not related, and it is still something that needs to be done by someone. That's right, and I have a drink in mind, but we'll have to research the recipe in detail. The drink I have in mind is cola. I know that the original cola used carbonated water, sugar, coca leaves and cola nut, but since the exact proportion is not known, we will have to create it through experiments. Digo wrote down what I explained to him in a letter and said, "Your Majesty, should I write that they should just keep the accommodation business as it is? No, it's a shame to use those lands like that." Wait a minute. Solace's lodge locations are all in central areas of cities. It's not just one or two places. He has properties in most of the settlements that benefited from the California gold rush, including Sacramento, San Francisco, and also Los Angeles. Ortega Construction's capacity has also improved a lot. We could start the hotel business. The hotel business? Hotels in the modern sense, offering sophisticated services and various amenities, began in England in the late 18th century. In 1829, the Tremont House in Boston, which introduced many firsts to the hotel industry, such as indoor plumbing, baths and toilets in guest rooms, achieved great success in the United States. We can do it too. But in California it's true that California has grown very rapidly due to the gold rush and immigration, but I was wondering if it would be possible to start the hotel business there. Sure, we will one day. We can't just leave those good lands idle with motels, like we do now. For now, we should open the first branch in Mexico City. Here we can operate in a relatively stable manner, accumulate knowledge and then return to California. Yes, I suppose there won't be many customers for a hotel in California. I'll write it like that then, Your Majesty. While I was reviewing the manager's reports and advising on the direction of business, as usual, the guest I had invited came to my office. Your Majesty, Mr. Alfonso Rios has come to see you. Let him come in. Yeah. Alfonso entered. Your Majesty, have you called me? A calm greeting, typical of Alfonso. I called you because I have something to talk about. It's about Rios Express. Among my companies, there are several of enormous size such as Ortega Constructions, the Imperial Railway Company of Mexico and Estrada Rosero, but the main one is Rios Express. Even now, with the advent of the railway, it continues to transport huge numbers of letters and parcels across the country, and the demand for stagecoach passenger transport services remains high. Even when people have money, rather than go through the trouble of buying horses or carriages, it is common for them to use the services of Rios Express. Rios Express branches, spread across the country, have begun offering financial services, and just as Wells Fargo in the original story became the giant of consumer financial services in the Western US, Rios Express has become the leader in consumer financial services in the Mexican Empire. I want us to separate the financial division from Rios Express. It is good that both logistics and finance have grown, but they are not directly related fields. When a company manages two unrelated businesses, there are inefficient parts. Alfonso is not one for small talk, so he got straight to the point. Is it a matter of specialization and focus? That's right. In fact, Rios Express is now focusing its capabilities on the financial area, isn't that right? Yes, we are focusing on finance because the profitability is high compared to the invested capital. Wells Fargo and American Express in the original story followed similar paths. Both started out as companies offering logistics and transportation services, but over time, shifted their core business to financial services. In the process, the logistics and transportation divisions were sold, or gradually reduced until they disappeared. Although its profitability does not compare with that of the financial industry, considering that both logistics and transport are industries that have continued to grow until today, it is a shame. Although it is a somewhat different area, once the economy develops more, it is a good business to expand into distribution such as supermarkets. Logistics and transport still have a lot of room for growth, but your time is limited. Even if there are employees in the company who are in charge of these areas, I think you know well the big difference there is between the manager being directly involved or not. Alfonso nodded slightly. Yes, I agree. I hadn't thought about a split, but this way I'll be able to concentrate more on finances, which is good. Well, then, recommend me someone suitable to handle logistics and transportation. He will run Rios Express. The separate financial division will be another company called Banco Rios. Yes, I will find the right candidate as soon as possible. Alfonso replied like that and then asked a few questions. Will the Banco Reus, that will be separated, not be able to use the existing infrastructure? For the moment, let's allow them to share the existing infrastructure, and in the medium and long term we will expand the branches to separate them. In addition to that, we had several conversations and together we worked out a detailed plan for the division. When we were getting to the end, Alfonso said, "Your Majesty, I would like to transfer the 3% of shares I own in Reus Express to my successor. Having or not having shares makes a big difference in attitude. The current shareholding structure of Reus Express is simple. I own 90% and Alfonso 10%. The company that will be divided will have the same shareholding structure. That is, Alfonso will have 10% of Reus Express and 10% of Banco Reus. What he is asking for is permission to transfer 3% of his shares in Reus Express free of charge to his successor. You do not need my permission to dispose of the shares you own, but I cannot allow it. I will provide the shares. You must keep yours." No, even before receiving the shares, I already thought that I had received a great favor from His Majesty, but after receiving them and seeing the company grow more and more, I feel that it is an excessive grace. Please allow me to repay you. The company has grown to this point thanks to your good work. So how about we each give you 1.5%? What do you think? It is true that Alfonso became one of the richest men in Mexico in a short time. But that was because, among the managers who started at the same time, he achieved overwhelming results and turned the company into the largest in Mexico. Okay. When I gave in a little, Alfonso also accepted. The new manager will have 3% of the shares, adding mine and Alfonso's. When the elections were over and the bond sale was coming to an end, the bill for the issuance of paper money was passed. It was the first law of the newly elected parliament. As you said, it was passed without much opposition. Deputy Roberto informed me shortly after the approval of the bill. It is not a law that affects power, like the creation of the central bank, and for them, it is a better option than the current situation, so they have no reason to oppose it. The Mexican Empire has not had an official currency issuing institution since the confiscation operation carried out just after independence until now. The peso currently in circulation was not issued with the official approval of Parliament, but was issued by Agustín I, who moved the executive power as he pleased. Yes, with this opportunity we can issue currency formally authorized by Parliament, and there was no great opposition to the introduction of the gold standard, which we feared someone might oppose, since we convinced them that the United States is also using both gold and silver. I see. Good job on this matter too. We cannot yet move to a full gold standard system. In the current situation, where silver pesos are circulating throughout the country, we have to issue gold-based paper money. We cannot avoid a period when both gold and silver are used. Our neighboring country, the United States, is in the same situation. The monetary system that mixes gold and silver has several disadvantages compared to a monetary system based solely on the gold standard, but for now it is unavoidable. Eventually, we will have to withdraw as many silver pesos as possible and then make the full transition. Although there will be side effects, they are insignificant compared to the various advantages that paper money offers. I instructed the Ministry of Finance to proceed immediately with the issuance of currency. The second task of the central bank had begun. Chapter 79, Central Bank and the Navy. 6. As the bond sale progressed smoothly, my father wanted to use the 10 million pesos raised for its original purpose, strengthening the Navy. However, I convinced him to wait, as I had a plan to make that money grow even further. At that time, I explained the plan to him in a nutshell and obtained his permission, but now that the law had been passed and preparations were almost complete, I decided to give him a more detailed explanation. It is important that my father also understands these concepts well, in order to avoid mistakes when governing, I thought. I explained to him in a simple way that the introduction of paper money and the gold standard offered many advantages, but the main one was that the seigniorage margins were greater than with metal currency, and that more money could be issued than was physically held in metals. According to what you say, the higher the value of the banknote issued, the higher the seigniorage margin, right? Yes, father. Printing a 5 peso bill costs almost the same as printing a 50 peso bill, but its purchasing power is 10 times greater. so it would be better to issue larger denomination bills. The advantage of signature with paper money is much more evident compared to metallic currency. In the case of silver coins, such as the peso, the minting costs and their payment value are almost equivalent, so the signature margin is very low. For now, I only plan to issue bills of up to 50 pesos. Issuing too large denominations can also have negative effects. Negative effects? They could be used more easily in criminal activities, and could also generate inflation. Moreover, even if we issue 5, 10, 20, and 50 pesos bills, issuing 10 million pesos in paper money will not cost us even 500,000 pesos, so the margin of signature is already considerable. I understand. But paper banknotes must be redeemable for gold at the central bank, if citizens so request. If that were to happen, the signature margin would disappear, wouldn't it? Yes, but that only happens if the government loses the public's trust. Our government has very significant tangible assets compared to other powers, so it shouldn't be a serious problem. Then we will have to be careful in establishing that reserve ratio, as you called it. Yes, I plan to set it at 25%. In the United States it varies between 15% and 25%, but 25% is the most common. Since we have a single central bank system, it is better to be more conservative. In the United States, state banks, which in a way act as local central banks, maintain such reserve levels. However, commercial banks had no legal limits, and often maintained ridiculously low reserve levels. A bank holding 10% reserves was considered prudent, while 5% or less was common, something that would only be corrected after facing economic crisis. In our Mexican empire the situation was similar, but with the creation of the central bank it planned to impose a legal requirement of 15% reserves for commercial banks. As the economy develops further, we will be able to gradually lower this reserve ratio, but for now, with a system based on the gold standard, it is safer to maintain a conservative policy. It's better this way, my father said. Then all that remains is to decide which figures will appear on the banknotes, right? Yes, father. You must decide who will appear on the 5, 10, 20, and 50 pesos bills. They don't necessarily have to be people, they could also be symbols representing the Mexican Empire. No, it's better if they are people. Let's see, answered my father, while he thought about it, and wrote some names on a document. I think it would be good if my face appeared on the banknotes. There's no better way to make my image known. At a time when the media was not so developed, it was common for citizens not to know who their ruler was, or what he looked like. Therefore, it was common for the image of the sovereign to appear on coins. I agree, it's a good idea. This method had proven effective, and it was no exaggeration to say that there was no one in the Mexican Empire who did not recognize the face of Agustín I. The authority of the emperor, which at the beginning of independence was very fragile, had been considerably strengthened, not only by having stabilized the country, but also because his face was on all the pesos in circulation. If the country were in crisis, this would probably be a cause for criticism, but since the situation has improved, it has been a great help. Then we should also include your face, my father said. It is good to make your image known now. For the other two places, we could put Miguel Hidalgo and Vicente Guerrero. Father Hidalgo is fine, but Vicente Guerrero? Are you sure? Miguel Hidalgo y Castillo was a Catholic priest who, from his church in our laws, called on people to rise up in arms against Spain, marking the beginning of the Mexican War of Independence. Since he was already considered a national hero, there was no problem in putting his image on banknotes. But Vicente Guerrero? Agustín I, after changing sides and supporting independence, had founded the Mexican Empire in agreement with the insurgent leaders, and one of those leaders was Vicente Guerrero. Not only was he still alive, but he was also a defender of republicanism. My father, however, dispelled my doubts with a calm explanation. Vicente Guerrero was crucial to independence, and that is a fact. By including him on the banknotes, we can show openness and encourage national unity. Furthermore, if his image gains recognition, my own reputation will also improve. I understand. That's a good idea. We'll do it like this. Before switching sides and supporting independence, Agustín I had been a Spanish officer who had fiercely fought the insurgents, including Vicente Guerrero's men. Although this was not a positive thing from the Mexican point of view, it was still true that he had defeated Guerrero and his rebel army. At least in terms of military capability, there is no choice but to recognize you. Only the last and most important step remains, I thought. Can we proceed with the purchase of the gold you have, to store it in the central bank? The government had accumulated some gold, but not enough to support the issue of that amount of banknotes. My father knew that I owned a large amount of gold, so he asked me about it. No, if we do it like this, there might be rumors. It is better to make public purchases over a period of time, so that we can ensure an adequate amount of gold circulating in the market, before implementing the gold standard. That is best. Then we will buy all we can publicly, and what is lacking we will acquire from your gold. Yes, on the last day of public purchase, I will sell the required amount of gold. We need to acquire 10 million pesos worth of gold. I plan to pay only the current market price, so gathering that amount of gold will not be easy. We will buy what we can at reasonable prices and I will make up for the shortfall with my own gold. It's also beneficial for me. Selling this amount of gold would inevitably lead to a drop in its price, but at least I'll sell some of it at a fixed price, I thought. With this, all preparations for the issue of currency were ready. The presses and banknote experts were already prepared before the issue of the bonds. We had hired banknote making experts from the UK, and they worked closely with low precision machinery to design the presses. Particular attention was paid to preventing counterfeiting, one of the biggest problems with paper money, given that the UK was the leader in banknote technology at the time. My father's decisions were communicated to the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank, and public purchases of gold soon began. The government of the Mexican Empire bought gold at market price until it exhausted 10 million pesos. This purchase was made through the branches of Banco Rios, which generated a greater response than expected. Many California miners, who had stockpiled gold but had not sold it due to falling prices, took this opportunity to sell. Are you sure they will buy at this price? Even if I bring in large quantities? Asked a seller. Yes, that's correct, the clerk replied. Wait a minute. I'll get more. During the 2 weeks of public purchasing, the government acquired gold worth 4 million pesos. The Crown Prince sold the remaining 6 million of his own gold. Meanwhile, the issuance of banknotes began. Seeing how they print money so quickly makes money not seem like money, commented Agustín I upon seeing the production at the central bank's printing press. Yes, we need to print 40 million pesos in bills. So even if it is done in large quantities, it will take time, I replied. In addition to guarding the gold bullion, we must protect the printing press and the banknote warehouses with the same rigor. Yes, security will be essential. Although the production costs of the banknotes, equivalent to tens of thousands of pesos, were not very high, the government had to squeeze the remaining executive budget to cover them. We could have used the funds obtained from the sale of bonds, but we wanted to issue as much currency as possible. The result was the issuance of 40 million pesos backed by the 10 million pesos in gold reserves. An impressive figure. Although people would eventually get used to it, this was the largest amount of money ever issued in the history of Mexico. The emperor ordered that the gold, printing press, and banknote warehouses be protected with the same security as the imperial palace. He made several visits to ensure that everything was kept in order, which discouraged any attempts at theft or embezzlement. With the budget secured, the government allocated part of the funds to its original purpose, the construction of the marina. You're saying you're going to pay all the construction costs in one go? Asked John Erickson, the director of the Mexican shipyards. Yes, and we will adjust the budget so that you can hire more workers than originally planned, the naval officer in charge of communication with the shipyards said confidently. In the shipyards of Veracruz, ships were being built slowly. Although work had begun, the lack of budget to acquire complete materials had made the process extremely slow, with a skeleton crew working. Only one of the large dams was in use. It finally makes sense to work, said John Erickson, mentally thanking the Crown Prince for solving the financial problem, and began to use the generous budget that had been allocated to him. Large quantities of materials were immediately purchased, and additional personnel hired, which accelerated the pace of ship construction. The government also placed orders for the medium and small docks at the Veracruz shipyard. So far, the budget used has been only 2.1 million pesos. 1.1 million pesos was spent on the large dock, with 300,000 pesos for the liner and 400,000 pesos for each of the 2 monitors. In addition, fully activating 4 medium-sized docks and 5 small docks cost another 1 million pesos. It seems that there is more money left than we thought. Let us take advantage of the opportunity and build shipyards 3 and 4 as well, the emperor ordered. This was an instruction to build 2 additional shipyards, in addition to the second shipyard already being built on the Pacific coast, making a total of 4 ports and shipyards. Yes, Your Majesty. How about we also increase the naval training budget and expand the troops in advance so that they are well prepared, the officer suggested. It was a proposal to train the officers and sailors of the Navy in advance to be prepared for the rapid expansion of the fleet of the Mexican Empire. Oh, that's an excellent idea. Prepare a budget for it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although the Crown Prince had mentioned that half of the 40 million pesos would be used for other purposes, the other half was enough to spend on the Navy, to the point that it seemed like too much. Finally, the time had come for the Mexican Empire's Navy to begin to expand. Chapter 80, Central Bank and the Navy. 7 August 1837. The launching ceremony of the first warship of the Mexican Empire took place in the shipyards of Veracruz. The protagonist was a ship of the line and 2 frigates built almost simultaneously. As it was a symbolic event, my father and I, along with several deputies and generals of the army, attended this great ceremony in full force. It didn't even take 2 years. Much faster than I expected. Good job. My father personally congratulated John Erickson, the president of the Mexican Naval Construction Company. It is an honor, Your Majesty. It is all thanks to your generous support. This is the result of gathering good equipment, abundant materials and manpower, and passionate technicians. Erickson expressed his gratitude to my father. My father nodded and examined the ship of the line carefully. How long had it taken to build this single ship? The appearance of the ship of the line was impressive even to me. The newly launched 104-gun ship of the line was in itself like a huge floating fortress. The massive hull towered over the waves, shining silver in the sunlight. The length of the hull was longer than a football field, and its width and height were even more impressive. It is much more imposing than the 74-gun ship of the line we brought from Spain. And being new, it looks even more magnificent. By British standards, a ship of 104 guns is first rate, and a ship of 74 guns is third rate. I looked in wonder at the 3-gun decks of the new ship of the line. The muzzles of the guns lined up on each deck looked like countless eyes waiting for battle. The masts and sails of the ship rose, as if they wanted to touch the sky, and the sails, filled with wind, showed a free and powerful bearing. When my father was absorbed in that sight for quite a while, I said to him, "Let's finish the launching ceremony quickly and get on board, father." "Ah, yes. That would be good." The launching ceremony was carried out quickly. The event was as grand as the ship of the line. It seemed that almost the entire fleet of the Mexican Empire had gathered. At this time there were no practices such as breaking a bottle of champagne. According to Spanish tradition, there was a blessing and naming ceremony by a cleric. Although my father had already decided and communicated the name beforehand. The priest raised his hands and began the blessing. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we have gathered to bless this noble ship. May she move gracefully upon the waters, may her sails be filled with the breath of God, and may her hull be strong against the force of the sea." With the crowd holding their breath, the cleric continued, "Now, with the blessing of heaven, we name this ship Cortés. May its voyage be as firm and honorable as its name." Wire. The cheers of the citizens who came to witness the event and the sailors of the Navy resounded, and we, including my father and I, applauded enthusiastically. The warships of our Mexican Imperial Navy carry the prefix BIM, which is short for Mexican Imperial Ship. It is a prefix indicating the ship's affiliation, such as England's HMS, Her Majesty's Ship, or the United States' United States Ship. Following the ship of the line, the launching ceremony of the 2 frigates was also carried out quickly. These two ships were improved versions, modeled after the American 44-gun frigates, which prided themselves on their power among the frigates of various countries. Now we can get on board. Yes, father. It seems that everything is ready. As if he had been waiting for this moment, my father boarded the bin Cortez. On the deck of the ship, hundreds of sailors moved busily, but their movements were precise and organized. With the money obtained from the issue of currency, we increased the personnel of the Navy in advance and trained them on board the existing ships of the line so that they could operate without problems even on the new ship. With this, our fleet of the Mexican Empire has 3 ships of the line and 5 frigates. This figure excluded the 3 gunboats and the 45 transport ships. Yes, father. Soon the cadets of the Naval Academy will begin to graduate, so this is just the beginning. Ships are also being built at Shipyard Number 2, which was completed 6 months ago, and we plan to begin construction immediately at Shipyards Number 3 and 4, which will be completed within 6 months. Although ships will soon be mass-produced, it will take a long time to catch up with England, which has more than 100 ships of the line. My father seemed to have similar thoughts to mine. Now I feel the powerful force of England again. It will take decades to reach them. Yes, even so, isn't it a relief that the French Navy suffered almost devastating damage from England at the Battle of Trafalgar? In fact, it is not entirely impossible to catch up with England. If we complete and improve the monitors we are building now and start making larger and more powerful armored ships that can be used on the oceans, the ships of the line will become useless. This is demonstrated in the original story. However, since it is a fact known only to me, I turned the topic towards France, which we could consider our enemy. France. It's been 32 years since the Battle of Trafalgar. Haven't they rebuilt their navy to some extent? THEY''VE probably rebuilt it to some extent. Especially since they've extorted a lot of money from us. They've probably rebuilt it quite a bit. But not all of that money will have been invested in the navy, and they've had quite a bit of political turmoil in that time, so it's not an invincible enemy like England. In that case, it's a relief. At the Battle of Veracruz, which could be said to be the core of the Pastry War, the forces France mobilized were 5 frigates with 40 to 60 guns and 9 corvettes with 24 guns. At that time, France also had 10 to 20 ships of the line, but could not send them for fear of provoking England. Although it had the second largest navy in the world, the difference with England, which was the first, was enormous. In the end, the key will be to persuade England well. The new liner returned to the port of Veracruz without incident after successfully completing its test voyage. Over the past year and a half, while dealing with various companies I owned, ongoing civil works, universities and the Navy, there were 2 matters I focused on: banknote circulation and an investment company. Why, oh your majesty, it seems that the use of banknotes has now become widespread to a certain extent even in the provinces. There are hardly any people left who do not trust the banknotes given as wages and exchange them for gold as before. Diego said. This was not something he had investigated directly, but he was transmitting to me the results of my request to the Ministry of Finance for the central bank to verify whether the banknotes were circulating well in the society of the Mexican Empire. If they have begun to establish themselves up to this point, there is no need for special concern. We also started paying the salaries of government officials and employees of my companies entirely in cash. Merchants who did not own my shops and who were not familiar with the banknotes did not trust them, but when they confirmed that they could exchange them for gold, they began to accept them with confidence. This was evidence that the government's financial credibility was high. Yes, silver coins are still used for low-value products such as food, but for transactions of more than 5 pesos, bags of silver coins are no longer given and are counted one by one as before. So we don't have to worry about the circulation of banknotes itself. We just have to keep an eye on inflation. The government, which had bought gold with naval bonds and issued 40 million pesos in banknotes, experiencing enormous profits from seigniorage and money multiplier effects, attempted to use the entire 1837 budget to buy gold and issue currency, but the governor of the central bank and I barely managed to dissuade them. Yes, they realize that not everything is good just because there is a lot of money to spend. As Diego said, having a lot of money is not always a good thing. It is good that the government has a big budget, but since colonization, industrialization and territorial development are already taking place simultaneously throughout the country, even if the government releases more budget, there is no real manpower to work, only inflation and wage increases would be encouraged. Even though there is money, it cannot be spent. That is. My father and the Minister of Finance were quite disappointed, but in the end they understood our concerns, those of the Governor of the Central Bank and mine. With the 6 million pesos I received from the sale of gold, I founded a new company called Reincarnated. It is a company in which I own 100% of the shares, and, although it is intended to invest and manage my assets, for now I have instructed it to act as a kind of venture capital. If we also develop well the industries that I have overlooked or that are too small for me to handle directly, the economy can be strengthened. Just as I thought of businesses like canned goods or cola a bit late, I can't take care of everything. But if someone brings a detailed proposal of a business they want to start, it's not difficult for me to judge whether that business will be a great success in the future, whether it will be average, or whether it will fail. After carrying out a large advertising campaign in newspapers throughout the Mexican Empire, hundreds of business proposals arrived in just 1 month, and since then we were making 1 to 5 investments per week. 10 proposals after filtering and filtering. This week there are especially many. It wasn't a month's work, but a week's work. Although I decided that I would make the final decision personally, after checking whether the person who wanted to do the business was a scammer or a criminal, ruling out unrealistic or small-scale businesses, and filtering through interviews with those in charge, 10 proposals remained. Yes, Your Majesty, but all of them are proposals that have gone through an exhaustive verification process, said the Reincarnated employee who brought the documents to my office this morning. I understand. I'll take my time to review them. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Let's see. A travel agency? Already in this era? The entrepreneur was asking for an investment of 500 pesos, which was not a very high amount. Some idiots asked for tens of thousands of pesos from the start, so this was a very realistic amount. Most investments were in the range of hundreds to thousands of pesos, but sometimes it was decided to invest sums of tens of thousands, in cases where the founder had technical skills and experience in that field, and the business required a large capital, but could generate large profits. In such cases, in exchange for the large investment, half or more of the shares were acquired. Well, since the railways have been extended to the far reaches of the territory and public safety has been stabilized, there is no reason not to have a travel agency. I passed with flying colors. In addition to the travel agency, there was someone with a really unusual background. He was Swiss. He wanted to start a mechanical watch business, and after some research, it turned out that he really had the skills. If he is in the watch industry, he must be from a Huguenot, Protestant, family that emigrated to Switzerland to escape religious persecution in France, but now wants to come to the Mexican Empire, which is Catholic, to do business. He had instructed immigration companies in the UK, US, and South America to advertise to attract skilled people to come to the Mexican Empire to do business, but most of the actual applicants were from Catholic countries similar to the original immigrants. It was doubtful, because the Swiss had almost never emigrated before, but the documents said their abilities had been thoroughly verified. Well, yes, he certainly has the skills. I can hear his life story later. Who knows if we could create a watch industry in our Mexican Empire. Tack. This time I also stamped the seal of approval. Your Majesty, the British ambassador, Mr. Richard Pakenham, has arrived. While he was working, time had passed. Although the Mexican Empire had not collapsed, the British ambassador had been replaced just like in the original story, and he was the person who had mediated between Mexico and France in their war in the original story. All English people of this era are like that, but he is someone truly dedicated to containing France. Even though Mexico was being unilaterally bombarded by France in Veracruz and had no power to counterattack, the fact that it was settled with only 600,000 pesos in indemnity was largely due to the influence of England. I told him to let him in, and he soon entered my office. Chapter 81, Central Bank and the Navy. 8. King Charles X of France, while implementing conservative policies and suppressing citizen discontent by training private soldiers with money received from Mexico, discovered that citizen discontent could not be handled with money alone. Although citizens were temporarily intimidated by the sight of fierce private soldiers armed with state-of-the-art equipment, their long-suppressed discontent finally boiled over, leading to a massive popular uprising. In the September Revolution of 1831 in France, Charles X abdicated and Louis Philippe, the citizen king roi citoyen, ascended to the throne. True to his title of citizen king, he adopted more liberal and people-centered political methods, emerging from the period of confusion following Napoleon, and achieving political stability and economic growth. You say that the money sent by those damn Mexicans has decreased? Louis Philippe asked François Guizot, France's current foreign minister. The money sent from Mexico was important to France, as it significantly helped the government's finances, and contributed to increasing the military budget, and restoring public order. France was gradually regaining its influence, and extending its reach to several countries, but there was no country as exploitable as Mexico. Yes, Your Majesty. Since we adjusted the amount Mexico sent us last time, the sum they send has been gradually decreasing, and now they don't even pay all the interest and only pretend to do so. These funds were also important to Louis Philippe and his entourage, as they obtained hidden resources by slightly adjusting the amount sent from Mexico. TSK. Those guys have become arrogant, just because they defeated Spain. It seems that the time has come to teach them a lesson. If all their ports burn, they will know their place. Apparently they are unhappy with the adjustment, but Louis Philippe and the French politicians have no intention of letting this go. Will England not intervene? During the Spanish era, they also supported Mexico, and later signed a non-aggression treaty. In addition, the trade volume between the two countries is large. No, England would never allow a full-scale invasion, but it is likely that it will turn a blind eye if we teach them a little lesson and force them to pay their debts. In this matter, we are in the same position as creditor countries. England would rather join France in punishing them than tolerate Mexico's refusal to pay its debts. François Guizot nodded, as if he understood, and said, then it would be better to let the amount grow sufficiently. The debt grows with compound interest anyway. If we say it is so, then it is so. That was the thinking. Yes, we must collect the debt accumulated so far, and, in addition, a generous war indemnity. If the Mexican government has so many estates, if they are short of money, we can have them hand over those properties to us, and that will be enough. Louis Philippe smiled without hiding his greed as he spoke. Finally, when the back and forth negotiations ended, British Ambassador Richard Pakenham said, "It has been a pleasant conversation. Then I will be leaving, Your Majesty. Be careful on your way." I felt a sense of exhaustion as I said goodbye. That we had to negotiate so much just to get this done. It's not that I'm asking for help to fight France at some point. It's not time to fight yet, and it's a request England would never grant. We have now practically paid off all the debts. You have worked hard, Your Majesty. Seeing me tired, Diego brought some refreshments and said, I didn't know it would be so difficult to pay the money. The negotiation I had with the British ambassador was precisely so that our Mexican empire could fully pay the debt we had with England. Do you think paying the money is good from the creditor's perspective? That only applies when it comes to a common creditor. I've heard of loan sharks playing tricks to avoid getting their money, but for a country that calls itself the most powerful nation in the world to do something so mean, I never thought we would have to beg them to accept our money. And we are not even paying in paper money, but in silver coins like before. Diego also showed a puzzled expression. I guess they wanted to keep the advantage as creditors. After the government's finances became abundant thanks to the issuance of currency, we were buying silver coins on the market and paying off debts to the United States and England. We continued to pay the principal and interest steadily as before, but ships sent to England continued to be turned away at the ports. At first we believed the excuses England gave, but over time we realized that this was not the case. They did not want us to pay our debts, and were deliberately returning our ships. Well, I guess they never imagined that a country would emerge that could pay off such a huge debt. The era of full-blown imperialism has not yet arrived, and we are only at its beginning. But have not the powers always imposed absurd injustices on the weaker nations? It was common for great powers such as England and France, and even European countries, that were not so powerful, to try to obtain greater benefits, by burdening various nations of the world with irrational debts under absurd pretexts. Still, isn't it better than France? Those guys take the money and still rip us off, by saying there's something missing. It is sadder than that. But I'm convinced that, if we surrender to the French, we will really experience hell. Although England is quite dishonest, at least it does not extort us openly like France. Its interest rates are absurdly high, but the problem is that, if we tolerate its open extortion, while trying to pay the principal and interest in good faith, we do not know how far it will go. The problem is not the extortion itself. The problem is, that they make no secret of the fact, that they have no intention of letting us go. If we try to pay large sums without further ado, it will only increase the amount they take from us. So, do you plan to continue not paying, as you have been doing now? The debt we owe France still amounts to 10 million pesos. With compound interest, it has surely increased much more by now. I have no intention of paying this debt. That's right. Not only I, but also my father and the Minister of Finance have come to the same conclusion. In order to avoid further humiliation, we have no choice but to strengthen our power. If we add up all the money we have to pay to France, it will be at least 20 million pesos at least. How many ships of the line could we build with that money? It is better to use it to expand our fleet and fight. Not only will we eliminate the debt, but we will also get our own back. With that determination, I stood up to report the results. So, the negotiations went well. When I arrived at the office, my father asked me, as if he had been expecting me. He knew that I would be meeting the British ambassador in person today. Yes, we finally agreed on 7 million pesos. There was a brief silence. Could it be that my hearing is failing because of my age? Didn't you say before that there was only 3 million pesos left in debt? My father asked again, as if he wanted to deny what he had just heard. From England's perspective, they may think that by accepting the money and ending the debt relationship, they have done us a favor as a neighboring country. They know well that our naval power has recently increased, so they have probably made a long-term choice. They accept 7 million instead of 3, more than double, and that is doing them a favor? My father instantly understood the frustration and injustice he had felt during the last 2 hours of negotiations. From the English point of view, I suppose it is so. Well, at least it's all over now, and it's better than the French. I guess we should feel lucky that at least the US accepted the principal and interest without any problems and the debt was settled. The United States, surprisingly, ended the debt relationship without any problems. Since we share a direct border and they are in the middle of a war with the natives, it would not be in their interest to enter into conflict with us. Accepting reality, my father said, so, are you going to carry out what you mentioned before, the population census? Yes, we cannot resolve the French issue now. It is time to focus on internal affairs and strengthen our army. We will not fight France immediately. In fact, the later the better. Our fleet is only just beginning to expand, and shipyards and technicians are still increasing. As long as the government has enough money, the fleet will continue to grow, and officers and sailors will continue to train and gain experience. Of course, it would be nice to know how many people there are in the Mexican Empire, but we already know approximately, don't we? Every church keeps records. That's true. Just like in Europe, our Mexican Empire inherited Spanish culture, and the church plays an important role as a record archive. Important events such as births, marriages, and deaths are recorded in the church, and until now, population censuses were nothing more than a compilation of these records. I want more detailed information than that. The data the church has does not include information about immigrants from the United States, Europe, and South America, nor about the regions of Central America that were united after independence, the growth of independent farmers in the north, the natives who decided to become subjects of the Mexican Empire, and also the natives who are not registered in the church. After understanding all these people, our government must manage them in an integrated manner. It would be nice if it could be done, but it doesn't seem like an easy task. There will also be those who argue whether there are enough benefits to do something so laborious. The population census is not something that Parliament or the Church will vehemently oppose, but it is not something that they are enthusiastic about either. They will probably put up obstacles, but we must insist. Yes, it won't be easy, and it will cost a lot of money, but the benefits are enough. Once we have this information, it will be useful in establishing various development policies and plans, and above all, we will be able to collect taxes more efficiently. From our point of view, it can also serve to transfer some functions from the church to the government. As leaders of a country, it is really frustrating to have to manage without knowing exactly how many people there are. Although the population of our Mexican empire is not enormously large, considering our vast territory, it will take a lot of time and money. Until now I had not dared to do it, but with the expansion of the railroad, it has become much easier, and since the government has money, we should take advantage of this opportunity. We must squeeze out every last drop of manpower. My father nodded at my persuasion. That's fine. It's not that we are short of money, and if it's for the benefit of the country, it wouldn't be a bad idea to do so. I'm also curious about the population. This is something we can push through an administrative order without the need for legislation, and we have enough reasons from the government's perspective, so we can implement it immediately. My father's approval was granted. Although it is not possible to conduct a completely accurate population census as in the modern era, if we invest enough manpower and money, we can obtain useful results. Since we are doing research, we should collect not only the population distribution, but also age, gender, race and occupational groups. We will obtain the most accurate information on the population structure compared to any other country of this time. This information can be of great help for the comprehensive management of the country. I'm looking forward to it. If there is still labor that is being used inefficiently, we must squeeze out every last drop. Chapter 82, The Oil Industry and the Population Census. 1. September 1837. If we conduct the survey and collect the population of the area, wouldn't it be good to also investigate the security situation and the industrial situation in that region? That would take longer. Are you okay with that? We will send more personnel accordingly. In that case, I don't see any problem. I was personally leading the population census project. At first, it was more like passing on my requirements as a client, but gradually I became more involved and got to the point of proactively drafting the overall plan. Some may wonder whether a crown prince like me has to personally deal with such minor details, but I have learned something through my experiences so far. This is the fastest and most efficient way. The result of the work depends not only on the skill and diligence of the person performing it, but also on how specifically and in detail the superior has assigned the task. If I give vague orders without thinking deeply about what I want, we might face terrible mistakes and end up having to redo everything. Is the recruitment of pollsters going well? The official who was planning the census with me answered my question. We are still only halfway to our goal. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It can't be helped. There is no easy solution to the manpower problem. Furthermore, we cannot offer high salaries. Since several private companies are in intense competition for hiring, it would be problematic if a government project would lead to a salary increase. Still, if it's half, it means we've gathered 2,000 people. Yes, we hope to complete the hiring within a month. The population census is conducted by the government, but we cannot send all civil servants as census takers, as it is a task that requires a large number of personnel. I calculated how much manpower we would need to census our entire Mexican empire. Although the population is small, the territory is 50 times the size of South Korea. In the modern era, we could more or less know where the villages are and just visit those places, but in this day and age, that is not the case. We have to go all over the territory to get accurate numbers. We can mobilize central and local government officials, but we cannot get everyone to leave their regular duties to do the census. That's why it's essential to hire separate interviewers. The problem is scale. Even if we hire 500 people, it would be like assigning only 10 people to an area the size of South Korea. If we give them enough time, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would be problematic if it drags on too long. I would not have population data for 1837, but rather for between 1837 and 1839. My target time frame is 1 year at the most. To complete the work in that time, we need at least 4,000 interviewers. Once we do that, it will be much easier in the future, but this first census will really be a massive undertaking. Ensure that interviewers receive thorough training, so that they do not collect data incorrectly or work carelessly. Yes, Your Highness. A month later, in November 1837, after the recruitment and training were completed, the first population census of the Mexican Empire finally began. Now we just have to wait. The population should be at least 10 million. By my estimates, it's probably around 10 million, but I won't know until I verify the results. To win the inevitable wars against our current enemy, France, and our future enemy, the United States, population is as important as economic strength. The reason I decided to face France is because it is on another continent. If it were the same one, I wouldn't have dreamed of it. If France were our neighbor, it would crush us immediately. At this time, they have a population of 30 to 40 million. The United States is a more manageable adversary. In my previous life, during the Mexican-American War, Mexico had a population of 7.6 million and the United States had 21 million. My goal is to reduce this huge gap to less than 5 million before the war. Once the census began, I boarded the train to Morelia. He was going to personally check on the status of Imperial University, which was recruiting students ahead of its opening ceremony in March next year. It has been 2 years and 6 months since construction began, and we are now preparing for the opening with only a portion of the university built as originally planned, not the entire campus. Your Highness, according to the report of the president of the shipbuilding company, Mr. Erickson, the construction of 2 monitor-type ships will be completed within 4 months. It seems that they have overcome the technical problems well. Yes, and they have also immediately begun construction of another ship of the line in the dock, where one was previously completed. Diego informed me about the progress of the construction of warships during the train ride to Morelia. It seems that thanks to our abundant budget, the shipyards are operating without rest. Yes, and this time, with the accumulated experience, they say it will be faster than before. It was already surprising that it took them less than 2 years to build a liner, but the fact that they could do it even faster is astonishing productivity. I will soon have to send a bonus to the naval engineers and the workers. Talking about several pending matters, we arrived at Morelia. The university, run by Damian, the chief architect of Ortega Constructions, was imposing from its main door. As you indicated, Your Highness, we have achieved a balance between grandeur and delicacy. Damian, who had come to greet me, said. The main entrance to the Imperial University of Mexico was composed of 2 tall and majestic stone towers, between which extended a finely carved arch. The towers and arch featured characteristics of the neo-Gothic style, combining classical elegance with modern sophistication that reflected my ideas. On each side of the towers, delicate sculptures and patterns had been carved, and on either side of the main entrance stood meticulously sculpted stone statues. The front door looks like a work of art. It's a relief to hear that from you. Let's also look at the buildings inside. Yes, as planned, we have completed 4 buildings, the Faculty of Engineering, the dormitories, the chapel and the library. The rest are now in the initial phase of construction. As he said, the campus was not yet beautified, and on the spacious university grounds, where several buildings were under construction, I could see the 4 buildings I had designed myself. Well, although construction will continue, be sure to pay attention to the movements and safety of the students who will enter next year. Yes, we have already established a plan to change work routes. Recruitment of students for the Imperial University was in full swing. Although there were no restrictions on admission requirements, all applicants were young people from families with the necessary level to be eligible to vote. This was due to the high tuition fees. I would like to reduce tuition fees or offer generous scholarships, but that would also meet with a lot of opposition. Even if tuition fees were low, those not from the upper class would not have the luxury of spending 4 years studying, so it would not have much of an effect. The reality for most of the population at this time, it is necessary to work 1 more day to earn money. Following his guidance, I walked from the central library to the Faculty of Engineering, the chapel and the dormitories, and seeing them in person, I felt again the excitement I experienced when designing them. Although the architectural style was the same, the buildings designed according to each one's purpose and characteristics were like works of art. Future students who will attend this university will be lucky. I would like to attend it myself. I visited the university with 90% expectations and 10% worries, but it seems like there is nothing else to worry about. Damien, you've done a great job. Keep up the good work. I will do my best, Your Highness. I encouraged Damien and the architects and left Morelia. November 1837. Tongue. Across the vast plains of Texas, the rumble of drilling equipment echoed. Under the burning sun, I stood beneath a huge metal structure, watching the majestic movement of that machine. At the top of the derrick, a heavy drill bit hung from a cable. Following the rhythm of the steam engine, it was slowly raised upwards, and then suddenly dropped back to the ground. Tongue. Every time the drill bit hit the ground, a sound like thunder reverberated around, and the vibrations were felt all the way to the tips of my toes. It's not a very efficient team, after all. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of mechanical movements, the noise of moving cables and pulley systems, and the constant roar of steam engines echoed incessantly. Your Highness, it's dangerous if you get too close. Armando Pena, a Minamora executive who had seen me, exclaimed. He was in charge of the new oil exploration project at Minamora. Don't worry, I won't come any closer. After the drill bit hit the ground several times, the equipment would stop momentarily, and workers would remove rock fragments from the drill hole. Armando gave instructions to continue the work and approached me. Your Highness, you have come. I see there's no news yet. Yes. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. I already said from the beginning that it wouldn't be easy to find him. Just keep exploring steadily. It was enough that he silently carried out my order to search for something like oil, about which he knew almost nothing. If I had known this would be the case, I would have researched some oil deposit maps. If I had known beforehand, like in the California gold rush, I wouldn't have to go through these hardships. But how could I have predicted that I would end up being reincarnated like this? Since he had Texas, which was known for its oil, he was trying to develop the oil industry a little bit early, because the oil industry in its early days did not require very advanced technology. In fact, the American who in my previous life managed to drill for oil for the first time in 1859 also used a drilling rig similar to the one I have built now. It is a device that uses steam power in a metal tower to raise a heavy metal drill bit by cables and drop it repeatedly. Still, it's been a year now and there have been no results. I'm really sorry. He apologized to me, fidgeting as if he had committed a sin. I'm telling you it's not your fault. It's a job that normally takes a long time. For me, who knows what oil is, and how difficult it is to extract it, it was a natural thing. But Armando, who knew nothing, seemed to think that he was failing to properly fulfill the task assigned to him by the Crown Prince, who is known for never having failed. Spending all day drilling into the ground waiting for black liquid to come out, it's only natural to feel frustrated. But I can't give up. The benefits of dominating the oil industry are too great. Kerosene and gasoline will also be quite profitable products, but that is not the main thing. What is important is the overall development of the industry that will bring oil as a highly efficient source of energy. Of all, the most important is the internal combustion engine. It is the next generation propulsion technology that will replace the steam engine and eventually make it obsolete in most fields. The internal combustion engine, when first invented, had no relation to petroleum, but it began to be widely used after the development of the petroleum industry. Don't worry too much about time. If we keep searching constantly, like we have been doing, we will find it one day. It's true that there is oil in many areas of Texas, but we are not drilling without a plan just relying on that. We were making progress in exploration by finding specific areas where oil is seeping, taking samples and comparing them. Yes, I will not give up and will continue to try hard. I encouraged Armando and the workers and gave out rewards. Without a solid foundation, I had a feeling it wouldn't take long. Isn't the soil of this land already filled with oil? I even had the illusion of smelling oil somewhere. Chapter 83, The Oil Industry and the Population Census. 2. February 1838. As usual, while working in the office of the Imperial Palace, Digo came to report on the progress of various matters. It was the news that many of the seeds we had planted were bearing fruit. Isn't it weird to get 3 pieces of good news at once? That is to say, this month will see the opening and entrance ceremony of the Imperial University, the launching ceremony of the monitorship, and the completion ceremonies of the 3rd shipyard in Cuba and the 4th shipyard on the Yucatan Peninsula. All of these were projects that had been invested in for several years. Yes, Your Highness. It seems that due to time constraints, you will only be able to attend one place. The locations are far apart: Morelia, Veracruz, Cuba, and the Yucatan Peninsula. For your information, Your Majesty will be attending the opening and entrance ceremony of the Imperial University. Is that so? Wow, I was planning to go to college too. I had already seen many shipyards, so they were not very interesting to me, and although I wanted to see the world's first monitoring ship, it did not appeal to me as much as the university. Although I had visited once just after its completion, since it is an opening and entrance ceremony attended by the Emperor himself, they must have decorated the campus splendidly. After thinking for a moment, I said, we will send my younger brothers to the monitorship and to the shipyards. It's a bit strange that no member of the Imperial family attends such significant events. My younger siblings are already old enough to start working, so it's time to get them to do something. Yes, I will convey it like that. Although the overall construction was still far from finished, they had beautifully decorated the completed buildings and the routes between them. The expressions of the students who saw the university for the first time were all positive, and rightly so. Seeing the beautiful campus full of huge and majestic buildings would make anyone excited, even me if I were a student. Also, isn't this the university that will become the most prestigious in the Mexican Empire? It seems that all the new students have gathered. Yes, it looks like it will start soon. I had arrived a little early and was exploring, and before I knew it, it was time for the opening and entrance ceremonies to begin. Among the students there were several groups other than the children of the landowning class of the Mexican Empire. This was a result of my intervention. The children of my company's managers and executives, as well as those of the foreign engineers and professors we had brought in, made up half of the class. This was possible because in this first class there was only the engineering faculty, and engineering was not very popular among the landed class. It is fortunate that we managed to fill all the teaching positions before the start of the semester, Your Highness. That's right, it wasn't easy. In the end, we had to send my company's engineers as teachers, reluctantly. Yes, it is a shame, but since they can continue their research at the university, we should consider it a choice for the future. The engineering faculty starts with 8 majors: mechanical engineering, civil engineering, mining engineering, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, marine engineering, military engineering and metallurgical engineering. This may seem like a small number, but this was also a result of my pushing to include as many as possible. Because many of the specialties present in modern engineering faculties had not yet emerged as academic fields, and for disciplines like electricity, which had only just begun, it was really difficult to find teachers. There were people, both in the country and in the United States and Europe, who could teach mechanical, civil, mining, marine and military engineering, so it was relatively easy to find teachers, but it was really difficult to recruit teachers from Europe to teach electrical and metallurgical engineering. Those who had established themselves to a certain extent in their countries did not want to come to the Mexican Empire, even if we offered a lot of money, so we had no choice but to bring PhD students who had not yet established themselves. The civil engineering department also included general architecture, which was common in Europe and America even in modern times in my previous life, and there was also a gradual movement toward integration in Korea, so it was not particularly unusual. In this field, Ortega Construction's architects were familiar with the most advanced construction methods and technologies in the world, so I recruited from my own company, rather than hiring outsiders. Your Highness, as you mentioned before, we talked to the chemistry teachers about the research project on oil refining technology, and the response was more positive than expected. Oh, yeah? That's lucky. then proceed to draft the contracts quickly. Yes, understood. Like modern university professors, college professors of this era also conduct personal research in addition to teaching students. However, they are generally more focused on pursuing personal interests and academic curiosity, rather than conducting specific research projects commissioned by the government or businesses. So I had to go talk to the chemistry teachers about the research project and observe their reactions, and perhaps because we offered a lot of money, their responses were more positive than expected. Well, the early oil industry doesn't require such advanced refining technology anyway. First, we will show them the data on the distillation apparatus we have designed, and propose a research contract to improve it, so that we can extract more diverse products more efficiently. So, we need to include confidentiality clauses in the contract as well. Exactly. Since we are providing all the funding for the research, the results must belong to the company. We can offer incentives, of course. Yes, understood. In the early oil industry, refining was simply a process of heating oil to a specific temperature to vaporize it, then collecting and condensing it again. Even with this level of technology, it was possible to produce products such as kerosene, gasoline, and paraffin wax depending on the temperature. Among these, gasoline was often discarded because it had no uses before the invention of the internal combustion engine, and paraffin wax had limited applications such as in candles or basic waterproof coatings. Despite this, the oil industry was very profitable from the beginning because there was one product that really made money: kerosene. At that time, the mere fact that it was oil was already a great advantage. The desire to light up in the dark existed then as it does now, but traditional lighting fuels such as animal fats, whale oil, beeswax and various vegetable oils were incredibly expensive due to their low yield. In this situation, kerosene, the first oil that could be mass-produced, became a tremendous success, popularizing the act of lighting up the night, which had previously been exclusive to the rig. Although the extraction and refining process of oil was not very efficient and production costs were not low, it was able to register enormous profitability because it was much cheaper than oils extracted from animals and plants. The reverse contrast effect is a scary thing. Until then, people had lived perfectly well without lighting the night, but the moment they bought and used kerosene once, it would become uncomfortable to be without it. Although it would be difficult for ordinary people to use it on a daily basis, it would be common for them to buy it with the excuse of having it for emergency situations and end up using it. June 1838. The French Ministry of Foreign Affairs officially demanded that the Mexican Empire pay the accumulated debt of 20 million pesos. Does it make sense that the debt has increased from 10 million to 20 million pesos in just 2 years? Please reveal the exact accounting books. The Mexican ambassador asked with a puzzled expression, but French Foreign Minister François Guizot dismissed him with a cheeky face. Are you suggesting that France has committed fraud? It was not a conversation, but an attitude of wanting to openly fight. Faced with this attitude, that lacked even the most basic courtesy, not to mention diplomacy, the Mexican ambassador responded according to the instructions received from his country. Our Mexican Empire has already paid the money borrowed from France and the corresponding interest at the rate stipulated in the contract, so we cannot recognize the existence of said debt. Foolishness. Faced with the unexpected and disconcerting response from the Mexican ambassador, Minister François let out an exclamation without realizing it. After taking a deep breath, he pressed the ambassador again in a calm voice. They seem to trust England and act like this, but do they think England will tolerate them not paying their debts? Rather, they might take our side. Well, it seems you are misinformed. Our Mexican Empire has already paid all its debts to the United Kingdom, and resolved our debt relationship more than a year ago. What? That can't be true. It's a lie. There's no way England would have allowed them to pay their debts so easily. However, the Mexican ambassador remained calm. You can confirm this directly with the British authorities. The Mexican ambassador maintained a calm expression even in a situation where a great power like France was putting pressure on him. François Guizot stared at him, gave a cursory salute, and left the room. Without going through his office, he went directly to the British embassy, but the English once again betrayed his expectations. They say they accepted only 7 million pesos. to settle the entire debt. But why? And having settled their debt relationship with England for more than double the amount, why do they refuse to pay us, France? After hearing the British's deeds, Francois Guizot was initially bewildered and full of doubts, but gradually anger began to rise. Are they looking down on us, France? If you are thinking of using military force against Mexico, then abandon that idea. Our United Kingdom will not allow it. The British ambassador, seeing him suddenly arrive asking about the debt relationship with Mexico and becoming furious, realized France's intentions and issued an immediate warning. It was a way of telling him not to act recklessly. Are you saying that England is willing to risk war for Mexico? It may or may not be. But don't forget that our United Kingdom is opposed to it. The United Kingdom had no intention of risking a war with France over Mexico, but prestige was what mattered. Mexico was not a very important country for England, but it had shown submission first, and had some use as a nation that could contain the United States and North America. Allowing France to attack Mexico and profit from it would damage Britain's prestige. With that fact alone, the United Kingdom could warn France. That is something France will decide. Francois Guizot said this, and left the embassy, but he could not ignore England. He went straight to inform Louis Philippe. So there was a reason why those Mexicans were acting so boldly. For Louis Philippe, who had been waiting to extort money from Mexico, this news was like a bucket of cold water. Yes, Your Majesty. I'm sorry. No, there is no need to apologize. One day, when England is unable to protect Mexico, Mexico will pay the price. Yes, those pirates will soon go to war. We should take advantage of that moment. Louis Philippe thought that if they waited, the opportunity would come, and they could even collect the accrued interest. As news that France had officially demanded payment of a huge sum of debt spread through the media, the Mexican Empire was in turmoil. Wasn't that something we were expecting? More importantly, what else did they say? They have reported that they have finally managed to drill for oil in Texas. Diego said. What? That's the first thing you should have mentioned. Let's go immediately. It is the result of having thrown a huge amount of money on the ground for 20 months. The work period exceeded a year and a half, and it was clear that the workers' morale was at rock bottom. They had been ordered to dig for a black liquid they had never seen before, and since they found nothing, how desperate must they have felt. I immediately boarded the train bound for Texas. Chapter 84, The Oil Industry and the Population Census. 3. Carlos, a mestizo census taker of the Mexican Empire, was assigned to the southern region of the empire, in Central America. Clack 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 clack. I was a little worried when I heard we were assigned to the southernmost tip of the south, but at least the railroad goes there. A fellow census taker tried to say something positive to ease the awkward atmosphere among team members after the assignment, but the reaction was not very good. One colleague was in a bad mood. And what's the point? The railroad doesn't even reach Costa Rica. What a negative guy. There are people who have to go much further than us. To get to Northern California, one had to travel about 3,000 kilometers, and it was said that the railroad only reached Southern California. How worried he had been when he heard that. Although it was not as far as Northern California, the assigned location was also far away. From Mexico City to the southern tip of the Mexican Empire, the border with Costa Rica, there is a distance of about 1,900 kilometers, and the railroad only reached as far north as Nicaragua. That meant they would have to travel a considerable distance on horseback. However, Carlos did not see it as so bad. We get paid based on hours worked anyway, so it's not necessarily a good idea to finish quickly and rest. Thus, the teammates, the soldiers who acted as escorts and the official who was the leader of the group, totaling 15 people, arrived in Costa Rica. So this is Costa Rica. Yes, it is one of the several regions of Central America that were united just after Mexico's independence. After marveling like tourists, the team members who had visited the local administration to request cooperation dispersed into groups of 2 or 3 and began the investigation in earnest. Carlos, along with another companion and 2 escort soldiers, began to move on horseback towards the border town. He got along quite well with his partner, as only he and Carlos had requested to go to the border, which meant they had similar personalities. Do my eyes deceive me? They had been painstakingly traversing from the top of the empire's southern border to the south. Up until now, perhaps because it was the border, the population was extremely sparse. Although they were worried about bandits or criminals, since there were only 4 people, they hadn't even encountered such criminals due to the lack of people. There had been no need to draw the 2 revolver pistols that had been issued to each soldier, and the leather armor and short sword that had been issued to the census takers as self-defense equipment had long since been hanging on the horse's saddle. 5 months had passed since then. NOW. That I think about it, I feel like I'm seeing an illusion too. They had heard about the border town of Paso Canos, located roughly in the middle of the border line, from local officials in San Jose, the regional capital, but had only been described as a border town. This isn't it bigger than St. Joseph? The city had the typical appearance of a Mexican city, with Spanish colonial style and a touch of local indigenous features, but the problem was its scale. That's right. Just by the size of the city center, it must have about 15,000 inhabitants, his companion replied. Even the soldiers who had been with them during this time joined in the conversation, surprised. I have not heard of a city this large on the border. The truth about the size of this city was soon revealed. Are you telling me that all these people have come from Colombia? That's right. About 4/5 are of Colombian origin. To Colos's question, the local official replied, he was also an immigrant from Colombia and became a local official of the Mexican Empire because he could read and write in Spanish. Now the situation was a little different, as there were more and more people who knew Spanish, but until 5 years ago, if you knew Spanish and basic mathematics, you could become a civil servant. Why have so many people come to Mexico? Everyone knew that the Mexican Empire had a policy of welcoming immigrants, but as far as Carlos knew, immigration companies in South America recruited immigrants, shipped them to the port of Veracruz, and then, from the immigration office there, sent them to various parts of the Mexican Empire. But suddenly there are more than 10,000 immigrants in a border town. The collapse of Gran Colombia was a big factor. We too had hope right after independence, just like Mexico. We had a leader named Simon Bolivar, and we dreamed of a great federation like the United States. He began to reminisce about the past, and talk at length about the history since Colombia's independence. Although most of it was unnecessary information, Carlos exercised patience, and listened to it all. An outstanding leader, Simón Bolívar, who in 1819, 3 years before Mexico, declared independence from Spain, a vast region in northern South America, and his Gran Colombia dreamed of a great federation like the United States. Simón Bolívar attempted to centralize power, to normalize the fragmented states after independence, but local powers resisted centralization, advocating not only decentralization, but even regional separation, leading to conflict between the central and local governments. In this situation, economic difficulties, social instability and external interference that did not want another country like the United States to emerge, led Gran Colombia down the path of destruction. After the dissolution, the situation did not improve much. No, actually things became more and more chaotic, and rumors spread that the Mexican Empire, which spoke the same Spanish, was a good place to live. It was a very tempting rumor for people living near the Mexican Empire. Over time, when those rumors were confirmed to be true, people began to flock there. I see, so that's the situation. It seems that in South America there are no talented people like His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince of our Mexican Empire. Well, there are not many like them. Carlos briefly evaluated the extensive history of Gran Colombia. But are there enough jobs for 15,000 people to live in this city? Carlos asked the question that intrigued him. Most of them make a living from trade. Colombia lacks everything, so everything we sell here sells well. Also, recently some landowners have set up factories here and hired Colombians, so there are enough jobs. Although it is at the southern edge of the empire, Costa Rica has also changed as the Mexican Empire stabilized and developed. From soon after independence, officials were sent to establish an administrative network, state governors and judges were assigned, and generous budgets were provided to local governments. Security, which was initially a disaster, gradually improved, and mechanized harvesting of several crops was introduced. A branch of Rice Express was established and traders arrived. It is said that, although most of the Colombians who crossed into Mexico went further north, many stayed in this city. But aren't they people who crossed the border and settled here without going through an official immigration agency? Can we just leave them like that? Carlos's partner asked accusingly. Although the man in front of them had been formally hired as a civil servant, the others were not. From the perspective of conducting a census, it was difficult to know how to handle this. WELL, the local government in Costa Rica has ordered that immigration is allowed as long as they respect Mexican laws and pay their taxes correctly. The central government's policy is also that the more immigrants, the better, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? Even so, proceeding with immigration without permission from the central government, we will have to report this to the center and wait for its decision. The official who had come from Colombia tried to leave it at that, but Carlos spoke firmly. Fortunately, with Rice Express, they could send a letter immediately. Carlos decided to temporarily suspend the investigation. Extradition. On the train heading to Texas following the news of successful oil drilling, a boy was walking through the cars selling newspapers. Is it about France? At my question, Diego, who had bought a copy of the newspaper, opened it. Yes, Your Highness. It's about France. Although he could control the information about the fact that France had officially demanded payment of a huge debt, he did not do so. It was for strategic reasons. Although he had guards, he had not reserved the entire carriage, so there were other passengers, and whispers could be heard. How is it possible that a debt of 10 million pesos becomes 20 million in just 2 years? The young man who had bought the newspaper burst into indignation upon hearing the word extradition. Even with compound interest, it is unconscionable usury. He is worse than a loan shark. His companion also nodded. No, nowadays even usurers don't do that. Since the central bank was established, there have been various financial regulations. Ah, that's right, I forgot. Even a loan shark who lends at the maximum interest rate allowed wouldn't go that far. True. It's criminal usury. Those Frenchmen are acting like thugs. Yes, this was exactly the reaction I wanted. There will be war in the end, so our people must be aware to some extent. If they suddenly saw an article saying that war had been declared on us, they would be in shock and panic. Since the article had been written in a tone critical of France, regardless of the political affiliation of the outlet, any patriot would feel outraged. However, there were also side effects. Not everyone reacted only with anger. But what will we do if France really starts a war? Even if they lose to England, they are much stronger than us, aren't they? At his companion's fearful words, the young man who had shown indignation became troubled, but pointed to the end of the article and said, look, it says here that because of England's presence, France cannot act recklessly. Besides, we have paid off all the debts we owe England, so France will not be able to start a war. Is that so? Most citizens, as the media had intended, were outraged by France's atrocities, but there were also quite a few who were uneasy. It's reasonable to feel uneasy. I had already made up my mind to confront France, and plans for that were progressing smoothly, so I didn't feel particularly anxious, but the citizens might feel that way. After they got off, another day passed, and I arrived in Texas. The oil drilling site in Texas. Initial work has already begun. Yes, Your Highness. Since everything was already planned and all the materials were prepared, we proceeded immediately with the construction. Armando replied. I was not able to witness the typical scene one imagines when drilling for oil successfully, with black water gushing into the sky. This was because, while the messenger Armando sent me was heading to Mexico City and I, after receiving the report, was traveling to Texas, they had already completed the initial treatment. You've worked very hard all this time. I patted Armando on the shoulder, who had spent 20 months laboriously digging the ground. For him it's nothing. Armando, perhaps remembering the difficult days he had been through, became emotional for a moment, but contained himself. Good. A generous reward awaits you, so look forward to it. Is the oil refinery ready for operation? Yes, Your Highness. We have already brought everything in advance, so it was not difficult to prepare. We are already filling the crude oil tanks. Although the oil refinery is nothing more than a basic distiller, it is sufficient to extract kerosene. Chemists at Imperial College were researching ways to build more advanced machines, but they couldn't experiment because they had no oil. Make sure you send enough crude oil to the university for their experiments. Yes, Your Highness. The world's first oil industry had begun. This has a significance that goes beyond simply selling kerosene to make money. From here on, we move one step ahead. When I returned to Mexico City, another piece of good news awaited me. The population census had been successfully completed. Although there were several problems here and there, they were not difficult matters to handle. And now, upon compiling the collected data, it was truly over. After a wait full of worry and expectation, the final report reached my hands. Chapter 85, The Oil Industry and the Population Census. 4. In October 1838, the first population census of the Mexican Empire was completed. Despite mobilizing 4,000 pollsters and guards, and hundreds of officials, it took a whole year. The population of Mexico in 1822, that is, just after independence, is estimated to have been 6.5 million people. In the original story, the population of Mexico at this time would be around 7.2 million. Since the recorded population during the Mexican-American War in 1846 was 7.6 million, it can be estimated that the population in 1838 was approximately that number. With the same tension as when reviewing the results of the college entrance exam, I took the report out of the envelope. The report, which ran to several pages, contained details of demographic statistics collected by region. I'll see this later. I skipped over the details and turned to the last page of the report, where the final population total was written. 10,820,000. Phew. I breathed a sigh of relief without realizing it. I had exceeded the figure I had expected. It seems that we have surpassed the minimum that His Majesty expected. It is a relief. That's right. It's a figure that is neither disappointing nor satisfactory. I showed the figure to Diego. It is a 66% increase compared to 1822. Isn't this an incredible population growth rate? Diego told me, surprised to see the figure. It's certainly impressive. But we are still far from catching up with the United States, our neighboring country. That's true, but His Majesty thinks that war with the United States is not far off. Diego, who had had many conversations with me over the years, knew that I thought war with the United States was inevitable, and to some extent, he agreed. Yes, it will happen within 10 years at the latest. Since the US population during the Mexican War was 21 million, it would now be around 17 million. Calculating this way, they would have grown by more than 70% since 1822. In this world, we have diverted many immigrants who would have gone to the United States, so its population would be a little smaller, but there will not be a big difference. Anyway, this means that the population growth rate of our Mexican empire is lower than that of the United States in the original history. This includes immigrants from Europe, the United States and South America, the subjugation of hundreds of thousands of indigenous people, and even the 300,000 inhabitants of Cuba that we got from Spain. And yet this is so. The fact that we have a low base and a low growth rate means that the population gap with the United States is widening. But since I have changed a lot since I came into this world, the situation in the United States must have changed as well. I calmed my mind and tried to calculate that impact. Although it is impossible for a human to calculate all the butterfly effects, it would be useful for the future to have a rough idea of their magnitude. What things have I done that have had a significant negative impact on the United States? There are many related to immigration. We have diverted immigrants who would have gone from Europe to the United States, and we are receiving more immigration from the United States than in the original story. We have also attracted many technicians who would have gone to the United States. We have kept Texas, which in the original story would have been annexed by the United States before the war. Also, sending half of the Comanche tribe to the United States would have quite an impact. Looking at it that way, we've had a significant negative impact. So what things have improved for America compared to the original story? Our Mexican empire has stabilized and strengthened its finances, and we have paid off all our debts to the United States, including high yield interest. I don't know exactly what butterfly effect this will cause, but given the large amount, it would be a considerable gain for the United States. This alone could significantly offset several of the negative impacts. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that there is not a major difference with the United States and the original history. I need to review more detailed information than this report. Get ready to go to the administrative department. Yes, Your Majesty. The report was well organized in tables as I had requested, but the tables only showed the population and gender ratio for an overwhelming number of regions. I don't expect them to include multiple graphics, like they do now, but this is too much. It's my fault for only having defined the items and methods of research. I will take this opportunity to teach them how to write reports. With that determination, I personally went to the administrative department. When I suddenly appeared, the officials were surprised, but without paying attention, I began to read the materials. As expected. Your Majesty, have you found what you were looking for? As I was muttering, Digo, who was organizing the documents beside me, so I could read them easily, asked me. Yes. Look, they have compiled the age ranges of the population in this region. All other regions are similar. There are a lot of people under 6 years old. Exactly. That means the explosive population growth began less time ago than I thought. If it was 6 years ago, it would be in 1832. We began removing tenants from landlord estates and developing the Northern Territories around 1830, and we established the European Immigration Company in 1829. If we assume that the population growth rate began to increase significantly about 2 or 3 years after that, it makes sense. The feelings of slight disappointment disappeared and were replaced by expectations. After compiling the data myself, I found that not only the population, but the population growth rate itself was on the rise. So the situation is different. It means we could soon surpass the US population growth rate. There were other positive signs. In addition to population growth due to immigration and the high birth rate among independent farmers in the north, urban workers also showed a fairly high birth rate. This was a result of the fact that, albeit through loans, they were provided with housing, and food prices had generally fallen. This was also a result of my actions. Mexico is an agricultural country, but its agriculture was focused on cash crops, which drove up food prices. To remedy this, I ordered that one of the benefits granted to immigrant settlers be the provision of seeds focused on food crops. This is a report I can be satisfied with. That night, I was able to put my worries aside for a while and sleep peacefully. November 1838. A month had passed since the census results were published. Unlike the census, which only had a major impact on me and a few other people, an event occurred that would affect the entire Mexican Empire and would, in the future, have a major impact on the people of the United States and Europe. So this is kerosene. Yes. From now on, many people will use this kerosene. Is it used the same as the whale oil we used before? Exactly. The smell is a little different. Cecilia, who was already accustomed to using oil in her daily life, did not seem very impressed, but kerosene would have a great impact on the common people, rather than the upper class. After saying goodbye to Cecilia, and arriving at my office, I said to Digo, he informed Real Inversion that, for the time being, we will increase investments in those who wish to dedicate themselves to the publishing industry. So, you want to expand the publishing industry? Digo said as he wrote a letter. THAT''S right. Lighting up at night will become more and more common. For most people, it will be the first time they can take advantage of evening time. He is preparing for the lifestyle changes that the invention of kerosene will bring. It's impressive. Digo expressed his admiration. Since you have this new time, it would be good if you used it in a healthy way. Yes, it really is a very good idea. I cannot prevent people from going to the taverns, which will now be open until the evening, and drinking alcohol. But if I promote the option of reading, I thought that I could help at least a little to reduce illiteracy and improve the level of education. Digo had someone pass on my instructions immediately, and over the next 3 months we invested heavily in the publishing industry. However, a problem arose. Apparently the rumors have spread. Yes, we have invested in more than 30 publishers in 3 months, so it is not surprising that the rumor has spread that Reincarnated is more lenient with the publishing industry. This week, Reincarnated brought 40 candidates for the final evaluation. Of these, 35 were publishers. We can't get them to sign a confidentiality agreement. Real investment also serves as a kind of certification, so if we keep the investment secret, that benefit will disappear. The companies that received investment from my firm, Reincarnated, not only received money, but also various other benefits. The most important of these was the public perception that they had been chosen by the prince. We must raise the standards for evaluating the publishing industry. Yes, it is a good idea. Still, there will be many people interested. Little by little, people in Mexico City are beginning to realize why His Highness is investing in the publishing industry. It had been 3 months since the sale of kerosene began. It was not yet a national phenomenon, but at least in Mexico City, lighting at night was becoming increasingly common. In fact, it was something inevitable, a prediction that could have been made even without knowing history. For a long time, wealthy people had used oil, despite its high cost. It was a natural desire. It had just become popular. So, let's leave the investment as it is, and all that remains is to change the name of the Mina Mora. Yes, Your Highness. Now that we extract and refine oil, the name mine sounds a bit strange. Hernando Mora had only proposed the name change, but did not suggest a specific one. He asked me to decide, but I could not think of a suitable one either. Now that we manage several resources, including a gold mine, let's call it Mora Resources. Yes, that seems like an appropriate name. I'll let him know. Mora Resources could become the largest company I own in the future. The oil industry has that kind of potential, and I have no intention of settling for just Texas. In December 1838, Great Britain declared war on Afghanistan. It's the first Anglo-Afghan war. But did this period coincide with that of the original story? Afghanistan was known as the grave of empires. Many powerful empires had invaded it without success, retreating without achieving their objectives, or only occupying it briefly. The news of this war barely appeared in a corner of some newspapers in Mexico, without generating much attention, but soon the situation changed. In March 1839, the news that the British Parliament had decided to go to war with China shook Mexico. He was not very familiar with the details of the Afghan war, but he did know about the Opium War. The main war took place in 1840. This is quite premature. History was beginning to change significantly. Starting a war just to sell opium. Yes, it seems that Britain has plenty of power. In just 3 months, they have started wars against 2 countries. Diego responded with concern to my words. Not only Diego, but many in Mexico were worried. Great Britain was already involved in another war, and facing China, a giant, made people fear how France would react. It's a little earlier than expected, but it was inevitable, I replied calmly. France had not acted until now, because it had somehow developed a conscience, but because Britain had kept the balance. But now, with Britain at war with not 1, but 2 countries, France could not have found a better opportunity. Britain's wars were shaking Mexico. Chapter 86, Mexican-French War. 1. When the news came that Britain had decided to start the Opium War, I immediately went to my father's office. I knew this would happen one day, but it came sooner than I expected. Yes, we did not know when they declared war on Afghanistan, but now that they are also at war with China, France will not sit idly by. Even though we have been preparing, I thought we still had time. My father, who did not know that the Opium War would break out, believed that we still had room for improvement. France will not declare war immediately. It will take a few months for the British fleet to gather and reach China, so they will not be able to move their fleet for now. My father nodded at my words. That makes sense. So, would you say we have about 6 months before the conflict starts in earnest? Yes, I think that is the time we have. And by then, we will also be better prepared. My father nodded again. We have been preparing for a long time. Since France started to exploit us shamelessly, we have been organizing ourselves little by little. In addition to the warships being built at the 4 shipyards, we have made many other preparations. At least we won't have to deal with internal and external problems at the same time. When a country collapses, it is usually because it faces internal and external conflicts simultaneously, but I was not worried about internal problems. As time went on, the power of the imperialist party grew, achieving a stable balance between the landowners and the Republicans. In addition, many of the internal risk factors had been eliminated. The internal situation is stable, so we can concentrate on the war against France. It is very different from France, where citizen dissatisfaction is at its highest. Exactly. I wanted to mention that. The census and security investigations we ordered turned out to be a great success. Yes, although there were some regrettable sacrifices. If it weren't for the census, we wouldn't have had a valid excuse to send government inspectors all over the country. I ordered them to do a thorough investigation of the security situation in each region in addition to the census, and incidents arose in various parts of the country. That's true. I didn't expect there to still be such bold individuals. It's a pity, but it was inevitable. Although central and local military forces had been cooperating to eliminate bandits and criminal organizations since independence, detailed investigation revealed that many still remained. Although the inspectors were not professional investigators, he had asked them to ask local residents about security and criminal gangs in the area. Who would have thought that some crazy people would retaliate just for asking a few questions? Some inspectors, driven by a sense of justice, ventured into dangerous areas and were attacked, but both incidents were unacceptable. In any case, we eliminated all the criminals identified in the last census. It is possible that some remain undetected, but they will only be minor offenders. Well done. Oh, and by the way, how is the problem of illegal immigrants arriving from Colombia going? Following the plan, we have deported criminals and allowed those who swore loyalty to the Mexican Empire to stay. We have also established immigration offices in border cities to prevent future problems. I understand. My father nodded. The census helped both with the crime issue and with the problem of the southern border, allowing us to obtain a clear view of the entire territory of the Mexican Empire. We can now be sure that the internal situation is extremely stable. We had faced countless obstacles on the way to this point. The Republicans who wanted to overthrow the imperial family after independence, the numerous indigenous tribes, the gangs of bandits and criminal organizations that emerged during the War of Independence, the American settlers in Texas, and the problems on the southern border. However, we had managed to successfully overcome them all. We have not only focused on internal affairs, we have also spent astronomical sums on training the Navy and expanding the fleet. According to our plans, this shouldn't have happened until 1 or 2 years from now, right? That's true, but we were calculating based on the total French fleet. However, it's unlikely that France would mobilize its entire fleet at once. They couldn't even do that if they wanted to. Because of their colonies, I suppose. Yes, their colonies are not fully stabilized and are trying to expand, so they will have to leave a portion of their fleet in reserve. If they were facing Britain, they would do everything possible to mobilize their entire global fleet, but they do not see us as a threat of the same caliber. Although it was the beginning of the imperialist era, France was already expanding its colonies in Africa, such as Algeria and Senegal, and in Asia, on the Indochina Peninsula. Just by looking at the attitude of the diplomats, it was clear that they looked down on us. These arrogant people would not treat us the same as the British. So from now on, it will depend on what we do. Although we had not yet received a declaration of war, we began preparations in earnest. Finally, our chance has finally come, isn't it, Gizzard? Yes, it's a great opportunity. Upon hearing the news that the British Parliament had decided to go to war with China, Louis Philippe of France applauded, forgetting his dignity. Those miserable pirates start a war to sell drugs. In the end they can't hide their dirty nature. Ha ha ha, it will be remembered as the most vile war in history. A courtier commented dryly. Now, we can finally collect that legitimate debt of 35 million pesos, right? Louis Philippe asked with greed in his voice. Yes, for now the British will not be able to intervene. Excellent. Besides, we will be able to distract those ignorant people. For Louis Philippe and the French monarchists, this was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. Since Louis Philippe had ascended the throne, those who had initially praised him as the citizen king were beginning to rebel. The ignorant were demanding more freedoms without knowing their place, and the bourgeoisie claimed that they were being exploited. Although the situation was not yet critical, discontent was beginning to build up. Louis Philippe himself had come to the throne by a revolution, and although he was a king, he could not ignore the fact that France was a nation of revolutions. There were quite a few who had lost their heads in the past. Your Majesty, we will proceed as planned. Yes, go ahead. They had a plan in place to divert the discontent of the working class towards the outside. It consisted of using the press to blame everything on the Mexican Empire. The overwhelming debt of millions of francs. Despite having a stable economy and having paid off their debts to Britain and the United States, the Mexicans had not paid off their debt to France. This narrative was relentlessly spread by the media. What? The Mexican Empire? Who are those? Since when has there been an empire with that name? They only became independent 17 years ago. Even later than the United States. Did it take so long to become independent from Spain? Exactly. Even though they are big, they seem less capable than Haiti. Are these the ones who have not paid us the 7 million francs we lent them for their war of independence? Damn insolent people. Articles promoting such thinking began to spread throughout Paris and other major cities in France. Although they did not convince most people, informed or those who knew the king's intentions, did work with the majority of the population. The negative articles about the Mexican Empire grew more intense day by day, and public opinion in France was getting progressively worse. It took less than 3 months for people to appear who claimed that everything was due to Mexico's failure to pay its debt. Thus, while they diverted discontent abroad, they also legitimized the war. Ha ha ha. It's working like a charm. Louis Philippe congratulated the courtier who had proposed the plan. He had wanted to implement it for some time, but without starting a war, it would only have increased internal grievances. France feared that Britain would intervene, so it had tried not to publicize the debt situation too much. I think we are now in a position to declare war without any problems, Gizzard advised, and those words were exactly what the king wanted to hear. Minister Schneider, prepare the fleet. Louis Philippe ordered the Minister of War, Antoine Virgile Schneider. He didn't even ask if they could beat Mexico or how strong their forces were. For France, Mexico was just a newly independent country, much weaker than the United States. Although it had defeated Spain, France knew better than anyone what a disastrous state Spain was in at the time. It was just a lucky victory, especially in naval terms. Mexico had only recently begun to build ships, so it could not be a rival to France. Yes, Your Majesty. I will take the fleet and crush Mexico. Minister Schneider also did not know exactly the size of the Mexican Empire's navy, but, as expected, he responded immediately to the king's order. In July 1839, the Kingdom of France declared war on the Mexican Empire. France did not insist again that the Mexican Empire pay its debt. Although it had previously officially demanded payment, the real intention was to provoke a war and make Mexico pay an even higher price. As the imperial family of the Mexican Empire had anticipated, France declared war on them. As much as it is France, I did not expect them to declare war without even sending an ultimatum. They are completely irrational. As the emperor and crown prince made these comments, most citizens of the Mexican Empire were shocked to hear the news of the French declaration of war, and many began suggesting that they ask Britain for help. Do you really think Britain is going to help us? Still, we should try. Although the emperor considered it a useless action, he agreed to ask due to the insistence of his advisors. Britain categorically refused, stating that it could not offer any assistance. The United States, for its part, sent a statement, even though Mexico had not requested its help, declaring that it could not intervene, and that it would maintain its neutrality. Even if they were not already at war, neither Britain nor the United States would have fought France over Mexico. On the pretext that Britain was already at war with 2 other countries, the refusal was not surprising, but the news that no aid would be forthcoming deeply shocked the citizens of the Mexican Empire. If France brings its fleet, is there any way for us to stop them? Although some people of some status knew that the Mexican Empire's navy was expanding rapidly, most citizens only remembered buying naval bonds, but were unaware of the true extent of the country's naval power. While the people were filled with uncertainty, the emperor decided to personally come out to the square. It was his first public speech in more than a decade. Constitution Square was packed with tens of thousands of citizens, and the emperor began to speak. Chapter 87, Mexican-French War. 2. Mexico City's Plaza de la Constitución, one of the largest in the world, was packed with tens of thousands of citizens. The crowd was diverse, made up not only of Creoles and mestizos, but also a large number of indigenous workers and freed Afro-descendant workers. Men and women, old people, young people and children, all had gathered to hear the speech. The emperor, Agustín I, slowly looked around at the thousands of citizens before beginning to speak. Dear citizens of Mexico, today we are once again faced with an external challenge. France is imposing unfair conditions on us and threatening our sovereignty. This is not just an economic demand, it is an attack on our freedom and our independence. France is seeking to impose on us a burden that is impossible to bear. Its demands are designed to turn us into an economic colony, and this is contrary to justice and morality. We cannot give in to such demands. Giving in would mean giving up our freedom, and that is something we can never accept. It was not just a matter of paying off a debt. Giving in would mean practically becoming a colony. That was the message. There was no longer any option but to simply gather the money and pay. Noticing that some citizens were showing signs of restlessness, Agustín I continued his speech. Mexico is a nation that loves freedom and deeply values its independence. The citizens of Mexico fought for the freedom of this land, and, after a long struggle, we won that freedom. That spirit lives in each one of us today. This battle is to defend our rights and our freedom. Militarily, we are also prepared. A few years ago, with the money raised by the naval bonds that you enthusiastically supported, we built up our fleet. Now, our forces are ready to fight bravely. We can win this war and show the world our strength and determination. These were the words that the citizens most wanted to hear. Despite the threat of such a formidable enemy as France, no major protests had broken out, because the citizens trusted the imperial family and did not want to be subjugated by an oppressor again. Although only 17 years had passed since independence, many in the Mexican Empire still vividly remembered the colonial era. Moreover, they had experienced firsthand the rapid improvement in all aspects of life since independence: the standard of living, security, laws, administration, and the economic structure of the country. The desire not to surrender was strong, but there was also the fear that they had no chance against France. However, the emperor proclaimed that they did have a chance. In this struggle, the most important thing is not the fleet, but the unity of our people. In this hour of crisis, we must unite as one voice and one heart. Our strength lies in unity within diversity. When citizens of all regions and social classes unite, there will be no enemy that can defeat us. Dear citizens, in this time of trial, we must bravely face and commit ourselves to defending our freedom and independence. Our history has shown that we can overcome any difficulties. We will face the pressure of France with courage and determination, and we will not submit. This war is not just a military battle, it is the fight of all of us. From your position, each of you must do your best for the defense of the nation. Peasants, workers, students, intellectuals, all classes must unite their forces for this country. Agustín I emphasized that unity was essential to overcome this unprecedented crisis. It was an obvious statement, but at the time Mexico was a more diverse nation than any other in the world. Although the implicit seven-tiered caste system that existed before independence was fading, diversity within the population had increased. Immigrants from Europe, the United States, and South America, indigenous peoples from the north, and freed slaves added to the country's complexity. The emperor's goal was to promote the idea that everyone was Mexican, and that they should unite against the external enemy, France, to accelerate national integration. Agustín I's speech came to an end. We are fighting for our future, to leave our children and future generations a free and independent country. If we win this battle, we will be giving them a better future. Therefore, dear citizens of Mexico, I ask for your support and your strength Together, we can overcome any difficulty. With our unity, we will win this war. Our courage and determination will lead us to victory. Let us fight together for Mexico, for our freedom and our independence. When the emperor's speech ended, the faces of the citizens, which until then had reflected concern, began to change. Long live! Long live! There was no need to install agitators in the crowd. The cheers and applause, initiated by a few, quickly spread among the tens of thousands of people. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The clamor and excitement in the packed square intensified as the enthusiasm of some influenced others. Faced with the unprecedented threat of French invasion, for the first time, Mexicans of all classes felt a true sense of unity and solidarity. This was the beginning of national cohesion. Juan Ramirez, known in France as Lucien Dupont, he was a fairly competent merchant in Paris. With his abundant capital and aggressive business strategy, Juan had generously bribed Deputy Moreau. I count on your continued support in the future. Ha ha ha. Support. We are helping each other. She had been in contact with MPHEN Moreau for a year now. How much money had she poured into this greedy man? Although it bothered her, she knew that this very greed made him easy to manipulate. Lucien thought about it while serving food and wine. Ha ha. Yes, we must help each other. Since you are here, enjoy your dinner. I have also prepared the best wine. Dinner. Sounds promising. It was not unusual in France at that time for bourgeois to associate with high-ranking government officials or parliamentarians. Although Deputy Moreau had tasted many wines in his life, the one he drank today was truly exquisite. Sipping with admiration, he soon found himself slightly intoxicated. Oh, by the way, it seems we've finally decided to teach those Mexicans a lesson. Lucien casually mentioned the war with Mexico, a subject that did not seem out of place, since the prevailing opinion in France was that it was time to put these arrogant Mexicans in their place. THAT''S right. All of this is thanks to those pirates, who have given us an excuse with their dirty war. Today, at least, we should be grateful to them. Ha ha ha, for the pirates. Chin. After following the mood for a bit, Lucien broached the main topic. He had chosen Deputy Moreau, not only because of his greed, but also because he was well informed about naval matters. The deputy came from a family with a long tradition in the Navy, and was himself a former admiral. I don't think we should spend a lot on those Mexicans. How many ships will we deploy? Ha ha ha. It's a secret, but I can trust a patriot like you, Mr. Lucien. Although there were only the two of them in the room, Deputy Moreau, either drunk or just excited, leaned over to Lucien and whispered, "That's enough to defeat those Mexicans, right?" "Yes. I was recently informed that they have also built some shipyards and manufactured some liner ships, but what can they have achieved in just 3 or 4 years?" Ha ha ha. Exactly. When will the fleet set sail? Well, you, Mr. Lucien, are quite the patriot. Other businessmen are only asking how we will spend the 7 million francs. Ah ha ha ha. While I'm intrigued by that too, what I'm really interested in is when we can teach those arrogant Mexicans a lesson and get justice. If you're curious, I'll give you a hint. Follow me. Deputy Moreau liked to whisper secretly, although there was no real need to keep it quiet. The port of Veracruz, which had already been expanded once by the construction of the shipyard, was soon to be expanded again. This was due both to the increase in freight traffic and to the growing demand of the Navy. Although Mexico had been preparing for war for almost 4 years, it was after hearing news of the Opium War in England that preparations intensified. It's impressive. Definitely, the ships we have built in our Mexican empire are magnificent. Although they had 2 ships of the line and 5 frigates that they had received from Spain, they paled in comparison to the new vessels they were building. I handed my father a document. THIS is a list of current ships and specifications for those under construction. Ah, thank you. The Mexican Empire's navy was growing rapidly. With the completion of shipyards 3 and 4 in February 1838, we now had 4 shipyards producing ships, which was the result of a combination of a good environment, experienced technicians, and generous capital investment. Up to July 1839, we had built the following ships, excluding the smaller vessels: 3 104-gun ships of the line, 4 monitors, 4 44-gun frigates. 4 44-gun armored frigates. These ships were the product of ongoing construction in the 6 large docks and the 8 medium-sized ones in shipyards 1 and 2, which were completed a few years ago. Now, these docks were ready to begin the next projects. We had built several monitors and armored frigates, not only because they were powerful for the time, but because the experience gained from building them would allow us to advance towards the next generation of warships, such as the Dreadnought class. The armored frigates, with their armor and steam engines, were to evolve into even more heavily armed ships. On the other hand, the monitors, although well armed, were to improve their ocean navigation capacity by increasing their size and height, thus correcting their current limitations. It might seem that, knowing what one wants to achieve, it would be easy to create the ship in one go, but this is not a field in which one can advance so quickly. Since these ships were needed immediately for military operations, it was not possible to take unnecessary risks. Even moving forward step by step is not easy. It is not only a question of technology and design, but also of the adaptation of officers and sailors. The experience and knowledge gained at Shipyard No. 1 during the construction of 2 monitors and 2 armored frigates was applied to the design of the next batch to be built at Shipyard No. 2. After building 2 more units of each type, they became convinced that they could build a steam-powered armored ship with heavy armament and reinforced armor. This was a ship the size of an armored frigate, equipped with 2 main rotary guns and 6 secondary guns. Since it required a huge amount of iron, a much more powerful steam engine was also needed. Although the design was improved to the maximum, the speed, which was one of the advantages of steam, was not spectacular, only slightly faster than that of a conventional large sailing ship. It's not enough to be considered a real battleship, but it would be enough to outclass a ship of the line. These 2 steam-powered, heavily armored warships will be launched here, at Veracruz Shipyard No. 1, in 3 months, in October. As I watched the hustle and bustle of the shipyard under construction, the Emperor's Naval Review began. Chapter 88, Mexican-French War, 3, August 1839. The Emperor's speech in Mexico City's Plaza de la Constitución, which was received with great enthusiasm, was soon spread throughout the country through the media. Not only the pro-government press portrayed it positively, but also the media influenced by landowners and Republicans, since the French invasion generated an enormous sense of crisis, regardless of political tendencies or social classes. So, it's enough to join the Navy? They said they would recruit in Mexico City, right? Yes, we have to go before the train tickets run out. 2 young men, filled with fervor, after reading the Emperor's speech in the newspaper, abandoned their farm labors and declared to their families that they would enlist in the Navy. Despite their families' entreaties, the young men's ardent spirit could not be curbed, and they eventually reached Mexico City. What the hell? These are all recruits? One of the young men asked his friend, but the answer came from somewhere else. Everyone go back home. Recruitment is over. Don't line up, go back. The recruiting officer shouted. Since there was no territorial navy, sailors were recruited only in a few cities such as the capital, Mexico City, and the main port of Veracruz. Even so, massive numbers of recruits were recruited from all over the country, made possible by the railroad. Looks like we didn't make it in time. Oh, it was to be expected. The Navy did not need a large number of troops like the Army, and given the long training period, they had been slowly building up forces over the past few years to prepare for war. Mass recruitment was not needed, just because war had been declared. In this war, naval battles were expected to be much more important than land battles, so there was no need to recruit land troops either. Even though many young people, inspired by the speech, continued to arrive, and the situation became increasingly chaotic, the prince saw it as an opportunity, not a waste. Write an article saying that recruits from all over the country have shown up en masse. Make sure to mention that not only Creoles and mestizos, but also immigrants, indigenous people and even Afro-descendants have been selected for the Navy. Although the majority were Creoles and mestizos, there were also young people who had immigrated from Europe and settled in Mexico, indigenous people who had been freed from the larger states and were now urban workers, indigenous people from the north who, although forced, lived better than before as Mexican citizens, and Afro-descendants who had gone from being slaves to free people overnight. All of them volunteered. Yes, your highness. I will write about the patriots who have gathered to defend the nation, answered Nacito Samakois, editor of La Respada de Simplicio, a newspaper that, although already popular, had now become one of the most read in the entire country. The purpose was to generate a greater sense of unity among the various classes of the Mexican Empire, which inevitably felt a certain alienation from each other, and to underline the importance of national cohesion and unity. When articles praising the young people who had volunteered began to circulate, people reacted in a variety of ways. What? Are they going to put the indigenous people on the ships? And also the African descendants? Does this make any sense? TCH. That African American volunteered to defend the country, and you, who haven't even thought about it, only know how to complain? John, an immigrant from the United States who had owned slaves, complained after reading the article, but was rebuked by Jose, a mestizo. It was then that John realized that the glances of the townspeople were not friendly. Ahem. I think I was wrong. That's it. At least don't criticize the patriots. Although some, like John, reacted negatively, most of the townspeople responded positively. Even though the fleet had recently been strengthened, the enemy was France. There was no guarantee of victory, and the lives of the soldiers seemed more in danger than ever. Nevertheless, these men volunteered. This article left a mark on the memory of many. Your Majesty, a courier ship has arrived from France, Colonel Ricardo, commander of the intelligence unit, reported when he visited his father's office. Let's see. It was information sent by an agent operating in France. Colonel Ricardo respectfully presented the deciphered letter. HMM. I see. You should read it too. My father also gave me the letter. If this information is true, we have gained some time. The letter detailed the size of the French expeditionary fleet and the date of its departure. So a fleet composed of 8 ships of the line, 10 frigates and several brigs. It is not a weak force, but it only represents a part of the total French fleet. Yes, it is approximately a third of their total fleet. It is a force that they might consider sufficient. Although small compared to the naval forces of Britain or France, such a fleet would be formidable to any country outside the major European powers. Indeed, the US Navy only has 10 ships of the line. This is partly because the US Navy prefers heavy frigates over capital ships, but also because these vessels are extremely expensive to maintain. So a fleet of this size involves an investment that few countries could afford. Having obtained such detailed information is an impressive achievement. Good work, Colonel Ricardo. It's nothing. It was thanks to His Majesty's generous support. So I guess it was largely your merit too, Geronimo. I was against allocating so much money for this. I wasn't completely sure either. It was the excellent work of the intelligence unit that made it possible. True. It is not always possible to obtain such valuable information, even if money is spent. If this information turns out to be correct, you can expect good results, Colonel Ricardo. Thank you, Your Majesty. Allocating budgets of tens of thousands of pesos to spy networks in France, our current enemy, and in the United States, our possible future enemy, might have seemed like a waste, especially considering that the intelligence unit has less than 100 people. At first it was almost like feeding a bottomless pit. Training agents, creating false identities, and sending them abroad did not cost much. The real expense came later. Money was needed to establish a base in the foreign country and, above all, to create and maintain the necessary connections. While the credit goes to our agents, it is surprising that there are people willing to sell such detailed military secrets. We must be careful as well. My father clicked his tongue. Yes, it's not so surprising that they leaked the size of the fleet, but that they revealed the plans for current military operations is shocking. In this era, unlike today, where information about each country's naval fleets is public and accessible due to international treaties and defense budgets, the size of the fleets was an important military secret known only to a few high-ranking officers. I will take measures to strengthen counterintelligence, said Colonel Ricardo. Fine. If you need more support, just ask. Yes, Your Majesty. Anyway, according to what it says here, the French fleet won't arrive until October. It seems they underestimate us. The French government had notified the Mexican Empire of its intention to declare war in July. That means that the decision to go to war was made around May, but they were planning to send the fleet in September. It is normal for the party declaring war to have everything ready for battle, but this does not seem to be the case for France. The arrogance of the French is nothing new. If they are confident, it is better for us. We must make good use of this time. Also, the battleship will be launched in October. Will it be possible to deploy it immediately? Father, although we already have trained crews on armored frigates and monitors, they will still need time to adapt to the new ship. Won't that be so, Colonel Ricardo? I asked Colonel Ricardo, who had been a naval officer. Yes, that's correct. Even in the best case scenario, they will need at least 3 months of training on the new ship before they can take part in operations. Understood. It's a shame, but we can't risk losing a battleship that cost 650,000 pesos by rushing. If we manage to defend ourselves against this attack, we can use it in the next battle. The French will surely be so confident of this attack that they will not prepare for what follows. That is, this will be a piece of cake, said Admiral André Armand, confident of victory. Known in France as the Baron of Macao, 14 years ago he led a fleet of 14 ships to Haiti and forced the nation to pay 150 million francs to its former owners. This absurd amount was justified by the argument that Haiti had stolen French property, including plantations and black slaves, and so should pay compensation. In reality, it was a demand that the Haitian people pay not only for their land, but also for their very bodies. It was a ridiculous demand, but Haiti had no choice but to accept it due to its lack of power. It was a moment when its independence, achieved after a long war, felt hollow. Mexico was a much larger country than Haiti, but it had only been an independent nation for 17 years. Admiral Armand knew the realities of countries like that well. He had heard that the Mexicans handled their affairs relatively well, but to him, there was no chance that they would not be defeated. Look at this majestic fleet, Armand said. The fleet consisted of 8 ships of the line, 10 frigates and a variety of small and medium-sized vessels, totaling 42 vessels. These included some of France's most powerful ships, none other than the 118 gunships of the line Souverain, Trocadero and Friedland. They are magnificent, said the lieutenant, to which Admiral Armand nodded and asked, how long until we reach the port of Havana, Cuba? We estimate about 9 more hours, sir. Very well. When we arrive, attack immediately? No, maybe not. It could end up being ours. Havana, Cuba's largest port and capital, was one of the war's objectives. However, unlike the Mexican mainland, Cuba could become a French territory. Either way, if we destroy Veracruz, Mexico will have no choice but to surrender. We just need to control the port of Cuba sufficiently. Yes, sir. The lieutenant replied, full of energy. Just then, boom. The sound of a cannon was heard, and a shell fell into the sea right in front of the French fleet. It was the fleet of the Mexican Empire that had appeared. The reconnaissance ships didn't say anything, Armand muttered. He had included dozens of brigantines in the fleet, ships that did not have the capacity to confront the ships of the line, but which served for reconnaissance, messaging and combat against small boats. The admiral had been keeping constant surveillance through these ships. It appears to be a steamer, the lieutenant reported. Steamships were already common in several countries, and it was well known that their speed far exceeded that of sailing ships. The enemy ship had followed their reconnaissance ships. I know it's a steamship, but it's a strange vessel. It was a low freeboard, iron-decked vessel, with only 2 large cannons disproportionate to its size, and it emitted steam as it sailed. It's a peculiar design, but it seems that the range of its guns is much greater than ours, said the lieutenant. It's possible they've overloaded their guns, so the range could be long. Give the order to prepare for combat. Yes, sir. Prepare for combat. Behind these strange ships, the fleet of the Mexican Empire was slowly beginning to emerge. On October 15, 1839, off the coast of Cuba, the first naval battle between Mexico and France began. Chapter 89, Mexican-French War. 4. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Ding, 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 ding. With the thunderous sound of bells, the French naval officers began to encourage the soldiers, who were listless after weeks of sailing, preparing them for battle. Come in at full speed, until we touch that ship. Yes. Increase speed. As the French fleet was advancing at full speed towards the new warships of the Mexican Empire under Admiral Armand, the fleet of the Mexican Empire was also rapidly approaching. When they began to be sighted, a lookout who quickly counted the fleet immediately reported 2 ships of the line with 74 guns, 3 with 104 guns, 5 frigates with 32 guns, 4 frigates with 44 guns and 4 armored frigates with 44 guns. There are 4 new warships, in addition to 12 medium and small ships. The new ships were those strange boats with 2 huge cannons mounted on them, armored frigates. Admiral Armand, who had been slightly surprised by the size of the Mexican fleet, asked again when he heard about the armored frigates. Yes, they seem to be covered in iron. It seems like they have money to spare. Instead of sending us the payment, they were building these things. Of course, for them it must have been an option worth considering. The idea of sheathing a ship with iron was not something that France or England had not considered. In fact, the idea had been discussed more than a century ago, but had not been implemented because it was not necessary. Even ships of the line were extremely expensive to produce, and most countries could barely afford to build a few. Imagine how expensive an armored ship would be. Only a really rich country would attempt it. However, rich nations already had powerful naval forces, so introducing ships' armored vehicles would only entail higher costs and depreciate the value of their current vessels, an unfavorable decision. Recently, the need for these ships has arisen because of explosive shells, but those are still imperfect. I already see some weaknesses. Admiral Armand, calmly analyzing the situation, ordered his second-in-command, turn the ships around and line them up in formation. Prepare to fire. Place the 100 gunships on the left flank and the 90 gunships on the right. The 118 gun steamships, Salvarane, Trocadero and Friedland, must be in the center. All ships must maintain a strict formation and line up properly. Yeah. As the Mexican Empire fleet entered attack range, the French fleet, without thinking twice, formed a line, employing the line battle tactic. The name of the ships of the line was due to the fact that they lined up to attack with the numerous cannons arranged on the sides of the ship. This was the basic tactic. Boom. The new enemy ship has fired a shell that hit the side of the 100 gun ship of the line, Hercules. Damage? It bounced off, but it looks like it was close to piercing through. Its large caliber definitely has power. The new enemy ships fired and then quickly retreated, but surprisingly, the turrets rotated, keeping their aim towards the French fleet. They also have rotating turrets. Now I understand why they only have 2 guns. They are large caliber. I understand. We will call those ships rotating turret ships. What the Prince of Mexico had called monitors in France became known as ships with revolving turrets. Admiral Salvador Martinez, commander of the Mexican Empire's fleet, also responded with the online tactic. Facing the 10 enemy ships of the line, Martinez deployed 5 ships of the line and 4 armored frigates. Open up space to match the width of the enemy line. Set up monitors at the rear. Yeah. Although monitors were heavily armored, their low freeboard was a critical disadvantage, preventing them from directly engaging enemy ships of the line. Having a low freeboard meant that they were vulnerable to waves. For this reason, they were mainly used close to the coast. If they were attacked by the cannon fire of enemy ships of the line, they could capsize. It was therefore necessary to have a battle line capable of engaging enemy ships. While the ships of the line and armored frigates held their formation and resisted, the monitors fired their big guns from the rear, through the gaps in the line. Frigates and medium and small ships must cover the flanks to prevent the enemy from surrounding us. Yeah. The fleet of the Mexican Empire, already in position, waited with the ships turned, ready for battle. It was at that moment that the enemy ships began to turn, just at the limit of the range of the guns. Fire. Shoot. Boom. As the enemy approached, the fleet of the Mexican Empire, which had been waiting with the ships already turned, was the first to open fire. Boom. Boom. Ships of the line did not fire all their guns at once, as this could cause the ship to capsize. Instead, hundreds of guns fired in sequence. Bang. A French naval gunner, who had been waiting for the moment to fire after completing the turn, was killed in an explosion. An unfortunate shell had landed directly in the embrasure of his gun. Despite the intense bombardment, which caused some minor damage and the deaths of several men, the French fleet began its counterattack, as if nothing had happened. Boom. 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 The bombardment by the 10 French ships of the line, including 3 with 118 guns, was devastating. Clank. Oh. It bounced. Some sailors watched in amazement as shells bounced off the armored frigate's plating, but that did not mean they were safe from harm. Bang. Crack. Ah. Right on the mast. Although armored frigates were primarily steamships, they also had sails and masts. Whether by luck or by precision, a shell hit the middle of the mast, which was not reinforced with armor. Crack. Boom. The mast is coming down. Get out of the way. Sailors looking up from the unsteady ship scrambled to roll out of the way. The officer who had given the warning quickly checked for injuries. Are there any injured? None. Unlike the armored frigates, which had suffered little damage, the ships of the line, especially the 74-gun Spanish-built ones, not the 104-gun Mexican-built ones, were being severely affected. Damn it. The size difference is overwhelming. How are we going to deal with that? A sailor screamed as he desperately tried to nail wood into the damaged hull. Shut up and keep hammering. The young officer, who had recently been commissioned after graduating from the Naval Academy, responded firmly, but the sailor was not entirely wrong. It was difficult to confront a 100-gun enemy ship of the line with a 74-gun ship, especially if it was an old ship. Battles between ships of the line usually focused on slowly wearing down the enemy before ending with a boarding attempt, but when the size difference was so great, there was a chance that the ship could be partially destroyed by bombardment alone. Boom. ARGH. Right next to the sailor who was wailing as he hammered, a shell struck. It was in the same place it had struck before, but this time, although it did not penetrate, the impact was felt completely in the sailor's body. Damn it. Doctor. The officer immediately called a doctor. It appears that he has broken his arm, but his life is not in danger. As both sides exchanged a huge amount of shells, gradually weakening, something happened. Boom. SSSSHHHH. Bang. The big guns of the Mexican monitors were constantly trained on the 90-gun French ships, while the guns of the ships and frigates of both sides fired shells weighing between 12 pounds, 5.4 kilograms, and 42 pounds, 19 kilograms, and calibers between 3 inches, 76 millimeters, and 7 inches, 178 millimeters. The guns of the monitors of the Mexican Empire had an impressive caliber of 350 millimeters, 13.8 inches. In the midst of a battle, where both sides were slowly wearing down, only the monitors managed to inflict significant damage every time they fired. The 4 monitors attacked the ships at the ends of the line, as it was much quicker to neutralize the 90 and 100 gun ships than to try to disable the huge 118 gun ships of the line. Boom, 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 boom. At some point, both fleets abandoned sequential firing in groups, press conference, and began firing independently. The screams of those hit by the shells were drowned out by the constant roar of cannon fire. Move faster. Faster. Panting. Despite the officer's orders, there was no response. All the sailors moved tirelessly, trying to fire one more shot. The course of battle depended on how quickly and accurately they could reload. As with firearms, the rate of fire of cannons varied considerably depending on the skill and experience of the gunners. In fact, experienced British fleets fired 1 cannon per minute, while the French managed 1 shot every 2 minutes and the Spanish every 3. It was not only the Mexican officers who put pressure on their men. It is inconceivable that the fleet of the Kingdom of France is firing at the same rate as those damned Mexicans. Faster. For the French officer, who did not know how much target practice the Mexican sailors had done, the situation was humiliating. However, no matter how hard he pressed them, the speed did not improve. The sailors were already fighting for their lives. The smoke of gunpowder filled the vast ocean, as if covering the entire battlefield. Admiral Armand felt a growing sense of danger. The ship with rotating turrets was the biggest problem. Although the armored frigates were also present, they only held their own, without causing significant damage to the French fleet. Despite their armor, frigates were not invulnerable. Because of their small size, they shook violently whenever they were hit by shells, which prevented them from firing properly. In addition, the French attacked unarmored parts such as masts and gun ports. These were vulnerable and their weaknesses could be exploited. Those ships with turrets are the real problem. The French fleet was much larger on average, so if it weren't for the turreted ships, they would have secured victory. However, there was no way to attack those ships from afar. Boom. SSSSHHHH. Admiral. The 90-gun ship of the line Inflexible has been partially destroyed. The news brought by the messenger ship confirmed Admiral Armand's worst suspicions. Being an experienced commander, he understood the situation perfectly. If we continue like this, we will lose. The fleet of the Kingdom of France defeated by the Mexicans. As his mind boiled with worry, Admiral Armand made a decision. Let's move on to hand-to-hand combat now. His second-in-command, surprised, asked involuntarily, "Isn't it too soon?" The deputy officer was also a veteran. Assessing the state of both sides, he concluded that it was too early to attempt a boarding. Right now, it's too much. SSSHHHH. Boom. A shell fired by a 104-gun Mexican ship of the line landed near the bridge headquarters, where Admiral Armand and his deputy were. Although Armand was not hurt, he gave up trying to explain himself and shouted, "There is no time for explanations. Execute him immediately." "Yes, sir." The French fleet had larger ships. Theoretically, they should have had the advantage in gunfire, but those damned ships with revolving turrets in the rear were causing great damage to the French fleet. However, in close combat, the Mexican armored frigates were no match, and their ships of the line were also smaller. Naturally, that meant they had fewer crews. In a boarding battle, the number of soldiers was crucial, and the ships of the line carried a large number of soldiers for this purpose. Anyone could see that France had the advantage. Besides, if they got close enough, the enemy monitors would not be able to fire without risking damage to their own ships. That was the strategy. Turn the ships around. Approach the enemy fleet. We are going to board them. Armand sent the order both through the signalman and through messengers in small ships to ensure that it reached the entire fleet. Soon, the French ships began to turn and approach the Mexican fleet. 9 ships of the line, excluding one that had been disabled, began to rapidly close the distance to the Mexican fleet. Fire. A French officer on deck observed the situation and gave the order. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the distances closed, the exchange of gunfire began, and casualties began to mount on both sides. Ugh. The Mexican Army's 1938 R-38 rifle was superior in rate of fire and range to the recent French percussion carbine percussion rifle. Those bastards, their firing speed is incredible. We can't help it. We can't stop shooting at this distance. Keep shooting. The French soldiers were surprised by the superiority of Mexican weapons, but Mexico did not have all the advantages. Shouts could also be heard among the Mexican ranks. "No, Fernando. Damn it. They have a much higher position than us." The fact that the French ships were larger also meant that their decks were higher. In a gun battle, firing from a higher position was a great advantage. For the 104-gun Mexican ships, the difference in deck height was not so marked, but the 74-gun ships and armored frigates were at a considerable disadvantage. Mexico had better weapons, France had a better position. The battle, with advantages and disadvantages on both sides, soon reached its climax. Boom. The ships were so close that they had practically joined forces. The French officers shouted, "It's time. Board the enemy ship. There are very few of them." Voila. The larger size of the French ships also gave them an advantage in boarding battles. They did not need to use grappling hooks or ladders. French soldiers simply jumped onto the enemy's deck. Ha. This is already won. The French soldiers began to jump first, followed by the officers, who immediately felt victory upon seeing the inferior number of enemy soldiers. At that moment, a Mexican officer on the deck shouted, "Now, take out your revolvers." "Yes, sir." All the soldiers of the Mexican Empire pulled their pistols from their belts. What is this? Pistols? While the French soldiers were trying to reload or positioning their bayonets for an attack, the Mexican soldiers already had their revolvers loaded and ready, pointing toward their enemies. Chapter 90, Mexican-French War, 5, Bang. A French officer, who had jumped onto the deck of the enemy ship confident of his victory, received a bullet in the forehead just 30 seconds later. It''s now. Attack before they reload. They could not remain paralyzed by shock. The surviving French officer gave the order to charge. Although the ship was large, the deck could not be so extensive. Running at full speed, it would not take more than a minute to cross it. Ratata. The French officer's hopes of taking advantage of the enemy's reloading to unleash a hand-to-hand fight were brutally dashed. The army of the Mexican Empire fired again without needing to reload. Ugh. What the hell? They are shooting without reloading. It's all or nothing. If we stop, we die. Ratata. The distance between the two sides was between 3 and 15 meters. Although they were close, they were not close enough to be completely glued together. At that range, the 6-shot revolvers had devastating power. Damn it. We've been completely fooled. Admiral Armand watched the disastrous hand-to-hand combat situation from above, holding back his rage as he quickly scanned the scene. So that's why they were so focused on the other deck. They had already anticipated it. They turned their ship so that the side of their ship was aligned with that of the enemy, making boarding easier. In a normal situation, hand-to-hand combat begins with organized formations, but quickly turns into chaos due to the short distance that makes it impossible to stop the advancing enemy. However, the army of the Mexican Empire had succeeded. Concentrated on the other deck, they fired their revolvers, and the French soldiers suffered devastating losses trying to cross those scant 10 meters. Although the French were also firing on the enemy, the casualty rate was discouraging. We shouldn't have boarded so quickly. We should have kept firing from the ship. Although their rifles were superior, firing from an elevated position would have given them the advantage of equalizing casualties. However, they rushed into hand-to-hand combat. Admiral Armand regretted the decision, but it was a fact. He had to quickly find the next move. If we can't win, we should at least preserve the fleet. That way we can fight the next battle. Armand made a decision. We must retreat. Send the signal to retreat. What? Right now? Most of the soldiers had already boarded the enemy ship. The French, suffering heavy losses, were only just beginning to fight hand-to-hand. If they retreated now, the enemy would not let them escape so easily, and the return would be hell. Don't you hear that? The enemy battleship is targeting our frigates and brigs. THAT means. The battle was fierce not only on the main line, where the battleships were fighting, but also on the outskirts, where the frigates and brigs were fighting. If the enemy battleships, with their destructive power, began to attack the frigates and brigs, they would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Exactly. If our medium and small ships are destroyed, they will surround us. We must withdraw them now. Armand interrupted his subordinate and continued speaking quickly. The subordinate finally understood the big picture of the battle. Yes, I will give the order to retreat immediately. Ding, 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 ding. They urgently rang the bells and sent out the signals for retreat. What is this? A French officer, struggling fiercely on deck, heard the signal and felt a chill run down his spine. That was the signal for retreat. Damn it. Just now we are starting to fight for real. The 6-shooter revolvers had exhausted their bullets, and finally, the expected hand-to-hand battle had broken out. The Mexicans had no other choice. Under these conditions, they could not avoid the enemy's swords, while remaining so concentrated. From this point on, there was no choice but to rely on individual skills. Some drew their swords and began to brandish them. Others attached bayonets to their rifles to attack, while some managed to run back and forth and reload their revolvers with 6 bullets. No matter how well armed they were, in a chaotic battle like this, a single mistake could be fatal. At last, the French army began to inflict significant casualties on the enemy. Back off, back off. Although the officer himself could not accept the order, the ship was not going to wait long. Retreat? That's crazy. Don't talk nonsense. The French sailors could not accept this order. After so much sacrifice, just when they were beginning to fight in earnest, they were being asked to retreat. Besides, would the enemy let them off easy if they tried to retreat? The order made no sense at all. The situation on the battlefield also seemed favorable. Although many French soldiers had died, their total number was still superior, which gave them a fighting chance. The soldiers did not understand, but the officer was desperate. The ship is going to leave. We must retreat right now. I'm telling you to retreat. Damn. Some soldiers, hearing the desperate cry, felt like they wanted to retreat too, but the situation did not allow it. Although they were offering support fire from the deck of the French ship and had gone down the stairs, they knew that, as soon as they turned around, the enemy in front of them would attack them mercilessly. Boom. ARGH. Some pretended to attack the enemy only to kick him away, gain distance and quickly climb the stairs, but not all French soldiers had such skills. Captain Armand watched the scene anxiously, but it was already inevitable. The enemy's rotating turret ships were easily destroying the allied frigates and brigs. Unfortunately, we can no longer wait. Yes, we will give the order to set sail. The subordinate officer transmitted the order. The soldiers who had remained on the ship to provide fire support began to move quickly, preparing to leave. What's going on? The ship is leaving. What? Damn it. There were still more than 100 French soldiers fighting in the middle of the enemy deck, and the ship was leaving? An officer who had not been able to leave screamed in despair. Wait. We surrender. The French army surrenders completely. Although similar scenes were repeated in many places along the battle line, not all could surrender in the same way. The ships at the ends of the line did not hear the signal due to the distance and noise of the battle, and the communication boats arrived late. Where do you think you're going? Sons of the Mexican Empire, let's board the enemy ship. It's our turn to take control. WAAA. Unlike the 118-gun battleships, which had a large number of soldiers assigned to them due to their size and importance, the 90 and 100-gun battleships carried relatively fewer men. After the devastating casualties suffered from the revolver attacks, the balance of the battle had been completely broken, and the hand-to-hand combat ended before they could retreat. Set the grappling hooks. Hang up all the ladders we have. Tuck. Tuck. Despite the difference in height, the enemy had fully lined up their ship for hand-to-hand combat. The soldiers of the Mexican Empire easily boarded the French ship using grappling hooks and ladders. There are only a handful of them left. This ship is ours now. Surrender. If you surrender, we will spare your lives. A Mexican officer, shouting in French that he had memorized beforehand, gave the order. A French officer responded with a shout. Don't surrender. Anyone who surrenders will be executed immediately. Although the French troops resisted fiercely in order not to lose the ship, it was in vain. The forces for hand-to-hand combat were already completely exhausted. The battle was quickly resolved. As Admiral Armand's flagship and the 118-gun battleships on either side began to move, the other ships also began to retreat. However, some ships did not move. There were 2 on the left and 2 on the right that remained motionless. How long ago did we send the order to withdraw? Why haven't those ships responded yet? Send another boat with the message. Yes sir. The boat that was halfway there immediately returned after seeing something. What's going on? Admiral, it seems that those ships have been captured by the enemy. WHAT did you say? It was then that Admiral Armand realized his error in judgment. He had thought he had the situation under control, but he had judged everything based on what was happening on his own flagship. Damn it. I gave the order to retreat too late. The admiral, no longer strong enough to be angry, muttered these words, and his officer asked cautiously, what do we do now? What else can we do? We continue with the retreat. Even ships that were already retreating were not in a safe position, as enemy ships were in pursuit. Normally, chases between battleships were futile, since both ships were sailing ships and sailed at the same speed if they used the same winds. But steamships were different. Boom. The armored frigates and rotating turret ships of the Mexican Empire continued the pursuit, firing their cannons tirelessly. We must protect the remaining battleships at all costs. Yes sir. The 118-gun battleships were the pride of France. If they were lost, even if they managed to retreat alive, their lives would still be in danger due to the damage they had sustained. Of the 10 battleships, 1 was half destroyed, and 4 had been captured, leaving only 5. They could not afford to lose any more. It seems the rotating turret ships have stopped chasing us. Of course, it wouldn't be safe for them to make long voyages with those ships. Ignore the armored frigates and proceed at maximum speed. Yes sir. The 44-pounder guns were not powerful enough to inflict serious damage on the battleships. The ones that were suffering were the frigates and brigs that were still left. However, the armored frigates were unable to continue the pursuit and eventually withdrew. When the French fleet finally breathed a sigh of relief, all that remained were 5 battleships, 5 frigates and 9 brigs. They had lost more than half of the fleet. Following their resounding victory in the great naval battle against France, the fleet of the Mexican Empire entered the port of Havana, Cuba, which was located right in front of them. At shipyard number 3 in Havana, they began to repair the ships that were in the worst condition. It seems that the 74-gun battleships will not be worth repairing. I see they are in bad shape, but are they really beyond repair? The admiral asked the naval technician at shipyard number 3. We can try, but the damage is more serious than we thought, and the wood is different from what we use in Mexico. I see. Then, for now, focus on repairing the other ships. Let's leave the decision on the 74-gun battleships for later. Yes, understood. Although the gun battle had not lasted long for the 100-gun battleships and armored frigates, it seems that even that brief time had been extremely hard on the 74-gun battleships. That in a situation like this, they managed to win in hand-to-hand combat and capture the enemy ship. Those who were on that ship deserve an additional reward, thought the admiral, as news of the victory in the port of Veracruz of the Mexican Empire spread. Did we win? Yes, a great victory. A great victory. Tell me more details, the Crown Prince exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement, even though he had already been confident of victory. Hearing that it had been a crushing victory, his excitement grew even more. We have partially destroyed a French 90-gun battleship and captured 2 90-gun battleships and 2 100-gun battleships. Our losses are limited to the partial destruction of 2 74-gun battleships. Although there was also damage to the frigates and brigs, that information was omitted. Even adding up those damages, it was still a great victory. We fought and instead of losing, we gained more battleships. Ha ha ha. What a joy. We have also captured about 1,500 prisoners. The Crown Prince felt like holding a celebration right then and there, but he also knew that there were many casualties. Before the celebrations, it was only right to start with the funerals. Make sure that the families of the fallen received generous compensation. Yes sir. After the funeral, while the Mexican Empire's navy was landing in the French Caribbean colonies of Guadeloupe and Martinique, news of the defeat reached France. The fleet, reduced to half its original size, arrived at the port of Brest, France. This event caused an enormous impact throughout France. Chapter 91, Mexican-French War, 6. Even those who opposed war with the Mexican Empire did so because they clearly saw the king's and government's intentions to divert internal discontent toward an external enemy, not because they thought France might lose to Mexico. None of the government's opponents seriously considered the possibility of a French defeat. When the expeditionary fleet, consisting of 42 ships, and including 10 battleships, returned to the port of Brest reduced by half, the citizens were surprised, but did not think it had been a defeat. There must have been many casualties, they simply thought. Admiral Armand and the French government did their best to conceal the defeat, but they could not completely silence the soldiers. Journalists, noticing the strange silence of the army and the government, even though there had clearly been a battle, became suspicious. They bribed the soldiers, who were being threatened into silence, and managed to extract information by force. France. Shocking defeat in the naval battle against the Mexican Empire. The Baron of Macor loses half of the expeditionary fleet. A stain on a brilliant career. Articles about the naval defeat began to flood the media. What? We lost? That can't be. Those journalists must be crazy about money. Just those? Every other publication is saying the same thing. The hopes of those who wanted to believe it was a mistake were dashed. How on earth could our France lose to a country that has only been independent for 17 years? Those who denied the facts were faced with cold reality and began to express their fury. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, newspapers published new articles every day. Wasn't it a miscalculation of enemy strength? They never investigated. A senior naval official who asked to remain anonymous noted that, in deciding to go to war with Mexico, France did not even correctly assess the enemy's strength. He said it was arrogant to mobilize only a third of the French fleet, and that those responsible should be held accountable. This type of news only fueled the anger of citizens. Damn them. Government of incompetence. Take responsibility. Because of your incompetence and arrogance, you have caused unnecessary deaths. Demonstrations against government incompetence were taking place daily in Paris. I told you this war was wrong from the start. This war is just an excuse for the king and the privilege to distract us, and the lives lost are those of the citizens. We must stop the war right now. The voices of the minority that had always opposed the war began to gain strength again. Before the war, their opinions had been completely ignored, but after the defeat and the shameful conduct of the government, more people began to support them. The atmosphere in Paris was becoming increasingly tense, with soldiers surrounding the royal palace and parliament buildings. Meanwhile, even King Louis Philippe, who had initially exploded with fury upon hearing the news of the defeat, began to accept reality. What do you suggest we do now? The war is not over yet, Your Majesty. We can still win, replied Antoine Virgile Schneider, Minister of War, on the verge of being reprimanded by the king. But Louis Philippe, with great effort, restrained himself. I know that. I'm talking about how we can calm down the citizens who are protesting outside. Foreign Minister Francois Guizot, sensing the king's bad mood, responded in place of the Minister of War. 81st, they were all in favor of this war, Your Majesty. This defeat is due to our underestimating the enemy, but we still have a large fleet and can win. We must communicate this to the citizens in a forceful manner. Neither the King of France nor his senior officials had the slightest intention of ending the war at that time. If the war ended now, it would be considered a defeat, and that would ruin the reputation of the monarchy. In addition, citizens would erupt in protest. Unless they were sure they couldn't win, why end the war when they still had a chance? The first thing they needed to do was to appease the citizens' discontent and prepare for the next battle. Do you really think that will convince them? Yes, Your Majesty. As the Minister of War said, the war is not over yet. At this point, if we were to give in to the protesters' demands and overthrow the government, the situation on the battlefield would not change. In fact, that would only put France in a more disadvantaged position. If we were to end up losing, it would be like helping the enemy. So that's the strategy, to manipulate public opinion. Fine, try it. In the end, everything will be resolved when we win the war, said the king. Yes, Your Majesty. Thus, the French government, which had remained silent, began to act. Pro-government media argued that criticizing the government during a war was tantamount to treason, and that if everyone had a little more patience, victory would be inevitable. The articles explicitly mentioned the size of the Mexican fleet that had been revealed in the recent naval battle, claiming that France still possessed a much larger fleet. Although this was clearly a government leak, it surprisingly proved effective. Although opposition to the war had gained strength, most citizens had initially supported the conflict. The logic that overthrowing the government in the midst of a winnable war would only lead to disaster began to dampen protests. What a shame. I thought something would start this time, one disappointed person commented. It was only a temporary respite. The discontent against the king has not disappeared. We will have to wait for another opportunity, replied another. Of course, we will continue to support, said Lucien Dupont, as he discreetly handed over money. Thank you, as always. Louis Blanc, a fervent advocate of universal suffrage, improved working conditions and the expansion of political freedoms, had initially hesitated when the bourgeois Lucien Dupont offered to support him financially. A capitalist supporting his cause? It was certainly suspicious. But after 2 years of receiving his support, Blanc already considered him a comrade. Louis Blanc had investigated Lucien's business thoroughly and found that his employees were treated fairly humanely, which gave him confidence in his intentions. During that time, he had used Dupont funds to quietly gather allies. If only working conditions were improved everywhere like in his company, thought Louis Blanc. Boom. The Mexican Empire's battleship bombarded Point Pitar, the main port of the French colony of Guadeloupe in the Caribbean. Looks like we can disembark now. The poor coastal defenses of Point Pitar had been completely destroyed by the continuous bombardment of the Mexican fleet. The enemy batteries were shattered, and the defenders, who had at first offered some resistance, seemed to have disappeared. Good. Prepare for landing. troops of the Mexican Empire began to land at Point Pata, armed with the latest models of R-38 rifles and revolvers. They did not even have the opportunity to use their weapons. "We surrender. We surrender," shouted a man who walked out of the port with his hands raised. The defending officer knew that facing an army capable of destroying the coastal defenses in this way would mean certain death. Although he did not speak Spanish, he shouted his surrender in French, and luckily, the Mexican soldiers did not shoot the man who came with his hands up. A Mexican officer who spoke French approached. "How many defenders are left?" "We are about 250 men. We have all decided to surrender. Please spare our lives. If you don't try anything stupid, you shouldn't get hurt. Go back, disarm, and come back." "Yes, sir." The French officer returned to the base with his hands raised, and, moments later, he emerged with his soldiers, all equally unarmed, and with their hands raised. "Didn't you say there were 250? I only see 220. The others were killed or injured by the bombing." "Understood. You will soon be able to rest. Go prepare the funeral." The army of the Mexican Empire soon began to take control of the entire island of Guadeloupe. The same occurred in Martinique, another French colony in the Caribbean. Martinique's capital and main port, Fort de France, was renamed Fort de Mexico. December 1839. "Are you telling me they managed to take control without casualties? The defenders surrendered? That's good news." My father was in a very good mood. In fact, not only he, but I and all the citizens of the Mexican Empire were too. We had won a great naval battle and taken the Caribbean colonies from France without any losses, something that naturally raised everyone's spirits. The value of these islands was not insignificant. Guadeloupe and Martinique, though small on the map, were approximately 1,630 and 1,120 square kilometers, respectively, which was equivalent to 88% and 60% of the size of Jeju Island. Although much smaller than Cuba, these colonies had been developed since the early 17th century, with well-established plantations, with sugar being their main product. "Yes, father. If we announce widely that we have taken these islands without problems, the popularity of the government will increase even more." "Popularity? Isn't it already high enough? Are you planning something that needs more support from the population?" My father already knew me very well and knew how to read between the lines. "Yes, it is the ideal time to introduce something important, a law on compulsory military service." By the early and mid-19th century, most European countries were implementing mass recruitment systems. Certainly, it would be difficult to approve something like this at another time. 5 months into the war between Mexico and France, it had brought little change to Mexican society, apart from a slight increase in taxes. The military preparation carried out long before the conflict, together with the absence of mass recruitment, prevented further disruption. Large-scale conscription was a major cause of economic destruction in wartime, but it remained a necessary system. With the development of infrastructure such as railways and improved distribution of supplies, supplying the army had become more efficient. This, ironically, led to the emergence of total war, where the state mobilized all its available resources and means to fight. In the original story, it was the American Civil War that really marked the beginning of total war. Will that be the case in this world as well? In the original story, the Mexican-American War involved a relatively small number of troops compared to the size of both countries, being more of a traditional war than a total war. This was because Mexico was much weaker than the United States, leading the latter to mobilize only a limited number of soldiers. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved right now. Yes, although we are in the middle of a war against a power like France, the situation is favorable and popular support is high. Moreover, newspapers are constantly reporting that volunteers continue to join the army. There will be no better time to introduce this law. Okay, go ahead and proceed. Yes, father. Just as the Mexican Empire had anticipated, France was not going to give up so easily. It soon became known that they were calling up fleets from around the world to prepare for a second round of fighting. This information was not kept secret and was leaked to the press, something the prince had deliberately planned. Is France going to bring a fleet twice as big? The slight feeling of relief after victory in the first battle was replaced by renewed tension. In this context, the leader of the Imperialist Party, Deputy Robert, introduced the law on military mobilization and military service in times of war. Chapter 92, Mexican-French War. 7. Admiral Armand was removed from his post as commander of the expedition. Nevertheless, saving the 118-gun battleships was what enabled him to avoid a worse outcome. Had he lost them, he would not only have lost his post, but would probably have been forced to retire from service. With detailed testimony from Armand and his officers, France began assembling a new fleet, after gaining a better understanding of the forces of the Mexican Empire. How do they expect us to manage the colonies, if they take all the battleships? Protested the officials in charge of managing the colonies in Africa and Southeast Asia, but they were unable to stop the decision of the king and the Ministry of War. How many times do you need battleships in the colonies? Frigates are more than enough to keep them under control. They were right. Battleships rarely took part directly in combat. Most of the time, they were used only to intimidate the enemy. They were required only to engage other battleships. For other operations, frigates were sufficient. But couldn't they leave at least one battleship in Africa and another in Asia? I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. His Majesty the King has given the order to mobilize all battleships to restore our honor. I just hope they win. We will do it. Make sure that all the ships gather as quickly as possible in the port of Brest. Now France knew the strength of the enemy. The Mexican Empire had 5 battleships, 4 armored frigates, 4 monitors, and 9 frigates. 2 of their battleships had been seriously damaged, and 4 had been captured by the French, leaving them with only 7 battleships. In addition, 4 of their frigates were partially destroyed, leaving them with only 5. Can we win this time? War Minister Schneider felt a pang of humiliation at the king's question about whether they could defeat Mexico, but having lost once, His Majesty's doubts were understandable. We are mobilizing 22 battleships, numerous frigates and brigantines, as well as steamships, in a total fleet of 85 ships. Even if Mexico has built more ships in this time, the difference in forces is insurmountable. France had quickly completed the construction of 2 battleships that were almost finished when the war began, adding them to its fleet. Despite the heavy losses suffered in the first battle against Mexico, it could still boast of being the second largest naval power in the world. The port of Brest in northern France was packed with journalists and citizens. When the fleet first set out, no one thought they would lose, so only the locals paid attention. But after the defeat, the attention of the entire country was on them. Even the military allowed the public to observe from afar, proudly displaying that France still had a powerful war fleet. With that fleet, can we win? Of course. They have more than 20 battleships. Wow, do we still have that many ships left? Many citizens watched the fleet with admiration and hope for victory, but others were dissatisfied. Are they going to fight again? It's time to sign a peace treaty, Louis Blanc exclaimed in frustration. Although the number of people against the war had increased, the majority still supported it, in part due to the government's successful manipulation of public opinion. That same favorable opinion supported the government's preparations for the second round of conflict. Well, we already knew this was going to happen. We must prepare for what comes next. 3 months had passed since the news of the defeat had been known. During that time, the government had manipulated public opinion and assembled its fleet. It took so long because they had to summon ships scattered around the world. Louis Blanc and his companions had already anticipated this situation. I expected it, but the thought of how many will die because of the king's greed infuriates me. Yes, Lucien replied silently as he lit a cigarette and, after a drag, handed something to Louis. It was a revolver. It had a metal barrel and a wooden grip. The inscriptions in French indicated that it was of French manufacture. Having come this far, I hope France wins the war. But if, for some reason, we lose, then the king, who has led all this, must be responsible. Don't you think? Yes, you're right. Then keep it safe. Hide it carefully. I will do that. Lucien also handed him a generous amount of bullets and added, I will get more soon. Distribute them only to those you trust. They will be useful for our evolution. Louis Blanc and Lucien Dupont prepared for the impending revolution, sharing their plans and resources with determination. January 1840. Are you telling me that the conscription law passed without opposition? Yes, there was no conducive environment to oppose it. Representative Robert informed me about the passage of the recruitment law. Of course, at this point, anyone who opposes it would be branded a traitor or a coward. I had orchestrated that public opinion through the media. The law was a regulation on large-scale recruitment. Depending on the level of war and the risk, which was divided into 5 phases, the number of recruits would be decided. In the last phase, the 5th, even women and the elderly could be called up. In the 5th phase, all citizens, except children, would be mobilized. Although, in reality, if it came to the point of sending women and the elderly to the front, it would mean that the war was lost, and the logical thing would be to surrender. However, the important thing was to make it clear that everyone, regardless of their social class, region, or race, could be recruited. The United States, in its previous life, although it was unquestionably the most powerful nation, had many flaws, but also great virtues. One of them was respect for soldiers. The idea that there are people who risk their lives to protect the country and that thanks to them citizens can live in peace. We have to create a culture that recognizes and appreciates that. That awareness and culture are not built overnight. We had to start developing it now. This law was not only designed for an eventual recruitment need, but also to foster national integration and improve public perception of soldiers. In times of peace, such a strict recruitment law would have met with fierce opposition from both Republicans and landowners. But the war situation facilitated its passage without major obstacles. Anyway, you've done a good job getting it passed. Thank you. I will also make sure that we have good results in the next elections. I trust in it. I dismissed Representative Robert and set about returning to my business. Well, now that the law has been passed, let's get back to work. Even in times of war, industrialization and territorial development were not supposed to stop. America does not stop, and neither can we. As I sat down at my desk, Digo came in to report on the progress. The Imperial University will open next month, and all the works have been completed. Last year we inaugurated the faculties of Engineering, Natural Sciences, Business Administration and Humanities. This year the faculties of Law, Medicine, and Arts will be added, making a total of 7. Perfect. Time to start planning for a second university. Get in touch with the Republicans about it. Yes sir. Although I would love to build several universities at once, now that we have experience, the lack of trained personnel made it impossible. Also, even if we produced many graduates at once, there would not be enough jobs for everyone, which would only lead to more unemployment. There was no choice but to expand education little by little. In addition to the university, I reviewed the progress of other industrial and infrastructure projects, railroads, dams, irrigation systems, and housing complexes for urban workers. For the most part, it was enough to receive reports by letter and respond, but there were some projects that required my presence. Finally, the secret weapon that had been in the making for some time was ready to be deployed. 3 months had passed since it became known that France was preparing its second attack. Following our victory in the first naval battle, tension had eased somewhat, but now it was rising again. The 2 armored battleships we launched 3 months ago, along with 2 others newly launched last month, had formally joined the fleet and were ready for operations. As we had been training more soldiers in anticipation of the launch of 2 new armored battleships in 2 months, integration was quick. All 4 battleships were built to the same design, allowing the crews to adapt seamlessly. I knew you would come, Father. Of course. It's something you've been preparing for a long time. And I must say, they look impressive. It will be expensive, but its performance is assured. Each of these ships cost 650,000 pesos. Considering that a standard battleship costing 300,000 pesos was already difficult to build for most countries, these ships were literally ships covered in money. Monitors and armored frigates were nothing more than intermediate steps towards the construction of these battleships. These were huge ships, about the size of a 90-gun battleship, but with a wooden hull, reinforced with iron armor. Their armament was modest, only 12 guns. Each end of the ship, fore and aft, featured a main turret with a pair of 300mm, 11.8 inches, guns, slightly smaller than the 350mm guns fitted to the monitors. After the monitors were built, it became clear that the larger caliber guns were problematic. They frequently broke due to their excessive size and took too long to reload, taking more than 10 minutes to fire a single shot. That doesn't make sense. The 300mm caliber was ideal. Reloading was fast, and shots could cause considerable damage to enemy battleships. In addition, she had 8 secondary guns, 230mm, 9 inches, 4 on each side of the ship. They were fixed on the deck, with a firing angle of 150 degrees to the sides and elevation limited to 30 degrees. In the port of Veracruz, the sight was impressive. The captured battleships, together with the additional ships that had been built, created an impressive spectacle. Before the imminent second battle against France, my father again motivated the troops while I talked with the captains of the battleships. "This is an impressive vessel, Your Highness. I can't wait to show the French the power of this ship. HAHAHA. France will be the first to try it. Does the actual speed live up to expectations?" "Yes, with just the steam engine, it's as fast as a battleship. And if we hoist the sails, we can easily outrun it. The ability to maneuver without depending on the wind gives us a great advantage." "That's good." Although these ships were not comparable to the dreadnought-type battleships of the original story, we were still far from that technology. These ships, similar in size to a battleship and armed with large guns, were incredibly heavy, and the power of steam engines was not enough to reach high speeds. They still needed sails to improve maneuverability. The ship's frame was still made of wood, and the armor was wrought iron. Steel was still too expensive, and had only been used for the big guns. Despite the high costs, we had no choice but to use steel for the large caliber guns. I have obtained some reports from the French press. They write that the defeat in the first battle was only due to overconfidence and that, if they wish, they can crush us without effort. I hope they will be taught a lesson. "Yes, Your Highness." But it was not only France that thought this way. The United States, Great Britain and several other European nations were also shocked by the results of the battle, although many attributed this to France's carelessness. Now, we are going to show them how wrong they are. Chapter 93, Mexican-French War. 8. Albin Rousin, who oversaw the founding of the French Naval Academy in the port of Brest, the École Navale, was destined to become Minister of the Navy. However, in the face of changing circumstances, he was appointed Admiral of the Expeditionary Fleet. We must accept that Mexico's shipbuilding technology has already surpassed that of France. With that calm introduction, Admiral Rousin started the conversation, but one of his captains disagreed. "Outclassed? If we wanted to, we could build those rotating turret ships. Armoring ships with iron is just a matter of money, and although their steam engine capabilities seem slightly superior, we can build the same thing. Rotating turrets and large caliber guns could be replicated by our engineers with a few months of trial and error. If you count those months of trial and error, plus the construction time, it will take 3 years. Mexico has already gone through that process. That's the technological difference, don't you think? Oh, you are right. My apologies. No problem. Let's accept this reality and move on." Admiral Rousin had carefully reviewed the reports of the first battle. After analyzing everything, he came to the conclusion that Mexico's naval technology had surpassed that of France and that, even with their vast fleet, they might lose. It was he who insisted on gathering all available battleships in France. He accepted the post of commander of the expedition on the condition that the entire fleet would be mobilized, not just a part of it. Unlike his predecessor, he would not make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. "I will give everything I have. The rotating turret ships will cause unimaginable damage to our battleships. To counter them, we must make good use of our frigates and brigs, especially the brigs. Is it possible to stop revolving turret ships with brigs?" A commander under his command asked skeptically. "In this operation we have numerical superiority in battleships, but our real advantage is in the large number of medium and small ships. I have heard that the Mexican turret ships have a very low freeboard, which means that, if the brigs get close enough, they will not be able to ignore them, and will have to attack them first. If they managed to get close enough and even ram them, they could capsize them. Admiral Rousin believed that the defeat in the first battle was due more to the rotating turret ships than to the armored frigates. He knew that the great weakness of these ships was their low freeboard, which made them vulnerable in open waters. One of the subordinates thought for a moment and voiced an objection. True, but the turret ships are steamers. The brigs will not be able to keep up with them. As they retreat, they will turn their turrets and hunt us down. The commander pointed out the superior speed of the ships with rotating turrets. Rousin immediately replied, "Let them hunt. Do you mean we'll use the brigantines as bait? Exactly. The rotating turret ships have another weakness. Their large caliber guns take a long time to reload. Mexico only has 4 of those ships. Even if they have built more, if we deploy our 60 frigates and brigs everywhere, they won't be able to neutralize us easily. In the meantime, we can destroy their battleships." It was a cruel strategy that involved great sacrifices among the small and medium-sized ships, but the captains did not reject it. It seemed a viable tactic. We know that Mexico has few small boats. I think it will work. Once we are at sea, we will not have time to discuss any further details. If there are any questions, speak up now. There were no further objections. March 1840. A French scout ship, apparently steam-powered. Shall we follow it? Vice Admiral Martinez, who had won the first battle against the French, had already detected the enemy ship. He replied to his subordinate, "They are faster than us. It seems they have learned something." The French scout ship was unarmored, giving it a speed advantage over our fleet of armored ships. "Yes, last time we intercepted them quickly." "That's right. This time it won't be so easy. But we must follow them, since we have come here to welcome them." "Yes, the sooner we confront them, the better." The order was soon given to advance at full speed. It was obvious that the French objective was Cuba again. There was no better target for them. Going directly to Veracruz would be risky, as they might be surrounded, and the fortifications there were too formidable. This time, instead of waiting in the waters near Cuba, we were much further east, at the entrance to the Caribbean, awaiting the enemy fleet which, as we expected, was heading directly towards Cuba. Soon, the French fleet began to appear on the horizon. There are 22 battleships. There are 25 frigates and more than 40 brigantines. The lookouts reported continuously. They really brought everything they have. Yes. Even for France, it seems they have brought all their available forces. Maybe they learned the lesson of not underestimating the enemy, but we will teach them that is not enough. Prepare the main guns to fire. Yes, sir. Preparing main guns. Preparing main guns. Our fleet consisted of only 10 ships. 6 armored frigates and 4 battleships. But size was not the important thing. These battleships were not only superior in defense, they also had advantages in speed and range. The 4 300mm main guns, located at the bow and stern, began to reload rapidly. Although the caliber was slightly smaller, the rate of fire was revolutionary, allowing 1 shot every 4 minutes. "We are ready. Fire." Boom. Boom. The gunfire began from a distance at which the French battleships could not even think of attacking. The Mexican ships unleashed their fire at great distance. Whistle. Bang. The shots hit the side and deck of the French battleships. The enemy is approaching at full speed. Turn. Keep your distance from the enemy fleet. Yes, sir. Although the French had deployed several steamships, these were mostly medium and small vessels. Even our armored frigates, let alone the imposing battleships, were faster than the French battleships. As long as both fleets moved in the same direction, the French could not catch up with us. Boom. Boom. The armored frigates escorted the battleships as they continued to fire relentlessly. ANOTHER type of ship. Admiral Rousin felt his meticulously laid plan crumble within minutes. They don't seem to have any intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Of course not. I would do the same in their place. But how can we reach them? There is no way. The new enemy ships were battleships the size of conventional battleships, but with 4 main guns. The freeboard was as high as that of a French battleship, and the guns, although of smaller caliber, fired with a much higher rate of fire. It was as if all the weaknesses of the rotating turret ships had been eliminated. The only drawback Rousin could see was that, for steamships, they were not particularly fast. but they were still faster than the French battleships. The breeze allowed the French ships to reach a speed of about 12 knots, but it was of little help, since the Mexican ships had also set their sails. Boom. Whistle. Bang. Shall we continue the chase? The situation was so bad that the second in command himself, visibly worried, asked first. The only advantage was that there were only 4 of these new enemy battleships, so they had not yet caused serious damage to the fleet. But the fact that the French were being bombarded without being able to close the distance was a source of despair for Admiral Rousin. There were still 5 days left until they reached Cuba. In that time, how much more damage would they receive? I swore not to be complacent, but assuming that the enemy would fight the same way as in the last battle was another show of arrogance. It's only been a few months. Admiral Rousin was deeply frustrated, but reality was unforgiving. The new ships of the Mexican Empire were attacking relentlessly, and they would still have to advance 5 more days to force a battle. Admiral Rousin felt cold sweat running down his back. It was not just a sensation. As commander of the expeditionary fleet, he tried to keep a neutral expression to hide his nervousness, but he could not hide his paleness. His second in command pretended not to notice, but Rousin's pale face reflected the gravity of the situation. Boom. Whistle. Bang. The sound of the Mexican bombardment pressured the admiral to make a decision. If we continue to advance to the port of Havana, we will arrive in 5 days, after having been bombed all the way, only to face the entire enemy fleet. Mexico would show no mercy. They would keep their distance and continue attacking. The only option would be to fight in a port, which would mean facing defensive fortifications as well as the enemy fleet, and being surrounded on both sides. It would be suicide. Even if everything went perfectly, the losses of the French fleet would be devastating. So what if we retreat? Is that even an option? Letting France's Grand Fleet retreat without a proper fight? Even if they managed to retreat without casualties, he would be regarded as a coward who had dishonored the honor of the French Navy. The king and the government would no doubt blame him for the defeat. If he was lucky, he would only be dishonorably discharged. If not, he could end up in prison. And if that weren't enough, boom. Whistle. Bang. One cannon shot missed its target, hitting a nearby brigadier. The ship was pierced by a single shot. AAAGH. A soldier, who miraculously survived the impact, screamed in the midst of the confusion. Only upon hearing that heartrending cry did Admiral Rousin make his decision. Retreat. I order immediate retreat. It was the shame of considering his own safety that prompted him to make that decision. He had decided to use the brigs as bait because he thought it was necessary for France to win the war. But to advance now, without retreating, would mean sacrificing his men just to preserve his own honor. Admiral, are we retreating without even a fight? How can we fight if the enemy doesn't allow it? We have 5 days left to reach Cuba, and if we keep getting bombed all the way, you know what will happen to our fleet. Although some officers were dissatisfied, they understood why this order was given. Just as the admiral feared, the French would begin to turn, and so would the enemy. They are chasing us. They were now in the position of being pursued, rather than the pursuers. But one thing had not changed. They were still being bombarded without being able to strike back. The wind, which had previously been favorable, turned against them, and the speed of the fleet decreased considerably. The real nightmare had begun. Boom. Whistle. Bang. The great French fleet had to endure an endless rain of projectiles. Hold on. The enemies will eventually run out of fuel and ammunition. The officers tried to encourage their men as they did everything they could to escape, but the reality was not so simple. Boom. Mexico's faster armored frigates began attacking the smaller and medium-sized ships as well. The French fleet, with its battleships widely dispersed, was attacked on the flanks, where the frigates and brigs were most vulnerable. The new Mexican battleships and armored frigates seemed determined to use up all their ammunition, firing shells without respite. Let the ships in better condition take the place of those that have been hit. Take the shots for them. Abandon sinking ships. If the neighboring ship is in bad shape, draw closer and rescue the crew immediately. Admiral Rousin, sleep deprived, continued to give orders in a desperate effort to minimize casualties. The Mexican Empire finally stopped the attack when the French fleet had covered almost half of the Atlantic. They had literally fired until they ran out of shells. Chapter 94, Mexican-French War. 9. If the first defeat was a blow that shook French society, as if it had been hit on the back of the head, the second defeat made them feel as if their worst nightmares had come true. Unlike the first battle, this time no one ruled out the possibility of losing. However, the king, the press and figures from all social classes were convinced of victory, and although the citizens proclaimed that they would win at all costs, deep down they harbored the disturbing doubt, what will happen if we lose? Even the newspaper headlines reflected this change of attitude. Another defeat. God save France. What will become of France now? They did not blame the government. The fear of defeat had invaded France. But at least those Mexicans won't be able to invade mainland France, right? Of course not. The French army is invincible on land. Although they tried to console each other, they all knew the truth. If they lost control of the sea routes, everything would change. Before the war, France, with the second most powerful navy in the world, had secured numerous colonies. There was even hope that, like the English, by expanding their colonial empire, they might one day once again challenge for global hegemony. It was true that during Louis Philippe's reign workers' discontent had grown, but it was also a fact that France had enjoyed a period of political and economic stability that had fostered its growth. All that was crumbling with this war. Take responsibility, Louis Philippe. Responsibility. Responsibility. The desperate citizens soon began to blame the king and the government for everything that had happened. Although the majority had supported the war, they now said that it was all a hoax, a maneuver by the powerful and the king to divert internal discontent abroad. Protests erupted across the country, with thousands of Parisians taking to the streets. From the iconic Place de la Bastille to the Place de la Concorde in the Champs-Élysées, demonstrations filled the city's main arteries. From the beginning, Louis Blanc and his fellow socialists, who had always opposed the war, led the protests. For them, the king and his powerful allies should take responsibility. That was Louis Blanc's thinking. Citizens, do you know, while Louis Philippe started this war, he wanted to divert the debt that Mexico sent and use it for his own benefit. Here I have a translation from a Mexican newspaper. Look. Standing on a modest platform, Louis Blanc shouted at the top of his lungs, while a man, almost hypnotized, took the document. Could you read it out loud, please? Without hesitation, the man began to read the article in front of the crowd. The Mexican government has strongly rejected the French claim to a debt of 20 million pesos, calling it unjustified extortion. A spokesman for the Mexican Ministry of Finance said in an official statement that the debt claimed by France has already been paid, both in principal and interest. He also noted that when Mexico sent 1 million pesos in silver to France, the French only acknowledged having received 800,000, without giving a clear explanation as to the whereabouts of the remaining 200,000. These statements come in a context of growing financial tensions with France, while Mexico claims that it has not had any such problems in its transactions with the United States or Great Britain. The spokesman added that not even an unscrupulous lender would dare to do what France is doing, and called on the international community to pay attention to this situation. This controversy could seriously affect long-term diplomatic relations between the two countries, and further negotiations between their respective governments are expected. The content of the article left the crowd shocked. It was a shocking revelation. What? This is true? Have they kept 20%? As the crowd seethed, the man who had read the article exclaimed, "Wait, how do we know this is true?" A reasonable observation. I can verify that. Someone took the stand. He is a deputy. A deputy? A deputy participating in the protest? It was Deputy Hen Moro, ACCORDING. To what I have officially confirmed with the United Kingdom and the United States, all debts of the Mexican Empire have been settled. Mexico's main creditors were the United Kingdom, France and the United States, and, with the exception of France, all debts have been paid. Isn't it strange that the debt of the United Kingdom, which was larger than ours, and also that of the United States, which has less power than us, has been paid, but that of France has not been paid? Furthermore, it is a fact that to a certain extent Mexico was continuously sending silver to France. Do you really think that Mexico would be willing to take its discontent to the extreme of engaging in a war and plotting like that just because it didn't want to pay? Although there was no conclusive evidence, the arguments presented by Deputy Moro made sense. On the face of it, it was insufficient evidence to confirm the facts, but for the crowd that already saw the king as guilty, that was more than enough. So that bastard Louis Philippe tried to start a war to get his hands on the money he stole from Mexico, and you destroy the country for a handful of coins? The anger of the protesters, upon learning the true reasons for the war, began to escalate out of control. Revolution again joined the revolution. Louis Blanc and his companions led the revolutionary movement. Revolutionary comrades, here are your weapons. It was not known where they had obtained the weapons, but no one cared to investigate their origin. The demonstrators soon became revolutionaries and their first target was the arsenal. The citizens of Paris knew how to carry out a revolution. It was their third after the Great Revolution of 1789 and that of 1831. Stop. Open the arsenal. Click. The protesters pointed their guns. The police also had weapons, but they were clearly outnumbered. Raising his hands, one of the policemen desperately shouted, "Wait. Don't shoot. We surrender. No, better yet, we join the revolution." Welcome. The police, who were supposed to suppress the revolution, were not prepared to give their lives to defend the king. After all, they were also French citizens. When the clash broke out, they joined the demonstrators, as if it were the most natural thing to do. A week after the news of the second defeat, the revolution broke out, and by the second week, the protesters had already organized themselves into a military group. The king and the privileged class that supported him began to prepare militarily, but not all members of the elite remained loyal to the monarch. In fact, most of the privileged people, who had once supported the king for personal gain, quickly turned against him and joined the protesters. Well, it's not like we started the war. It is true that the king favored us, but it was only a business relationship, not enough to risk our lives for him. You're right. It was the king who proposed the war, and since he lost, he must take responsibility. It has nothing to do with us. The only ones who did not betray the king were those so infamous that, even if they did so now, they would not avoid being punished by the people. They were nobles, bureaucrats, and bourgeois whose reputation was already too tarnished. Stopping the revolution was impossible, even if they wanted to. It was not just a matter of discontent among the workers. They had started a war and had been disastrously defeated. And now, people knew that the reason for the war was the king's personal greed. Let the king pay for his crimes. King, you say. Louis Philippe, if you are a man, come out of hiding and face us. The demonstrators did not attempt a clumsy advance that might provoke a massacre. They knew well how to proceed, thanks to their previous experiences. They surrounded the palace of the Tuileries and kept out of the reach of the soldiers defending it. They simply raised their voices. If Louis Philippe does not come out on his own, we will attack in 4 days. Although they could not be heard inside the palace, the soldiers defending it heard the threats clearly. On the first day, most of them just watched in silence. There were some desertions, but there always had been. Today, there were only a few more. The real trouble started after that. On the second day, soldiers began to disappear in earnest. Lieutenant, I can't find Caesar. I don't see Joseph either. The soldiers' reports kept coming in. Bang. Lieutenant, I said I was to report the troops by 8. What are you doing? The lieutenant was not there. He might have gone out for a moment, but no one believed him. Even officers desert. There had been no casualties in combat, but both soldiers and officers had begun to desert. The reasons were diverse. Some were angry with the king, like most citizens of Paris. Others felt guilty for having to fight the demonstrators, or were simply afraid. There were also those who fled, because their comrades had done so. The captain, with a sudden idea, ran to check the arsenal of that unit, and his worst fear came true. Damn it. Did they take the weapons too? This made the situation even more serious. The deserters had not quietly escaped home. They had joined the protesters, or rather, the rebels. It was not only their company that had been affected. Although the scales had already tipped in favor of the protesters, there was still a chance to fight back, but now, those chances were completely gone. The captain sank into despair. The day of the attack planned by the demonstrators had arrived. Less than half of the soldiers defending the Tuileries Palace were still there. Louis Philippe. Coward. Are you going to sacrifice all these soldiers just to protect yourself? Louis Blanc, at the front of the protesters, shouted, and the crowd began to boo. Boo. This wretch is making us lose every last drop of compassion. Prepare the guillotine. The crowd seemed to be about to explode. Wait. Not yet. I will make you one last offer. Soldiers. This is not your fight. This is a fight between the French and Louis Philippe, who has exploited us and led us into war for his personal greed. We know you are loyal, but justice is on our side. You do not have to fight a battle that has neither justice nor hope of victory. Take our last offer to Louis Philippe. Louis Philippe was holed up deep inside the Tuileries Palace, so he could not hear the screams. Louis Blanc, determined to prevent bloodshed, handed a letter to the soldiers. Fortunately, one of them accepted it and didn't break it. An hour later, Louis Philippe emerged in front of the demonstrators, his face pale. Boo. Tyrant. Amid boos, Louis Philippe calmly addressed Louis Blanc, who was at the front of the crowd. Keep your promise. I will. Although the crimes he had committed would not allow him to avoid execution, the process had to follow a proper course. Bang, bang, bang. The judge sentenced Louis Philippe to death. Do you have anything else to say? No. Just make sure you keep your word. Proceed with the execution. The guillotine blade, dusted off after so long, fell on Louis Philippe's neck. His family could not bear to witness that scene. Without giving the royal family time to recover, representatives of the protesters who had already declared a provisional government acted quickly. Come on, just take what you can carry. No objects of historical value, such as the crown, will be allowed. The protesters offered Louis Philippe the option of going into exile with his family, and he accepted. The royal family's property was confiscated by the provisional government. The only things they were allowed to take into exile were the clothes they were wearing, and a small bag. The bag was tiny, like a reticule, a small purse, that women used to carry their belongings. This is a famous jeweler of the royal family, isn't it? Leave it here. Yeah. Given the current situation, in which the king had even been beheaded, the royal family obeyed the orders of the provisional government without resistance. NOW. Finally, sign here. The provisional government presented a document in which they agreed to renounce all their rights to France during their exile. After obtaining the signatures of all members of the royal family, the provisional government accelerated its exile plans. Although the government had been overthrown, the war with Mexico was not yet over. At any moment, Mexican naval forces could arrive. Fortunately, England immediately granted asylum, and they set out that same day. They got rid of them quickly. Good job. Leaving them here would have been dangerous in many ways. Yes, there were those who wanted to kill them, and others, curiously, still supported them. The provisional government quickly got rid of the royal family and moved on to the next step in its plan. Wait a minute. This isn't what they promised us. Exactly. They said that, if the king sacrificed himself, the others would live. They began to arrest capitalists, nobles, and bureaucrats who had been linked to the royal family. We said we would save your families. We never said we would save you. That. Louis Philippe had lied. He had told his entourage at the Tuileries Palace that, if he sacrificed himself, the others would survive, meaning the nobles and officials, but not his own family. He knew that, if he talked about saving his family, they would object. Kill them all. Kill them all. The crowd demanded execution. Execute. The corrupt bourgeoisie, bureaucrats, and sycophants who had monopolized the high positions of government were decapitated. Only then did Louis Blanc proclaim, "The revolution has triumphed. Hurrah!" The crowd shouted. The provisional government was made up of various figures from French society, but those who exerted the greatest influence were Louis Blanc and his companions. In 6 months, we will restore order and call official elections. Thus the Second French Republic, Deuxième République, was born. However, the hopes of the French citizens, who thought that the revolution would bring many changes, collapsed in just 3 days. Mexico has brought its fleet. June 14, 1840. A month and a half passed from the announcement of defeat until the revolution began and ended. But the war, which had been forgotten for a time in the midst of revolutionary fervor, had reached the gates of France. The Mexican fleet is attacking the port of Brest. Thanks to the desperate efforts of Admiral Lucien and the sailors, they managed to save 2/3 of the fleet. However, most of the ships were damaged as a result of the spread of the cannon fire. The fleet was being repaired, divided into two, one part in the port of Brest, in northern France, and the other in Toulon, in the south. In the midst of ongoing repairs at the Brest shipyard, the fleet of the Mexican Empire suddenly burst in. Stop this. Stop the attack. Yes, let's negotiate peace. Let's have a peace negotiation. The Mexican side has rejected it. The ship sent with a message, risking danger, was not attacked, but the negative reply arrived in less than a minute. The members of the provisional government panicked. Agustín Moro, with more political experience than the rest, offered a solution. Let's ask the British to mediate. The British? They'll be delighted to see us fall. You are right, but those pirates must also be bewildered by the current war situation. They will not be pleased if Mexico obtains an absolute victory and huge profits. Okay, let's try it. The decision was made quickly. The French diplomat ran towards the British embassy. Chapter 95. Mexican-French War. 10. Ridiculous, I thought. Many people had gathered in London. The royal family of Orleans, driven out by the revolution, after being defeated by us, the Mexicans. I, the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire, the victorious nation, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Provisional Government of France, who, although his revolution was successful, had been defeated in the war, and had come to beg for peace. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Provisional Government of France was none other than the Deputy Agustín Moro. It's ironic how he's been so cooperative with our military intelligence agents. I wondered what expression he would make when he discovered that the person he knew as Lucien Dupont was actually Juan Ramirez, a spy for the Mexican Empire. But of course that couldn't happen. So, even though I knew the face of Juan Ramirez, who had achieved great merits, I pretended not to know. Instead, I started the conversation with a tone that showed genuine surprise. Let there be a revolution before the war is over. The French really seem to love revolutions. It was really amazing. It is true that I had invested a considerable amount of money through our intelligence agents to incite the revolution, but everything was planned to happen after the end of the war. I never imagined that it could move so fast. I never thought the revolution would happen so soon after our victory in the second battle. The conflict was over as I crossed the Atlantic with the Mexican fleet. Everything happened at lightning speed, confirming that France was truly the land of revolutions. That is an internal matter for France, Minister Moro replied uncomfortably. We are here to discuss the end of the war. As you wish. Prime Minister, would you please continue? I gave the floor to the British Prime Minister, Lord Melbourne, who had organized this negotiating meeting. Thank you, Your Highness. Very well, let us begin. Unlike the French representatives, who were nervous, the Mexican and British officials remained relaxed. Wait a minute. Before we move on, I would like to ask that the fighting be halted while negotiations are underway. Minister Moro could not hide his concern. He was an experienced politician, and showing emotion at a negotiating table was a mistake, but he could not help it, knowing that at that very moment our Mexican fleet was destroying the French fleet in the port of Brest. Moro's despair was understandable. Lord Melbourne asked me a question. Would you agree, Your Highness? For the British, it was more beneficial for Mexico to continue destroying the French fleet, but they still asked my opinion, knowing that we already had an agreement. If they properly reflect the price of stopping the attack, when we are in such an advantageous situation, we agree to stop it. What kind of price are you suggesting? While we cannot occupy the territory of mainland France, we can destroy their entire fleet. That means we could blockade their ports. In exchange for stopping the attack, I think they should give us half of the fleet that would have been destroyed. Are you asking for half of what's left of the French fleet just in exchange for stopping the fighting during negotiations? Deputy Moro, visibly incredulous, asked, but the desperate party was France. They are not obliged to accept. We don't know how long the negotiations will last. After all, The question was clear. Would they lose the entire fleet, or hand over half of it to their enemy, Mexico, and save at least part of it? Surprisingly, Moro made the decision quickly. Okay, I accept. But give the order immediately. Barely a day had passed since my arrival in England, and since the Mexican fleet had begun its attack on the port of Brest. Since it was a naval base, there were surely coastal defense facilities already in operation. Neutralized. If we ordered the attack to be halted now, they would probably save most of their fleet. Well, what a quick decision. We have a steamer ready to transmit the message immediately. In 3 hours the attack will be stopped. The steamer I mentioned was the same one our agent Juan had used to send secret messages to Mexico. Diego, upon hearing my words, ordered the messenger to transmit the order to stop the attack. This starts with excellent cooperation, Lord Melbourne commented with satisfaction. Minister Moro took the initiative. If you end the war now, we will completely cancel the debt that caused the conflict and cede the Caribbean islands to Mexico. Also, as we have agreed, we will hand over half of the remaining fleet. What do you think? These were completely unacceptable conditions for France. You have no intention of ending the war, do you? Under those conditions, I will withdraw from this meeting. Even if they did not attack directly, the mere fact that the Mexican Empire's fleet was pressing off the French coast represented a tremendous burden for the provisional government. Hang on a minute. Ignoring Minister Moro's nervous reaction, I left the room, suggesting that we could continue the conversation the next day. After all, time was on my side. 4th day of negotiations. If he had laid down his conditions from the start, we would have saved ourselves a lot of trouble, said MP Moro, visibly exhausted. After reaching an agreement, and you would have accepted easily? I replied. WELL, of course not. We would have wasted time arguing unnecessarily, only to end up with the same thing. I had no intention of wasting my energy on marathon negotiations. I would listen to their offers, reject them as insufficient, and leave the table. Lord Melbourne would then urge them to propose better conditions if they wanted the negotiations to proceed. 4 days passed in this way. During this time, Deputy Moro communicated with the French provisional government, adjusting the conditions, and finally the following terms were agreed upon. 1. France will acknowledge that it invaded Mexico under the pretext of a non-existent debt and will apologize. My father smiled with satisfaction as he spoke. Although we are usually so busy that we hardly have time to enjoy a drink, today we decided to share a quiet drink together. It is true that, although the government had been preparing for war for a long time, the people did not know about it. When it became known that France had declared war on us, a palpable tension ran through the entire Mexican Empire. But now that worry and anxiety had been transformed into the joy of victory, so it was not surprising to see the people so euphoric. Yes, although it is a shame that the elections were held before the war ended. It's true, it was a bit unfortunate, but at least the timing wasn't the worst. The elections were held right after our victory in the first battle. The elections were held in February 1840. The war was not yet over, but we had already won the first battle, and at that time it was known that France was reorganizing its fleet. The election results were favorable to the Imperial Party. We obtained 90 seats, the landowners 53 and the Republicans 58. Compared to the previous elections, in which the Imperialists won 77 seats, the landowners 61 and the Republicans 63, it was a positive result. However, my father seemed a little dissatisfied. It's not a bad result, but I think that, if the elections were held now, we could get an absolute majority. It is true that, if elections were held now, we could probably secure more than 101 seats. We can wait for the next elections. Although there will always be unforeseen factors, constitutional reform will not harm us. In fact, it will be beneficial for us. I think so too. It's been more than 15 years since the Constitution was written. During that time, the Mexican Empire has changed dramatically. At the beginning of our independence, we barely controlled Mexico City and its surroundings, with a weak government. Now, we finally have a strong central government, befitting the title of empire. My father took a sip of his drink and continued. Now, 201 seats are not enough, and 12 years of mandate are too short. Why are you right? In my past life in South Korea, there were 300 members of parliament. Although our population here is smaller, our territory is 50 times larger, so the current 201 seats are clearly insufficient. Given the size of our country, we should eventually adopt a bicameral system. But we'll leave that for later. With states spanning between 200,000 and 300,000 square miles, and California, New Mexico and Texas even larger, at some point we will need representatives, not just by population, but also to represent the states. But for now, that is not a priority. We still have very little population. There is therefore no urgent need to split the parliament into two chambers. For now, the idea is simply to adjust the number of seats. There has been talk of increasing the seats to 251, 301 or 351, right? Yeah. I think it would be best to increase to 301. 251 is too little, and 351 is still too much. I also think that this is a reasonable figure. We are also considering relaxing the term limit for parliamentarians. I initially proposed a 3-term limit, meaning a maximum of 12 years, because I feared that, as in Korea, there would be politicians who would remain in power for 6, 7, or 8 terms, which could lead to political stagnation. However, as time went by, I realized that 12 years was not as long as I thought. All the deputies elected in the first elections have already retired, and even the young deputy Robert is in his 3rd term, his last. After consulting with several parliamentarians, we decided to extend the limit to 5 terms, or 20 years at most. We have already discussed constitutional reform enough, so there is no need to go into it further. Is it true that you plan to send our military intelligence agents to Haiti? Yes. After our experience inciting revolution in France, I think we can continue with our plans. France has demanded a debt of 150 million francs from Haiti. Although Haiti has managed to reduce this to 90 million, it is obvious that they cannot pay such an absurd amount. In my past life, Haiti had to spend 80% of its annual budget for 120 years to pay off that debt to France. Despite that, they failed to pay it off until the United States stepped in, and the debt was forgiven in 1947. Of course, Haiti remains one of the poorest countries in the world to this day. According to my recollection, it will not be long before the eastern part of the island, the Dominican Republic, which was a Spanish colony, breaks away after a rebellion. Although the Dominican Republic will live better than Haiti, its political situation will be equally chaotic, changing presidents 50 times in 90 years, while people suffer enormously. Perhaps it would be better if both countries became part of our Mexico. Not as colonies. As we are doing in Cuba, where we are building a huge railway network that encircles the island, we can integrate Haiti and the Dominican Republic into our Mexico, develop them, and make their inhabitants prosper. Moreover, they are right next to Cuba. The island of Hispaniola is truly a coveted gem. In size, it is the 2nd largest in the Caribbean after Cuba, and it boasts plantations that France and Spain have long cultivated, along with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. If our Mexican empire were to succeed in taking it, we would further consolidate our dominance over the Caribbean. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The French, and some of the local powers, will not like it, but apart from them, it will be beneficial for everyone. My father approved my plan, and agents who had gained experience in France alongside Juan Ramirez were sent to Haiti. 2. France will cede all its colonies in the Caribbean and America to Mexico. 3. France will transfer all its rights over Haiti to Mexico. 4. France will pay 35 million pesos as war compensation to Mexico. 5. France will cede half of its remaining fleet to Mexico. Those were the 5 main points. Well, is this enough then? SOMETHING is missing. If it had not been for England's mediation, Mexico would not have ended the war. Since this agreement was reached thanks to England, there should be compensation for them as well. Just as Lord Melbourne had pressed for better terms for Mexico, it was now my turn to press for England to get its reward. Compensation? What does that mean? Without saying a word, I added one more clause. 6. France will cede its colonies in Africa to England as compensation for the mediation. The translator conveyed my addition in Spanish to Minister Moro. "Ha, it was all decided from the beginning," he muttered with resignation as he signed the treaty. Victory. The news of the victory shook the Mexican Empire. Everyone was euphoric. Mexico had defeated France, a nation that had once made all of Europe tremble. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the House of Iturbide. National pride reached an all-time high, and throughout the Mexican Empire, including the festivities in Mexico City, people celebrated. "The euphoria of the people is astonishing," they commented in the palace, while the cheers and acclamations of the citizens reached the emperor. "Isn't that surprising?" he replied. Chapter 96. The Aftermath of War. 1. Extra. The results of the war between Mexico and France have come out. A boy in New Orleans was selling newspapers. The result of the war. Give me one quickly. A man passing by, intrigued by the outcome of the war, picked up the newspaper and opened it expectantly, but what he read was completely different from what he expected. France falls to Mexico. Defeated France is shaken by a citizen revolution. France was defeated. Hey, is this article true? The man knew that asking the young man selling the newspaper would not change the answer, but the result was so shocking that he could not help but doubt. They say that peace negotiations have already ended under UK mediation, so I guess it's true. Wow, amazing. And not just him. Every time the boy sold a newspaper, people reacted in a similar way. The French colonies in the Caribbean and South America, its fleet, and even war reparations. At least they say they have left the North American colonies alone. A revolution and the execution of the king? Unbelievable. Mexico's victory affected many countries, but outside of those directly involved, the country most impacted was undoubtedly the United States. Americans did not see Mexico as a competitor. Although the Mexican Empire was large in area, its population was small and mostly comprised of indigenous people working on haciendas. To most Americans, Mexico was a backward agricultural country, and they did not consider it comparable to white nations like Europe or the United States. Even as far back as the 18th century, Mexico was a country that was not as white as the 19th century. A few years ago, they had signed an agreement in which they promised to accept the indigenous people as immigrants. And now it turns out that this country has defeated France. France, the country that, although it lost its hegemony after the fall of Napoleon, had been feared throughout Europe. This event surprised not only the ordinary American citizen, but also the US president and the country's political and economic figures. We have to take action. What measures can we take against Mexico for defeating France? Have you forgotten that Mexico is right next door to us? We must increase our defense budget. Henry Clay Sr. of the Whig Party spoke vehemently, but the Democrats paid no attention. A strong federal military meant more power for the federal government, and Democrats, who advocated states' rights and a limited federal government, could not support such an idea. I don't understand why we should increase the defense budget when there is no imminent threat of war. Mexico won this war thanks to its new ships, not by having mobilized a large number of soldiers. John Caldwell Calhoun, who had once served as vice president, opposed Clay, and members of the Democratic Party supported him. Exactly. We just need to develop our own modern warships. There is no need to increase the defense budget. Although Henry Clay was disgusted with Democrats for thinking only in terms of political logic in the midst of a national crisis, he did not abandon his argument. The Navy is important, but if the United States and the Mexican Empire were to clash, the battlefield would not be the sea, but the land. I'm sure you understand that. There is no imminent threat of war. There are no serious conflicts between the United States and Mexico at the moment, so don't you think preparing for war now is a bit over the top? When Calhoun made that comment, Democrats again rallied around him. Exactly. If a war breaks out, we can resort to conscription. After all, both we and they would have to do it. Besides, doesn't the United States have a much larger population than Mexico? We don't need to expand the federal army. Mexico had conducted a census in 1838, but the details were not made public. However, its total population was known to be 10.82 million, according to press reports. On the other hand, the US Census of 1840 showed its population to be 17 million. Even if Mexico's population had grown in the past 2 years, there was still a difference of at least 5.5 million people. 5.5 million people were half the population of Mexico. With such a large difference, it was reasonable to think that, although Mexico could win naval battles, it would be no match for the United States on land, a country that was not so poor that it could not maintain a well-supplied army. They therefore argued that there was no need to expand the army and fear a war that had not yet broken out. It was a seemingly reasonable argument, but Henry Clay was quick to refute it. Is there no threat of war? We all know that Mexico is very close to Great Britain. Although we already knew this before, the recent peace treaty has made it clearer than ever. He was referring to the surrender of French colonies to England as compensation for mediation in the war, a fact so obvious that no one disputed it. Henry Clay continued his argument. Just over this England and us, the United States, there is a big problem. I'm referring to the Oregon border dispute. I don't think the Democrats here are unaware of this issue, right? The Oregon issue was a sensitive one in American society, as it was the only way to secure access to the Pacific. On almost every issue, Democrats and Whigs clashed, but on territorial issues like this, both parties agreed. However, Democrats, who had been wary of a strong federal government, were now the strongest advocates of expansion. This was inevitable, as expansionist sentiment in the United States was not just the stance of a politician or a party, but something that the citizens wanted. Receiving no objections from the Democrats, Henry Clay played his decisive card. And there's one more thing. I'm going to bring a witness to speak on this matter. Is that okay with you? Yes, go ahead, replied Richard M. Johnson, the president of the Senate. Mr. Smith, please come to the stand. A young white man took the witness stand in the US Senate. This Carter Smith, who emigrated with his family to the Mexican Empire as a teenager at the request of his father, and after going through many difficulties, has recently returned to the United States. Since he has been in Mexico until recently, he has a great knowledge of the situation there. It was no coincidence that Henry Clay met Carter Smith. The young man, now in his 20s, felt a deep hatred for the Mexican Empire. 7 years earlier, his father had died when the Texas Rangers were annihilated by the Mexican Imperial Army. Most American immigrants in Mexico accepted the authority of the empire, but Smith had no intention of doing so. This was not out of patriotism for the United States, but because, after France's defeat in the war, the only country that could fight and defeat Mexico was the United States. With a burning desire for revenge for his father's death at the hands of the Mexican army, Smith had wandered throughout Mexico, and his plan was finally beginning to take shape. First, I must make these naive Americans understand the danger that Mexico represents. Mr. Smith, could you tell us about the weapons the Mexican army used in its battles against the Comanches? In response to Henry Clay's question, Carter Smith explained in detail the capabilities of Mexican weapons. A 6-shooter? We have that in the States too. I think it was invented in '36, right? Yes, that's correct. It was invented by Samuel Colt, but it is still in development and has many shortcomings. The problem is that Mexico had already perfected and used that weapon in 1833, 7 years ago. Is that true? Smith clearly remembered what the Ranger survivors had told him, that the Mexican army had used pistols capable of firing 6 shots in a row during the battle in Texas. Yes, I remember it precisely. Many witnesses claim that the Mexican army used those 6-shooter revolvers in Texas. Finally, Democratic senators began to change their attitude. Mr. Smith, could you tell us how many cavalry soldiers the Mexican Empire mobilized to subdue the Comanche tribe? 10,000. They were all professionally trained cavalrymen. There were actually 7,000, Smith thought. But the important thing was that these arrogant Americans felt threatened. 10,000 cavalry. Cavalry was still a formidable military force. The United States had cavalry too, and they knew how expensive it was to maintain. That the Mexican Empire had a force of 10,000 cavalrymen was astonishing, far more than the United States possessed. Moreover, building a trained cavalry was not something that could be achieved simply by conscription. Seeing the unrest among Democratic senators, Henry Clay hammered home the final nail. The Mexican Empire easily defeated the Comanches, while our army has still not been able to defeat them, even now that the tribe has been reduced by half after their departure from Mexico. Do you still think we don't need to increase the defense budget? America's Indian Wars were still ongoing, and the Comanche tribe was undoubtedly the most troublesome enemy. Although Clay had said that the Comanches had been reduced by half, they had actually grown stronger by absorbing other tribes. Unable to respond, Democrats gave ground, and Clay's defense budget increase proposal passed. Let's leave Mexico for now, but we need to deal with that Comanche tribe first, so let's get this matter out of the way, they concluded. The war has definitely had a huge impact. There have even been marriage proposals from foreign royal families. A proposal had arrived to marry my younger brother to a princess of the Brazilian Empire. Until now, both my brothers and I had married into noble and landowning families, but never into a royal family. Even though it was the Brazilian Empire, the Braganza family had been ruling Portugal for over 2 centuries. It's funny that nothing was mentioned before, but as soon as it became known that we had defeated France, this proposal came up. However, marrying someone from the nobility to someone from royalty is part of the destiny of these families, so it's not that surprising. But that's something mom and dad should decide, right? Until now, all of my siblings' marriages had been handled that way. My mother did the investigating and my father gave final approval. I didn't see why they would need my input. The truth is that we have not only received the proposal from Brazil, we have also received an offer of marriage from the Hohenzollern royal family of Prussia. The Hohenzollerns are such a prestigious dynasty that even I, in my past life, had heard of them. For my father, who attaches great importance to bloodline families, this must have been a very attractive proposition. Do you want to know my opinion on which of the 2 options to choose? If I had to choose, I would definitely choose the Hohenzollerns. Historically and in terms of prestige, their name is much more recognized than that of the Braganza family. No, we have already decided to go ahead with your brother's marriage to the Princess of Brazil. Prussia's proposal is not for your brother, but for your son, Carlos. Carlos? But he's only 5 years old. Yes, and the Princess of Prussia is barely 2. Now I understood why my mother had sought me out to talk about this. Charles is not only my son, but also the heir to the throne. A marriage between members of royal families with no succession rights, or with a very low position is usually a gesture of friendship between nations. But both I and William I are first in line to the succession of our respective empires, that of Mexico and that of Prussia. Such a marriage between heirs is a matter of great diplomatic importance, as it can consolidate an alliance between nations. I see. PRUSSIA. I was lost in my thoughts for a moment. Chapter 97. The Aftermath of War. 2. A Royal Wedding? Between Mexico and Prussia? British Prime Minister Lord Melbourne let out an incredulous laugh. Apparently, the Iturbide family has gained a lot of prestige. Marrying into the Hohenzollerns, no less. Well, after all, they beat France. For us in the UK, it's not exactly good news. This royal wedding implied an alliance, which meant that both countries would have a closer and more powerful relationship. The aide nodded and added, "Are you worried that this will accelerate Prussia's move toward German unification? Exactly. If Prussia succeeds in unifying Germany and a powerful nation emerges on the European continent, it will not be beneficial for the United Kingdom. Can't we do something to stop Prussia?" Although Britain viewed Prussia's moves toward German unification with concern, it had not yet intervened directly. Its primary focus had been on expanding overseas colonies and controlling maritime trade, rather than becoming involved in continental European affairs. The Prime Minister could generate support to stop Prussia, if he so wished, but would that be the best way to use British resources? I don't think it's necessary to go that far. Our policy as the British Empire is to focus on governing the rest of the world, beyond the European continent. After pondering how to respond to the royal marriage between the Mexican Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia, Lord Melbourne decided, like most Britons of the time, that Africa and Asia were more important than European affairs. In Europe, the important thing was to prevent a single nation from becoming hegemonic. This meant keeping an eye on the country that showed the most ambition. After the fall of Napoleon, Russia had become the main rival. BSIDES. The Mexican Empire has been very cooperative with us, so we shouldn't worry too much. They gave us all of France's African colonies as part of the mediation. The assistant, realizing that his superior had decided to let the matter drop, replied, "That's true. Mexico has been pretty cooperative, right?" Lord Melbourne recalled the face of the Mexican crown prince, whom he had met in London. "Cooperative, yes, but let us not forget that we did not get all the advantages. We also had to give up Belize and some Caribbean islands, so it was more of an exchange of colonies. Although most members of parliament do not see it that way." Although British MPs and citizens believed it had been a unilaterally beneficial deal for the United Kingdom, the Mexican prince's proposal had been carefully designed to be acceptable, but not overly favorable. But isn't it true that Belize and the Caribbean islands together are not worth even half of what Algeria is worth? That's what many people think, because they only look at the size on the map. But if you look at it more deeply, it's not that simple. Although it was said that the United Kingdom had received all of France's African colonies, the truth is that France had only just begun to establish its colonies. The only major African colony was Algeria. Senegal had a small base, but it did not generate much income. On the other hand, although Belize was not formally a British colony, it had been under effective British control since Spanish times, and had provided high quality timber for years. In addition, Caribbean islands such as Jamaica had well-established sugarcane, cotton, coffee, and cocoa plantations, generating substantial revenues. Also, by ceding control of the Caribbean to Mexico, we cannot say that it was a unilateral advantage for us. "I understand." The assistant finally nodded, understanding the complexity of the agreement. Of course, it wasn't a bad deal for the UK. We wouldn't have agreed to it if it were. By giving up influence in the Caribbean, we gained something more important: control over the Mediterranean. Although it was a difficult decision, Lord Melbourne agreed to the deal because he ultimately thought it would be more beneficial to the United Kingdom, especially after the demise of its main rival in Africa, France. In the long run, Africa would be a British-dominated terrain. Also, let's not forget that we also got information about the new warships. Oh, yes, that's true. How long did they say it would take to build them? The Mexican prince, seeing that Lord Melbourne was still hesitant about the deal, offered him general information about the new ships that had enabled them to win the naval war against France. He did not transfer the technology to them, but he did explain the principles behind the ship's design, which was already enough for the United Kingdom. After all, wasn't the UK the best shipbuilder in the world? Engineers say we can build these new ships in 2 years, but the cost will be around £140,000. £140,000? That's more than enough to build 2 first-class ships of the line. It was an alarmingly high price to pay, but it had to be done. Britain had to continue to rule the seas. "You will marry a foreign princess," Cecilia said as she stroked Charles's head. "Wow. With a princess. How nice." Carlos, delighted by the idea of a princess, was very excited. Perhaps because Cecilia had read him many fairy tales, he seemed to have an idealized image of what it meant to be a princess. It's a relief that he doesn't object. Although, of course, he's still too young to understand, I thought. We had decided to seal the royal marriage, reflecting not only my overall strategy, but also the wishes of my father, mother, and Cecilia. My plan was to maintain the relationship with England as much as possible, but we could not depend on them indefinitely. It was time to establish diplomatic relations on our own. Relations with France were irreparably broken, so we would seek to approach other powers such as Prussia, Austria, or Russia. However, allying ourselves with Russia, which was competing for hegemony with England, would be like openly declaring our enmity towards the English. England would not like us to ally ourselves with Prussia or Austria either, but she would have no reason to oppose it strongly. After all, no alliance lasts forever. There is no eternal alliance between nations. With these thoughts, I enjoyed a quiet moment with Cecilia. Our eldest son, Carlos, was playing alone, and our second son, Leo, who was only 2 years old, was sleeping in his crib. "Oh, the baby kicked. Did he react to the word princess?" Cecilia commented. "Really? Is that why?" I said, gently caressing her belly, though deep down I was praying fervently that this time it would be a girl. After spending some time with my family over lunch, I returned to my office. "You've been spending more time with your family lately, sir," Digo commented when he saw me return. "Haha, it would be a shame to miss this stage. You know what I mean, right?" Digo, who was my age, was also married and had children. "Yes, thanks to that, I also spend more time with my family. I appreciate it. At 33, we were still in our youth and had a lot of work ahead of us, but as Digo said, I was devoting more and more time to my family. Raising children well is important, and you have to make time for them. And even though I've reduced my workload a bit, I still work harder than most. You've been working hard all this time, too." Digo had suffered greatly from my frenetic pace of work. Before I got married, my waking hours were equivalent to working hours, and after marriage, except for the brief moments I spent with my family in the morning and evening, I continued to work tirelessly. Even by the standards of the time, it was an excess of work, but with the long road still to be traveled to consolidate the Mexican Empire, I could not afford to rest. However, since the victory in the war against France, things had begun to change little by little. After His Highness bought me a house near the palace, I can't complain. It only takes me 10 minutes to get to work, Digo replied, laughing. "Haha, I told you, you should have accepted it earlier. I have always told you that the distance between home and work has a huge impact on the quality of life." Yes, that's how it is. Because my office was inside the palace, I was able to spend time with my family, even when I was working long hours. Although I traveled frequently, when I was in the city, it took me just 5 minutes to get to and from work, which gave me enough time to be with them. He had insisted on buying Digo a house near the National Palace, so that he could also enjoy this advantage, but he had resisted for a long time, until he finally agreed. Well, let's leave the talk for another time. Yes, I just brought some important news. Digo handed me a document. It's a report from the Intelligence Division. Yes, I haven't read it, but it's probably about the Haiti issue. I think so. Let's review it together. Okay. In Haiti, several of our agents were already deployed, and this was the first report received. They haven't taken any action yet. It seems to be just a report on the current situation in Haiti. Yes, as we expected, the situation is not good. Despite the hopeful title of being the only country in history founded by a successful slave revolution, the reality in Haiti was bleak. Although they had triumphed in the revolution and established a black-led country, the economy was still in ruins, and they didn't know how to fix it. Meanwhile, a small elite and military leaders monopolized power and land. Mexico, which had acquired Haiti's debts from France, had no intention of forgiving them. As a result, 98% of the population continued to live in conditions that were not very different from those when they were slaves. It's not much different than when they were slaves. That's a striking phrase. If you look at it from another angle, it implies that people still feel enslaved. If that's the perception of the Haitian people, we can take advantage of that. Then we can proceed as planned. Yes, the stories of freed blacks in Texas and Cuba will resonate well. Many of the blacks in Texas and Cuba had received land through the benefits of colonization, or had become workers through the benefits of urban migration. Landowners had to pay wages comparable to those of my companies to attract farm workers, but the increasing use of farm machinery, coupled with improvements in irrigation systems and dams, had increased production so much that the landowners could maintain their operations without problems. There was no need to rush. The first step would be to disseminate these stories widely among Haitian society, inform the intelligence service, to continue with the plan as it is. Yes, I will encrypt the order and transmit it. Well, how is the opinion on constitutional reform going? DEPUTY Robert has begun to sound out public opinion, and there is no opposition among deputies, mainly because he is proposing to extend the term of office of deputies. No one will oppose extending the term of office from 12 to 20 years. There would be little resistance to increasing the number of seats and extending the mandate of deputies. These were the two main reforms, although other minor adjustments were also being considered. That was to be expected. What else? Everyone agrees that we need to reorganize the administrative divisions of the Northern Territories, but there is no consensus on how to do it. At this time, when the support of the people is strongest, I'm promoting another project in addition to constitutional reform, the administrative reorganization of the Northern Territories, which are currently considered territories, rather than official states. More than 40% of the territory of the Mexican Empire is divided into just 3 territories. For a long time nothing had been done about it due to the low population, but now, with the rapid population growth, it is time to reorganize them. I was lost in thought about how to divide this vast territory. Chapter 98, The Aftermath of War. 3. Do. Kill them. Damn savages. Bang, bang, hi. Damn, it seems these damn Yanks have finally lost their minds. Potsnaquahipu cursed. It seems to me that they have decided to take this seriously. The United States, which until then had barely tried to suppress them, was changing. The number of its cavalry was increasing, and they now even carried 6-shooter revolvers, similar to those used by the Mexicans. Over the past 4 years, we have not been resting either. It is time to prove it. They had crossed the borderline. On the vast plains, only the sounds of the 2 groups could be heard, those chasing and those being chased, until suddenly more noises were added, from at least 5 or 6 additional groups. Damn it. We've gone too far. Retreat. Withdraw the troops. The American cavalry officer, hearing the new sounds, immediately realized that something was wrong, but by that time, those pursuing had already turned to attack. Not only that, the Comanches were approaching from the left, right and rear. If they didn't do something soon, they would be trapped and wiped out. Go through them. If we don't break them, we'll die here. Under normal circumstances, they would have scattered the Comanches and called it a day, but they had ventured too far, relying on reinforcement and the revolvers that had just been distributed to the soldiers. Is it possible that these savages are capable of maneuvering with such advanced tactics? Thought the officer. With the number of soldiers and weapons they had, they would not have been afraid to face twice as many Comanche warriors. But those coming towards them were not just twice as many. Don't get out of the way. If we keep going like this, we'll crash into them. Split up and avoid them on the flanks. The American cavalry split into 2 groups to avoid clashing, but the Comanches approaching from the rear also split into 2. There is no other option. Fire your revolvers before we crash. The Comanches, who under other circumstances would have avoided a head-on collision, showed no signs of retreating. They had come prepared for this. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Just after hearing the sound of revolvers firing in bursts, the inevitable clash occurred. Bang! The 2 cavalries collided. ARGH. Several soldiers fell from their horses, impaled by spears, and hand-to-hand combat began. Where the hell did these savages get metal weapons? There were even Comanches wearing armor. Don't face them. Keep going back. But, shut up. That's an order. Don't you see that enemy reinforcement are coming from the left, the right and the rear? Because the American cavalry had split up, they were able to gain some space. Although some soldiers on the left flank directly collided with the Comanches on the right flank and vice versa, the others were able to continue advancing and escape without having to fight. The Americans, losing speed due to the head-on collision, left some soldiers behind, who were caught up in the battle, while the rest fled. Wow, abandoning his companions to escape. That phrase leaving no one behind seems like a joke at this point. Potsnaquahipu clicked his tongue as he sorted through the bodies of the abandoned American cavalrymen. Capture whoever you can. Confiscate all weapons. Although they had let most of the American soldiers they could have captured escape, the loot was still considerable. Gather all the 6 shooters in one place. We might be able to get ammunition for them. Understood. 5 years earlier, after being defeated by the Mexican Empire, the Comanche tribe had feared that the United States might be as strong as Mexico. Fortunately for them, however, this was not the case. The American defenses and ability to protect their territory were pitiful, and although they had suffered numerous raids, the punitive troops sent by the American government were weak. Although they were numerous, they had few cavalry, did not move tactically, and their weapons were not as advanced as those of the Mexicans. The Comanches, in addition to surviving by raiding and hunting bison, raided other neighboring tribes, and forced them to join them. They knew that, if they wanted to, they could raise a sizable army, and that possibility was increasingly becoming a reality. It's all about to begin, Potsnakwahipu said. Yes. They have decided to get rid of us completely. It won't be that easy. We will win this time, Potsnakwahipu replied determinedly. Of course. We have been preparing for this for a long time. We also need to find out if we can get bullets for the Mexican 6-shooter revolvers. If we bring them the bullets that the Americans use, they will make them for us anyway. It is clear that they are using our people to contain the Americans. Yes. We must also elect a war chief. Both the United States and the Comanches were beginning to prepare for all-out war. November 1840. The war between the United States and the Comanches had begun. Actually, the Northern Territory is just an excuse. An excuse, you say? Digo asked, somewhat bewildered, while I continued to look intently at the map. Yes. Not just the Northern Territory. I want to reorganize the entire administrative system of the empire. Are you saying that you will also reorganize the central and southern regions of Mexico? But those territories already have an administrative structure in place for a long time. If you suddenly decide to change everything, there could be opposition, don't you think? There will be opposition, of course. But look at this. Don't you think the state of Mexico is too big? The state of Mexico, which included Mexico City, was not the largest in terms of territory compared to the northern regions, but its population and economic power were overwhelming. Well, yes, it's true. And the same goes for the state of Nueva Vizcaya. Everything needs to be reorganized. While the current boundaries were established, based on geography and history, I'm convinced that we can create more efficient and harmonious divisions, respecting those factors. In fact, state borders and names at this time were quite different from those in early Mexican history. Therefore, it was something that could be changed. The problem was that some borders were bound to be unclear, as geographical or historical aspects could not be completely ignored. In the United States, state borders were known for being more precise, but that was because much of its territory consisted of plains and lacked significant historical context by American standards. As evidence, the first states created in the eastern part of the United States were irregularly sized and had borders that were not entirely straight. I think it is possible to make changes, but if there are endless debates about how to redraw the borders only with the northern territories, do you think we can reach a conclusion if we also include the center and the south? It is best to resolve this quickly and decisively. While it is important to be cautious, dragging things out unnecessarily does not always lead to a better outcome. I would call a meeting to resolve this matter. In the meeting room of the Imperial Palace were myself, the Crown Prince, the ministers of the various government departments and a representative of each of the factions in Parliament, the Imperialists, the landowners and the Republicans. In the center of the room was a huge map, the most detailed available, accurately showing the topography of the empire. It's an object I had made especially for today. In the meeting room, where many of the most important figures of the Mexican Empire had gathered, I was the first to speak. Until we resolve this matter, in addition to meal and rest hours, you will be required to report to this room that one of the deputies from the landlord's party started and expressed his surprise out loud, and he was not the only one. Everyone in the room seemed bewildered. We have here a detailed map of the territory and a wealth of information about each region. Let us use these resources to make quick and bold decisions. There is no need to drag this out. With all the experts and decision makers in the room, there was no reason to delay. Let's start with the Northern Territories. Naturally, we are going to divide them into several administrative units. We start with the largest of the territories, California. The current state of California is really huge. It encompasses what in my past life were the states of California, 420,000 square kilometers, most of Nevada, 280,000 square kilometers, Utah, 220,000 square kilometers, parts of Arizona, 290,000 square kilometers, and Colorado, 270,000 square kilometers, and also includes Baja California, which remains Mexican territory. In total, more than 1 million square kilometers. With this size, we should divide it into at least 4 states, right? Even if you split it into 4, each one would be almost 300,000 square kilometers, larger than the largest states in southern and central Mexico. But it was not necessary for all the states to be the same size, so the proposal was to divide it in a reasonable way. I think that dividing it into 4 will not be enough, including part of the territories of New Mexico. I think that 5 would be ideal. My proposal is, when I gave my opinion and suggested some divisions, the ministers and deputies started to discuss. Everyone wanted to contribute their points of view. Interestingly, this is not so different from what happened in my past life in the United States and Mexico. I thought the proposed division was similar to what had happened in my other life. California would be divided into 3 parts, North, Central, and South, and the areas corresponding to the former states of Nevada and Arizona would be slightly reduced due to the inclusion of a Central California. The names were not even changed, as California, Nevada, and Arizona were not English names, but derived from Spanish, from the time of the colonizers. California comes from a Spanish novel that mentions a fictional land. Nevada means covered with snow in Spanish, and Arizona comes from the Basque term Arizona, meaning good oak. Some suggested naming the territories after the royal family, but I refused, finding the idea too pretentious. The meeting continued quickly. The territory of New Mexico was divided into 2, New Mexico and Colorado. As for Texas, it was decided to divide it into East Texas and West Texas, since the current territory of Texas in our Mexican Empire is much smaller than modern Texas, so there was no need for further divisions. Although there were some discrepancies in deciding on the central and southern regions of the country, I managed to make my proposal prevail. After almost a month of endless debates, the plan for the administrative reorganization of the empire was finally completed. How is the land acquisition going? It's progressing well, Your Highness. We're buying them little by little. You have to be careful that information doesn't leak out. If word gets out, land prices will skyrocket, and we won't be able to buy what we need. I reminded the finance minister of the importance of maintaining confidentiality. Although he had been in his post for a long time, entrusted to him by my father, this project was so sensitive that, if the information leaked, the entire plan could collapse. I will do my best to maintain confidentiality, Your Highness. The reason I had gone to such great lengths to reorganize the administrative divisions of the territory, even at the cost of inconveniencing landowners and local residents, was precisely this project. The idea was to build meticulously planned key cities in the best locations of each new state. Of course, the best lands were already under development, or were still unexploited areas, but in both cases, it was necessary to secure the land in order to continue. Most of the land in the north, except for that which had been granted to indigenous people or immigrants, remained government property, which facilitated development. However, for the rest of the territory, the land had to be purchased, since it had owners. Government planning and fostering the development of cities was nothing new, either at this time or in the future. But what I was proposing was a plan of unprecedented scale. This is the perfect project to make the most of my knowledge of civil engineering and urban planning, acquired in my past life. It was a plan so vast that he probably would not be able to see it completed before he died, but he firmly believed that it would bring a great competitive advantage to our Mexican Empire. Chapter 99, The Aftermath of War. 4, January 1841. Wow, I didn't expect Mexicans to be so formidable. Anyway, thanks. I'll pay dearly for this information. Oh, it's nothing. In fact, I feel that, as someone who is not even a soldier, I spoke too much in front of patriots like you. You have a gift for speaking pleasantly. See you next time. The US Army general said goodbye and left. I accomplished something today, too, thought Carter Smith, who was still on the rise. This new face in politics, who had testified in the US Senate as an expert on Mexico, was recently making a name for himself. He began by testifying about the weapons of the Mexican army, and had since established relationships with many influential people, just as he had done with the military. He also provided details on how the Mexican army was fighting Comanche tribes and Texan self-defense groups. He also advised railroad businessmen on the Mexican railroad system. That Mexican prince is definitely a clever guy. just by sharing some of his methods. Everyone here is amazed. Carter was following the advice of his political mentor, Henry Clay, and operating in Louisiana, a state bordering Mexico. At this rate, he would soon have the opportunity to enter the state legislature. Since the day has ended successfully, why don't I go for a drink? It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was winter, and it would soon be dark, kerosene lamps were already lit all over the city, which meant there was still plenty of time to enjoy a drink. Carter Smith grabbed his coat and walked outside. Wow, I went a little overboard today. Carter Smith was on his way home, after spending some quality time at the tavern. As he walked away from the brightly lit shopping district, the surroundings became darker as he moved further into the suburbs. He wasn't too worried about it, he was already close to home. It's a little dark, but I just have to turn that corner and bang. Suddenly, an intense cold ran down his spine, followed by a brutal blow to the back of his head that left him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he was in a completely unfamiliar place. Disoriented by the unreal situation, Carter Smith soon realized what had happened. He had been kidnapped. Where am I? Who is there? He screamed as he saw a shadow moving in the darkness. Guys. The sound of match being struck lit up the room. Long time no see, Smith. You. Michael Williams. You fucking traitor. Michael Williams, who had once been the third leader of the Texas Self-Defense Group, was responsible for the kidnapping. Traitor? Don't you understand what's going on, even though you're completely tied up? What? Are you going to hurt me here on American soil? I heard you took over an immigration company in Austin. Are you going to become a criminal? Desperate with fear, Smith tried to reason with Michael, but his words had no effect. Michael ignored her plea and spoke in a tone of pity. Oh, Smith. You have no idea, and you, causing trouble right on my turf. I didn't want to hurt you, especially as the son of an old friend. What are you talking about? Please let me live. Please don't kill me. You were my father's friend. Well, we've come too far to question that now. Michael checked the cylinder of his revolver and assembled it. Clack. Chack chack. You should have stopped in time. If you hated Mexico so much, you could have left the country and lived in the United States. But investigating everything in secret for years and then taking that information to the United States Congress, that is espionage. Nothing more, nothing less. Michael, who had been working for the intelligence service of the Mexican Empire for years, was also uncomfortable with the situation, but he had no choice. They were orders. In a short period of time, the traitor had revealed everything from details about the Mexican Army's weapons and tactics to information about the Navy's new warships, railroad lines, and immigration companies. Upon learning of this, the intelligence chief, in a rare move, issued an assassination order. Unfortunately, Michael was the one in charge in that region. Please no bang. I've always had the impression that His Majesty is not very fond of the growth of Mexico City, Diego commented during a moment of rest. You're right. I like growth, but I'm worried that development is too fast and uncontrolled. It is natural that in the early stages of industrialization, development is concentrated in the capital and its surroundings. Almost all countries have done this, and it has been a successful method. Developing around the capital is effective for most countries, but in nations with vast territories, such as the United States or our Mexican Empire, the disadvantages often outweigh the advantages. Especially in the case of our capital, Mexico City. Is it because of the earthquakes, as you mentioned before? Exactly. The development of Mexico City means gaining more land from Lake Texcoco by draining it. These lands are extremely vulnerable to earthquakes. Even in countries like Korea in my past life or France, which had achieved great growth around their capitals, there were those who claimed that the provinces should have been developed more. Imagine in a much larger country like ours, the Mexican Empire, or the United States, concentrating industrialization in a single city. This would create a devastating regional imbalance. In particular, Mexico City, our capital, is a place that could collapse with a single earthquake, so it is not a place where we should invest excessively. It's already an earthquake-prone area, and it's a city built on soft ground. While there are methods in modern civil engineering to improve such soils, applying it to an entire city with today's technology would cost a fortune. Investing so much money in simple landfill work nobody would understand, especially when the colonization of new territories already entails a considerable cost. I see. I understand now. By the way, you have an appointment outside the palace today. A date outside? Yes. The person your majesty has been waiting for so long is arriving today. The repercussions of the war were felt in the most unexpected places. Welcome, your majesty. I never imagined that you would receive me personally. The young engineer who had been waiting for so long, Henry Bessemer, had finally arrived in the Mexican Empire. I went to meet him personally at the port of Veracruz, and he seemed genuinely surprised by it. Haha, I've tried to recruit you 4 times, and I finally succeeded. Don't you think it was worth it to come personally? Aha, yeah, I remember the first time he proposed to me. I was only 15. I still remember it. That's right. Maybe I was a little hasty back then. Not at all. Thanks to your persistent interest, I finally decided to move to Mexico. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, I thank you very much. I hope we can work well together. The honor is mine, your majesty. Although Bessemer softened things by saying that he had come because of my continued interest, it was evident that the recent war had played a role. The previous offer I had made him had also been very good, almost identical to the current one. However, it was only after our victory over France that he took the initiative to contact us. All this is due to the prestige that our Mexican empire has gained. My visit to the immigration office in Veracruz was greeted with enthusiasm by the immigration director, Rodolfo Nunes, who, with his attitude, confirmed my suspicions. Your Highness, we believe that the results of the war have influenced the increase in immigration. The number of immigrants was already increasing, but growth took off in the middle of last year. Oh, really? That makes sense. After our independence, Mexico was only recognized by other independent countries in North America, while Europe did not take us seriously. After our victory over Spain, Mexico's reputation improved slightly, reaching the level of a regional power in the eyes of European nations. But after our victory over France, we began to be considered an international power. This increase in our international prestige had helped attract talents like Henry Bessemer and a variety of immigrants. After sending Bessemer to his place of work and residence in Las Truchas, I set out to inspect the port of Veracruz. Veracruz has grown a lot, I commented. Yes, Your Highness. The port has been expanded, and the shipyards are in full operation, which has accelerated the growth of the city. The immigration director, who was now accompanying me on my tours, responded. Yes, it seems that when there are jobs, cities grow by themselves. Although I regret that the growth has not been completely controlled, which makes the city seem somewhat chaotic. That's right, Your Highness. The issue of employment is crucial, Diego intervened. Jobs I thought. Building infrastructure like roads, railways or administrative buildings is not enough to make a city grow. The local economy must thrive, and jobs must be created. One mistake China made with its ghost cities was precisely this. Although they built hundreds of new cities over decades, many of them remained empty because there were not enough jobs to support the population. These cities, although they seemed complete, suffered from a lack of real demand due to the absence of industries that created jobs. That was their biggest problem. By the way, I've recently seen that real inversion's investment proposals focus only on Mexico City or companies in the surrounding area. They are not filtered by region, right? That's right, Your Highness. We don't filter them by region. I assume physical proximity to Mexico City influences this. Territorial development and the creation of industries must go hand in hand to be truly meaningful. However, building infrastructure is easy, while fostering industries is much more difficult. I see. In that case, we should consider expanding real investment to the provinces. Diego looked at me in surprise. Does expanding into the provinces mean that final investment decisions would also be made there? That's right. It wouldn't be something I could handle alone, even if it means the profitability will be a little lower. The companies that had received investments from real investors were having astonishing success, largely because I selected the projects that I knew would be successful in the future. However, if I stopped making the final decisions, overall performance was likely to decline. So how about we let investments under 10,000 pesos be decided locally, and reserve the bigger decisions for you to review, Your Highness. That's a good idea. I think we can proceed like this. Diego and I continued walking through the streets of Veracruz, discussing how to promote industry in the provinces. In that case, the problem will be financing. The government has a limit on how much gold it can buy. The government had been constantly buying the gold I mined in California to increase its reserves and support the issuance of currency. Don't worry about funds. There are ways to make more money. I now had the ability to expand my interests overseas. The world is wide, and there are many opportunities to make money in it. Chapter 100, Pacific Fleet. 1. Professor. I heard that France lost the war and transferred its debt rights to Mexico. Is that true? Where did you hear that? Jared Simon, although he knew the rumor came from his own colleagues, pretended to be surprised. No matter where I heard it, is it true or not? Everyone at this school knew that France had demanded a huge sum from Haiti as payment for its independence. All the students at the school were children of the Haitian elite, otherwise, they would be enduring hard days of work instead of studying here. Yes, that's true. But let's leave the subject here. So if Haiti joined Mexico, the debt would disappear? EMILE. Jared Simon was genuinely startled by the question. Never say something like that in public. Although Haiti had achieved its independence through a slave revolution, that did not mean it had become a democracy. France was gone, but power remained in the hands of the military leaders and landowners who had already dominated before independence. The students present, fortunately, were all sons of landowners, so this conversation would probably not reach the ears of the military leaders. However, Emile's words were dangerous. Why not? We may hate the French, but Mexico isn't so bad. You yourself told us that Mexico defeated the French and freed the blacks in Cuba, and now they live better. Right, Jerome? Yes, he told us clearly. Military and landowners. Although these two groups had united during independence, their interests did not always coincide. Military leaders monopolized political power thanks to their control over the armed forces and their role in independence, while most landowners had no direct political power. Haiti fought hard for its independence. If adults heard what you said, you would be in serious trouble. Don't ever mention something like that again. Yes, sir. When Professor Jared Simon became angry, Emile quickly retracted his statement. Jared was genuinely concerned by what he had just heard. That idea had come to him much faster than he had anticipated. Haitians had great pride in their country. After all, it was the first and only country in the world that had achieved its independence through a slave revolution. What Emile said was nothing more than the arrogance of a 15-year-old boy raised in an environment where his parents were already landowners. Although the idea would not have much support at the time, it had to be controlled to avoid a negative social reaction. Still, it seems that what I've been working on is paying off, even better than I expected. Jared Simon was the first black agent of the Mexican intelligence service. Formerly a slave, he had been freed thanks to the generosity of the Mexican royal family. Unlike many other freed slaves, Jared made a different choice. He enlisted in the Mexican army. Although today, after the war with France, many blacks had joined the armed forces, 7 years ago, just after the abolition of slavery, only a dozen of the thousands of freed slaves opted for military service. Most preferred to receive land and work in the fields, or move to the cities to become laborers. I will liberate Haiti, and thus settle part of the debt of gratitude I owe. Ironically, he was now teaching the children of oppressed families, not the oppressed, but that made his mission even more significant. If he could get the most powerful to support his cause, change would be more effective. Furthermore, while teaching these children, Jared had gained a great reputation as an enlightened teacher and knowledgeable about the affairs of the outside world. In Haiti, very few people were well informed about the world, which made Jared Simon's fame grow rapidly. We are heading straight to Asia. Asia, you say? All the money my companies generated was reinvested in them. If I wanted to increase investments through real inversión, I would have to look for external funds outside the country. The solution that occurred to me was to head to Asia. That's right. From what I've researched, the price of gold in Japan is really interesting. Japan? Ah, you mean that country in East Asia. I understood that with the increase in trade, it is now very difficult to take advantage of the price differences between gold and silver. Is Japan any different? While I was talking with Digo, we watched the landscape of Veracruz take on golden hues at sunset. You will be surprised to know that the exchange rate is 4.5 to 1. What? Is that true? There was a time when large quantities of silver circulated from Mexico and South America, causing fluctuations in the exchange rate between gold and silver around the world. Today, however, exchange rates are virtually uniform throughout the world. In addition, trade volumes have increased, and economies have grown rapidly, thanks in part to the massive production of gold in our Mexico. Yes, it is a huge difference compared to the world standard exchange rate of 15 to 1. Even if that's true, don't you think Japan will resist signing a trade deal? Of course, they would resist. In this period, Japan was pursuing the policy of Sakoku, which literally meant closing the country. The Dutch were only allowed to trade on the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki as a way of controlling foreign influence, while accepting a limited amount of knowledge from abroad. Under these circumstances, unless we used force, it would be difficult to resolve the issue diplomatically. That's why we created the Pacific Fleet. Ah, now I understand. It had been 18 years since I came into this world, and the body that was once 15 years old was now 33. The moral question of attacking foreign groups had long been resolved when we forced indigenous peoples into submission. I'm the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire, and as such, my highest priority must be the benefit of the empire. Of course, there is no need to be deliberately cruel. Despite being in an imperialist era, I have no intention of expanding colonies unnecessarily, as our current territory is quite large and difficult to manage. Colonies that we cannot maintain will only bring bad reputation and be a burden. It is better to exercise moderate influence, ensure benefits for Mexico and reinvest those profits in the mainland. By now our fleet must have crossed the Pacific. February 1st, 1841. An unknown fleet appeared in Edo Bay, Japan. Under the dazzling rays of the morning sun, the imposing figure of the fleet was projected over the sea. This mysterious fleet completely blocked the sea routes to Edo, a city that fed 1 million people. The peace that had long reigned in Edo was replaced in an instant by an atmosphere of tension. Is it possible that those ships are completely covered in metal? Am I seeing something wrong? No, I see it too. The cannons are huge. As the Japanese had pointed out, the fleet's flagship was not only large, but she was covered in iron, and the guns she carried were of an impressive size. The Bakufu, Tokugawa shogunate government, did not dare to deploy its fleet against such a threat. If it's this impressive, could it be the English ships that have been at war with China recently? Tokugawa Ieyasu watched the fleet from a distance, trying to guess its origin. He had heard rumors that the Great Chinese Empire was fighting against a European nation called England, and assumed that such a powerful fleet could only be English. According to Dutch merchants, that flag belongs to a country called the Mexican Empire. When his subordinate's voice broke the tense silence, Tokugawa Ieyasu's brow furrowed. Mexico? Where is that? It doesn't matter, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Send a ship to contact them. Yes sir. The Bakufu sent a ship to make contact with the Mexican fleet, but Japan had no one who spoke Spanish. They had selected people who were fluent in Dutch, English, and some French, but none of them knew Spanish. In fact, there was someone in the Mexican fleet who spoke English, but they demanded that someone who spoke Spanish be sent to ensure a psychological advantage in the negotiations. The contact ship returned without success, and the Japanese began searching for a Dutchman who could speak Spanish. It's been a day, and they still haven't responded. We'll have to fire a warning shot. Admiral Dario Navarro, commander of the Pacific Fleet of the Mexican Empire, gave the order to fire. Yes sir. Two of the Mexican battleship's main turrets, which had remained silent, began to rotate. The heavy silence that dominated the ocean was broken by the mechanical noise of the turrets. What? The guns are moving. The cannons, pointed towards the sea, spat fire. Boom. Boom. The thunderous sound of gunfire shook Edo Bay. SSSS. Splash. The impressive firepower terrified even the Dutch merchants watching from afar. It must be one of those new Mexican ships that destroyed the French fleet, one of the merchants commented with a tone of resignation. The rumors were not false. With that power, even a ship of the line would be immediately pierced, don't you think? That's more than enough, I'd say. While Dutch merchants calmly watched the strength of the Mexican ships, Japan scrambled to find someone who spoke Spanish. On February 3rd, 2 days after the arrival of the Mexican fleet, with the cold winter wind still blowing, the first contact was made between the Mexican Empire and the Tokugawa shogunate. To what do we owe the honor of your arrival with such an imposing fleet? We have brought an official letter from the Crown Prince of the Mexican Empire, which must be delivered personally to your general. Allow the landing. To land such a large fleet? That's impossible. Then we will have no choice but to advance with the fleet towards Edo. Although the Japanese official's tone was polite, the Mexican official's tone was domineering. The Pacific Fleet consisted of 1 battleship, 2 104 gunships of the line, 4 armored frigates, and several fast messenger ships. In this part of the world, there was no country that could compete with them. To Mexican naval officers, Japanese military vessels seemed like mere toys. The shogunate official, sweating coldly at the threat, quickly changed his stance. I'll come back to get the permit. Please wait a moment. They have 3 days to bring a response. Letting those men land in Edo is madness. Haven't you seen how rude they were? Do you think they will leave just because we ignore them? My lord, if we have no other choice, it is better to allow them to disembark as soon as possible and end the blockade. The blockade of Edo Bay was equivalent to a noose around the shogunate's neck. With the shogunate's current navy, they could not even scratch the Mexican fleet. Therefore, the most sensible option was to negotiate as quickly as possible. That's true, but what if they have other intentions? Thought Tokugawa Ieyasu, his worry growing. However, he had to make a decision. When the 3-day deadline was up, the Mexican fleet began to advance towards Edo. The fleet is on the move. We must allow them to land immediately. Fear of a possible bombardment enveloped Edo. Let them disembark, Tokugawa Ieyasu finally said, having no other choice. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.